That's what you want to hear when you walk over. People just going, fuck, under their breath. Well, I don't know whether you have any skits this time. We had the pleasure of filming a skit together in Melbourne. You guys did excellently, by the way. Any skits today?
I don't think so, not that I'm aware of, but always down to do some, especially with Urk. He always makes it funny as well, so yeah.
Obviously, you got to ask about Overpass back in the mix. You like that?
I think I was just starting to like Anubis, but I like Overpass as well.
Okay.
We haven't played it in a long time, but yeah, I think it's a good map for us, especially bringing Justin in.
In terms of like minus Anubis plus Overpass, was that the map that you wanted to get rid of, or would it have been something else?
I think it makes sense. I think Anubis has been like pretty T-sided for a long time, and they haven't really made any changes to it, so it makes sense. But my preference would be Train, because obviously we don't play it. So, but yeah, not too concerned about it.
What would be the dream map pool then, if we're putting Overpass back in, take out Train? What are the other 6 saying? Like, we can pick anything from any era. Like, I was talking to a friend about this the other day, like Cobble. This guy hadn't played new Cobble, so he was like, why don't we bring Cobble back? Because new Cobble is so ugly compared to old Cobble, right? What would you choose in terms of, like, I don't know, if you could go from any era, any time in Counter-Strike, what maps would you pick?
I would bring the old cache back, like the original one, not the new one, because it's kind of like ugly and like green. But the original one, I wouldn't bring Cobble back. I think it's like too hard to play in Counter-Strike 2. Like, it's so slow and it's not as like fast-paced. It would just be so boring to watch and to play. But I would probably make some changes to, like, some slight changes to Inferno, and then keep that, and then the rest of it just keep the same. Yeah.
Like, we're talking bring cash in for Train, okay, and then minus Anubis plus Overpass. Okay, so you're like almost happy. It's almost perfect for you.
I think it's good. I think there's like slight changes that you can make on some maps, but it's not the biggest deal at the end of the day.
Okay, so you're decently happy. What about you, Vexite? Sorry if I can scoot around here. Oh, what a gentleman. Thank you. Thank you. Overpass, yay? Nay?
I don't know, yeah, I don't mind. It's honestly not a big deal to me. Map's a map, like, yeah, I don't really care.
Map's a map, you play any of them. You literally play any map pool.
Yeah, maybe not Train, but actually the one thing I don't like about Overpass is I have to learn more nades, because I'm not, so that's not the greatest, but yeah, it stops the game from going stale, so.
Has JKS been teaching you any of those nades?
Yeah, he definitely complains a bit when you miss the nades, so the standard's higher for that. So yeah, I wouldn't say he's taught a bunch of nades, but he's definitely making sure we hit him.
What's it like being back on the team with him? Like, how much time have you actually had to do like some practice and like actually get on the same page?
We just had a 2-week boot camp in Serbia, so it's good. We had some good CS. But yeah, JK has been really good. Like, the work ethic he's brought has been really strong. So I think that's definitely lifted other people's like motivation and just standard of themselves. So yeah, I'd say that's like the biggest change coming to a new season.
So Nedic was lying to me. He said he did absolutely nothing after Austin. Yeah, did absolutely. Was he at the boot camp? Did he forget?
He's just waffling. I don't know. He doesn't know where he is half the time. He just rocks up, plays. But yeah, no, it was good. We had a boot camp. It was good.
What did you get up to aside from Counter-Strike after Austin? Did you have any vacation? Any kind of time to actually get to wind down after what was a long season?
Fuck, I don't know. We had like, we had a longer one than the other pros. That made deeper in the major. But we had like 3 or 4 weeks, and most of the time I spent with my family and my girlfriend. Went to Brisbane for a little bit for like a local Australian LAN and like a few days with my girlfriend. And that was it. Yeah, it wasn't like incredible or anything. It was just nice to spend some quality time with family.
NIP have just arrived in the building, and I've got my eyes on Snappy over here. Snappy, good afternoon. Can I come bother you for a sec? Sorry. I'll just move whoever stuff this is. Overpass, it's back. You happy?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Only fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of the best maps, but it can be a bit boring to watch because it's slow paced, but there's worse maps out there, so it's I would say average.
I thought you'd be like really excited about it because you kind of come from, you're a bit of a CS veteran, right? Like, people always talk about the tactical aspect. There's so much depth to it. You're not sold on it?
I think Overpass tactically is pretty overrated. I think it's more about slow map control, very slow paced, often very obvious where the opponent comes. So I don't think it's the most tactical map, in my opinion at least. Okay. But so
I like that take.
Disagree.
Yeah, I like that take. I like being different. Ex-Casper Sky is now on your team. Everyone's talking about him. Is he the real deal? What do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I think people are going to be very surprised.
Okay. What surprised you the most about him? Because he's been pretty hyped up. We saw him a couple of EPLs a couple of seasons ago. You know, he did pretty good. But what do you think is kind of his best attribute as a player?
I don't think he did so good back then, actually. But I think the surprise is how quick he developed, I think. And natural skill and hunger. And also he's a lot smarter in the game than what I initially thought. So, I mean, it's a good combo of everything. I think he will for sure be a top 20 player for the future.
Okay, I'm really excited to see him take to the stage. Thank you so much, Snappy. Good luck in the rest of your media. Shush, can I steal you for a second? I like the chain. I like the haircut as well. You've been getting up to some self-care on the time off.
Yeah, I mean, it's different for sure. And also focusing on myself, going to the gym, skincare, everything.
Nice.
You know.
Can you drop the skincare routine? I never get to talk to players about skincare. What's the routine?
I mean, I don't really know the names of what I'm using because I'm getting help from my girlfriend. but you know, I wash my face and then some acid thing, you know, on your face.
It's probably like a hyaluronic acid. That's probably what we're talking, yeah.
Like that. And then just moisturize or something easy because I don't want to spend too long doing it every single day. And then sunscreen in my face every day in the morning.
Sunscreen every day, factor 50. Even if it's cloudy, there's still UV, and that's going to age you, right? You don't want to have to be doing Botox when you're 25. You want to be doing the SPF, right?
So I'm staying young.
Yeah.
For as long as I can.
What else did you get up to on the time off? Do you have any vacation? Anything fun?
Not really that much. I went to a farmhouse close to the sea and got away from the PC a little. Went out fishing, caught my first fish, so that's pretty funny. But not really that much. Just try to force myself to not sit and play as well.
Very good. You're going to have time away from the PC. What did you catch? What type of fish? Do you know what it was?
I don't know what it's called in English. Howell.
Sounds very Danish, yeah.
It was actually pretty big, like this size, I think.
Okay, that's pretty impressive, yeah. Is that hard to yank with the fishing rod? Can you feel it?
No, you could definitely feel it, but it wasn't that hard.
You can tell I frequent fishing, I guess that's the technical term. Just heard from Snappy, ex-Casper Sky. He is the real deal. Snappy, seal of approval. What do you think, though? Your opinion matters. You like him?
Yeah, I mean, he's young and he's definitely have like the good mood as well, and he's insane as well, firepower. I didn't know what to think of him, like how smart he would be, but I'm actually really surprised that he actually uses his head as well, and not only his aim.
Lovely. Let's. I saw Exist behind. Sorry, I'm gonna come bother you just for a second because I've got to ask the veteran, ex-Casper Sky. We're all talking about him. You impressed so far with what you've seen?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was in Jagninius a year ago or something like that, right? And then he had a stint in Ents, and I think he has just improved season up to season. And yeah, I'm happy we got him.
And you happy with Overpass being back in the mix as well?
I mean, I always liked Overpass, and I can't say I'm the biggest Anubis fan anyway, so I think it kind of fit us as well, timing-wise. We have a new team. Yeah, I'm happy with Overpass.
Any particular goals for the team coming into Cologne? Because it's like realistically, it's been a while since we've seen NOP at the kind of top tier competition. Does it add more pressure, less pressure? What are we thinking?
I mean, I think it's less pressure now than it was before for NOP. As I said, we're a brand new team, right? The old cliche game by game, right? But I think we have a lot of potential with this team. I'm hoping for some good results as well. And I mean, yeah, I think the future is bright for sure.
Did you guys have a boot camp at all?
No, we had an online boot camp instead. But yeah, we just got the team together, kind of not last second, but we had a change, right? So yeah.
Yeah. Is that like obviously online isn't as ideal as being together on LAN? Like, how does that make your job more difficult in ways? Like, how do you have to kind of adapt to suit that?
I mean, I think it's pluses and minuses. Of course, like an online boot camp, I think the players will arrive with a lot more energy when they come to Cologne. I remember in Heroic, we had like a 2 weeks boot camp just before Cologne, and we come here, we play a week, and then week 2, all the players are kind of like tired and mentally drained. So there's definitely pluses and minuses. I wouldn't say it makes my work harder though. Yeah, I think we did as good as we could with practice.
Final question, and a fun one. What did you get up to on the time off? Did you have any vacations, anything fun?
I mean, that's the thing when you're a coach, I guess. I didn't really have that much time off. It was easier when I was a player. You just log off for 2-3 weeks. But I managed to get a few days here and there. It was nice and relaxing.
Lovely. Love to hear that. Thank you so much for Time Exist. That is NIP in the building in Cologne. Hey, Carrigan, you can't ignore me. You've been traveling a lot. I don't even want to talk to you about Counter-Strike. I want to talk to you about Costa Rica. You went there, right? Was it nice?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I think it's our third time there. So yeah, a lot walking around in the jungle, look at animals and away from PCs. So that was great.
Can you give me like the travel itinerary of Costa Rica? Because I want to go at Christmas, but there's loads of areas you can go. What would your dream kind of 2 weeks there be? How would you spend it?
Yeah, we've been there 2 weeks, 3 times. So one of the places we always go to is La Fortuna. It has a perfect volcano, and there's a lot of bird life, animal life around there. So that's a nice area. If you want the hot side, you go to Guanacaste. I think it's on the other side. It's very hot there and like more beach style, but there is a place where one of my favorites called the Pacurao River. Where you then raft into a hotel and you're middle in the jungle there. You can't get there by a car, and you kind of have that lifestyle inside the jungle, and you can hear monkeys in the morning and the night and a lot of birds. So that is basically it. I think there's also other places where we haven't been yet, where we want to go next time we go.
That sounds incredible. I have to write that all down. You also drove here, right? You did a little family visit on the way here. What was that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I drove a few years ago here and haven't seen my uncle for a while, and it's halfway down. So I thought, like, why not get to drive a little bit on the German highway, and 5 hours to my uncle and 5 hours from my uncle here. So it's a perfect 10-hour trip.
Did you get on the Autobahn? Was it like no speed limit? Could you go fast as hell? How fast did you go?
I went 240. Yeah, but there wasn't much room, and you need to be safe as well. A lot of families on the way, and then yesterday there was a lot of trucks on the way, right? So not so much room, but also good for the car to get a good long trip.
Hell yeah. I'm going to ask you one Counter-Strike question, of course. Have to ask about Broki being back in the team. Is it nice to have him back?
Yeah, and he looks different, and he feels different. So I think it was good for him to have a small break, and I'm just excited. He comes in with a lot of hunger and motivation and really want to prove himself, right? So just looking forward to see how we do. Didn't have too much practice, right? I feel like the player break getting shorter and shorter every year. So it is what it is, and hopefully we can manage to scrape through this stage first and then play better next stage. But we will give everything we have.
Thank you so much, Carrigan. I'm going to see if Broki's any different in answering interview questions. Fingers crossed. I had a groan from Carrigan, so maybe not. Broki, you're looking great. Are you feeling great?
Always. I'm feeling great now and before and tomorrow and every other day.
Every day is a great day for Broki. How's it feeling being back in the FaZe jersey? You're looking great. You feeling revitalized?
I'm happy to be back and happy to play, and thank you everyone for supporting. Yes, bye.
Just always happy is Broki. Rain, how was your break? Was it long enough? Could you have done with another week?
Yeah, it was fun. I had a good break. Family vacation, hanging out, spending time with family, so it was good.
Where did you go?
Denmark, of all places.
What a great country! Great country!
It was actually really shitty weather, I don't know. No, it was nice.
How are you feeling with Overpass being back in the mix? You happy about that?
Yeah, I'm happy about it. We have a few A players on our team though, so I'm stuck on beef. But it's fun.
Is that one of them over there? Can I go?
A couple of them over.
But the Frozen. You got the A site on Overpass, I'm hearing.
Did I?
I don't know. Rain was just saying maybe you did.
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't.
Oh, you're going to keep that close to your chest.
Too many candidates for the A side over here.
So what is it like if you underperform one map, that's it, you boot it off back to B site?
I just say there is lots of pressure on the line, Gotta perform, gotta ace every round.
What was your break like? Did you get up to anything fun?
Vacation and some family time. Played some other games, but mostly just chill.
So we had Costa Rica vacation, we had Denmark vacation. I don't know where Broki was. He just seemed happy to be here. Where did you go for your vacation?
I went to Seychelles.
Okay. Oh, very nice. Yeah, nice and warm. Very chill vibes there, I imagine.
It's a paradise.
And any thoughts on the team arriving here at this stage in Cologne? Because I think probably some people are surprised to see you this early. Does it add any more pressure to you guys?
I don't think pressure. For us, the way I look at it, we have Hobbies back now, so I think it's good to get some extra games in and, just some extra reps. So for me, it's fine.
Excellent. I'm going to get Brother Elige for just maybe one question. Elige, do you mind if I sit down next to you? Is that okay?
I could stand too.
It's cool. Stay comfy. Stay comfy. Because I just want to play. I want to play a game with you. I want to play rank the baldies because we've seen a new bald baddie enter the chat over the break. How would you rank Apex's baldness on? Obviously you're up there with a 10. You got the likes of Grim, Crims, Forest. Like where does he rank in that?
What are we ranking exactly?
Just how much of a bald baddie he is.
I mean, he's up there. It looks good. It looks good, but he didn't go all the way. It's more of like a very close buzz. Yeah. But it still looks really good. I think I'd say 8 out of 10. You could still get those 2 extra notches, just a little bit more.
What's it like to maintain baldness? Are you shaving a lot? Do you have to moisturize? Like, do you put an SPF on there?
I mean, it's not like there's like a guide you get as soon as you decide to do it or anything. So I'm just kind of freestyling it. I do it like every 2 days. It only takes like 5 minutes. It takes like as long as it took for me to do my hair. So it's not really that much maintenance at all. Yeah.
That sounds pretty easy. Final thoughts. Obviously, everyone's talking about Overpass being back. I hear there's a lot of I'm not going to use the word fights, but maybe I'll insinuate that. There's a lot of A-site players on your team. Where are you sitting?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of role conflicts, that's for sure. So, I mean, it's definitely a battle, but I mean, it's a hot topic spot. We'll see how it goes.
Did you get the position you wanted on Overpass at the moment?
I mean, that would be kind of a spoiler, wouldn't it be?
Okay, we'll have to wait and see the game. Fair enough, Elise. You can't blame me for trying. Thank you so much. Good luck.
All right, it's the lobby. We're at IEM Cologne. Y'all know this room. Y'all know this place. Take a look over here. We got bait. Let's go annoy them. Oh, how's it going, guys? I'm here with a camera to ask you all some questions. It's going good? I'm doing good, man. What are you setting up here?
Face it, to play.
What, like just to grind, like right now? Or is this actually for the tournament?
I would like, but just to play against Astralis tomorrow.
Yo, so Hedrick, bro, how you getting on, man? You guys back at the major actually had a pretty good showing, right? All the way through stage 1, flawlessly, might I add. What was that like?
It was awesome. I think we were so far yet so close from third stage, but I think we did good experience for ourselves and we could play better, but I'm overall like happy with what we showed.
Yeah, well, stage 2 was like where it went weird there, right? We're talking a bit about the season ending, what with the new season starting. You still had some good wins in stage 2, like you say, fell a little far short of that, like getting to stage 3, but taking down Falcons and Heroic, that's pretty legit. You guys are one of the teams that contributed to the failure of the Falcons at the major.
Yeah, maybe, but it's still like best of 1 and you need to prove yourself in best of 3 against good teams. But yeah, overall, like we still had to win that game, against them. But I would say on practice now they're playing better.
Yeah, dude, I want to take a look at your warm-up routine, and then I'll leave you alone. Yeah. So talk me through it. Is this what you do every time?
I actually not playing that much in bots recently. I'm playing different map, but yeah, I'm just playing bots and deathmatch like when I have internet, because here I don't think it's good internet here. But yeah, I'm just like trying to fill my mouse and playing a lot of pucks, faces, etc. and trying to focus more like on my team and on my role inside the team. So, but I'm just trying to feel like the mouse to feel some shots, maybe do some flick shots,
Right.
So
hit the sickest shot you can with the AWP right now. The whole world's watching.
I'm not comfortable right now. Let me try. It was close.
Okay. No. That's a collateral right there. That's a collateral flick shot. That's what we pay him the big bucks. I'm assuming they pay you the big bucks.
This team is good.
Lim Vision?
Yeah.
You a Lim Vision fan after the major?
Yeah, I think they're a funny team in terms of like they're pretty fun to watch as personalities, and they deserved like good run as well on the major.
I like this. Here you go, a little shout out for Lim Vision. Let's continue down the line, because right here there's MPL, and I want to speak to him too. He thought he could fly under the radar, and the head trick had done all the talking, but no, there's still more. How you doing, bro?
Good.
How's the vibe for you guys, man? Just had some time off. Was that nice?
Chill vibe.
Yeah, chill vibe. You been pugging?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
You feeling like you're in good form here?
No.
I like it. He's setting the expectations low there. That's mind games from MPL. Dude, you know, we were just talking, obviously, BO3s were like the big thing you guys want to try and improve on. How do you get better in a BO3? You know, like if that's where you kind of feel like what let you down back at the major, you're going to have to play him again here. What's the route to improve when it comes to playing, you know, a 3-map series?
I don't know. Actually, we don't think about it.
No?
Like as BO1 or BO3. We just play and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Respect. Last thing, though. There's been some map pool changes, obviously. You guys played Anubis, but like not a lot, right? Like it was one of your least played maps. So are you feeling quite good about it being removed and Overpass coming in, or?
Bro, Overpass shit map. That's it. Yeah. Overpass shit map. Train also shit map. And Nuke like 50-50, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a shit map pool right now, in your opinion?
100% shit map pool right now, yeah.
Damn. All right. There's a scathing review of the map pool from NPL. Dude, let's come on down. I don't know if I've ever spoken to either of you two. Asanthiel, how do I say your name? I always worry I say it wrong.
You mean nickname?
Yeah.
Like Essential.
Essential? Okay, that's so much easier. Holy, I can't believe I've been doing it the hard way this whole time.
This one better.
Okay, essential. Well, you are looking pretty essential right now. Are you feeling, on a scale of like, Hedrick seemed pretty happy, MPL seemed more emo, where are you feeling?
I feel focused, you know?
Focused, there we go. Look at this. That's determination right there. This guy's essential. Dude, for Betas and Org, if I'm not mistaken, this is your like Betas and organization's first time in Cologne. I think you guys have played in like Katowice and stuff, but never at a Cologne. Feels like a pretty big deal, no?
Yeah, it's a very big deal. You know, I want to prove myself here, you know?
Yeah, sorry, I was throwing you off in your aim in your warm up, right? Is this just Valve DM?
Yeah. I don't have any workshop maps, you know?
No, dude, that's a disaster.
Yes.
Bro, you're having a warm-up old school mode. Why don't you have it like you're all going to have to gather around MPL's computer and play on his aimbots? Dude, yeah, Cologne obviously like just hits different, right? Like it's a big deal event up there alongside, you know, the majors in terms of kind of importance and prestige. Is that something, I know you're going to say no, but is that something you think about? Like
it's big event, like Köln, you know, I feel no pressure, you know.
Okay.
Like all lands, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're treating it like any other land. Yeah. Okay. No. Respect. I think, you know, if you're competing, that's where you got to be at. For me, I'm just watching, so I think about all the.
Sit at my computer and playing game.
Yeah.
You know.
No, bro. Respect. All right. Well, best of luck, brother. Yeah. First time speaking to Essential, and I learned how to say his name.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nord. Well, here we go. Today we begin stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025, but not before we finish out this stage 1, which ultimately means we have several matches for you all to watch today. Coming up is going to be FlyQuest versus Liquid, so when I did say Ultimate, I definitely meant Ultimate. But first, we're looking at Astralis versus Furia. Lifelines, very important. Monacy, thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I'm watching Counter-Strike, bro. What are you doing?
We're recording some skit.
Oh, my bad. I'll get out of the way. Hey, thanks, Monacy.
No problem.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World
IEM Cologne 2025, the last day of the play-in, the last chance for some of these teams to stay alive in the tournament and progress into stage 2. However, we're joined by a guy who doesn't have to worry about that today, because Ash, you already made it into stage 2. You already had a decent run at the tournament so far. How nice is it for you not having to worry about playing Counter-Strike today?
No, it's really nice, especially with a new map coming out as well. Overpass, to give us some time to actually go away and practice it, because it's a little bit of a worry that the tournament we just at Fisher just ended and we're instantly coming here, so obviously that's nice. It's a little bonus for us and go away and trying to work on the map a little bit.
And does that mean that, I know you're not playing Counter-Strike at the tournament today, but you'll still be practicing and spending a lot of hours on the server?
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you don't have like full days off, like a full 2 days or something, you need to, at this point, still be putting practice in. I think when it goes to later in the tournament, it's nice to have a day off, but now we've just started, so we're no reason to have a rest.
Are you surprised by how well you've been playing? 2 games, 2 wins, coming off of Fisher wasn't necessarily looking that great, or is it more according to plan?
I think it's probably more than what we expected at this one. I think at Fisher we didn't really feel like we played our level, and so far individually I think it looked fantastic. I think that's been the big difference at Fisher. We're warming up for the first few games after a big break, and that's kind of normal sometimes. We even said afterwards that when you don't play HLTV for a long time, you do feel like extra nerves you wouldn't normally feel. So coming here, it feels like we've got a bit of rust off us, and now we're playing a little bit better.
Playing a little bit better. It's been good to see you guys so far, and obviously in stage 2 we'll have to see if you can do it against some of the better opposition. Now there's a reason we brought you in here, Ash, and that is to pick your brain a little bit. You are one of the coaches standing next to another guy who would love to be you, I guess. One of the coaches that receives a lot of praise for the work that you do. We know that you re-signed your contract with Gamer Legion. We know that you've been working with a lot of talent. We know that you're working in a team that is trying to do it a little bit differently. So if you will allow me and Josh, we are going to pick your brain. And I want to start off by saying that, listen, explain to me, explain to the viewers, how do you find all these young prospects that you bring into Gamer Legion where the vast majority of them turns out to be successful?
I think it's probably my personality just being a bit of a boring guy, to be honest. I get free time and I'm like, do I go off a computer? No, I'll stay on it. Maybe I'll play like Football Manager or something. On the other screen, I'll just put a CCT game on, or I'll just sit there and find myself going, oh, I'm going to do this today. And I just watch some random CS. And then
so the key to being successful is having no life.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But you just watch random stuff, and then like I'll see a game and I'm like, oh, this guy, I've heard this guy's quite good. I'll watch him. I'm just like, oh, is he playing actually kind of good? Is he just abusing the stats? Is he abusing the eco frags? Is he just swinging and dying like carelessly? Look at these things, keep an eye on them. I mean, I think it's probably like a bit of PTSD from me, just having the rosters taken away. You're thinking like, oh, if this happened, maybe this could happen. You just keep it in your mind, and then you kind of like, you're not caught off guard as much if it does happen in the end.
So tell me about that process then. So from scouting to, the interview process to getting them actually on the team, how do you kind of like try to figure out, okay, I want this guy, I'm going to go through these next steps. What are those steps like?
It kind of depends on who the person is, because sometimes if you go for someone who's like a more established name or someone who everyone can see is upcoming, you have to like go to the organisation and say like, what do you want? What do you want? Is this even possible?
Boring stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the boring stuff before you even like, look at it. There's been multiple times I've done that, gone to a player, they've said, no, I'm not interested in something. And you see like an interview, oh, this guy, the Game League want me. I've seen this like 10 times already now, like, oh, Game League want me here, and we didn't even watch any demos yet, so we had no idea. We just kind of see, is it even possible? Okay, this way, now we'll go and look at it. And sometimes you kind of think they're probably not going to be too unreasonable. So you some people might stand out from the start, so you kind of look into it a little bit more. But like I said, I kind of have 10, 15 people I always have my eye on a little bit. I'm like, oh, if this happened, then this could happen. But like, it's probably, I want to keep everything together, but it's just, you get used to a little bit of people going away and getting, but obviously you think, okay, if this happened, we're not in the worst stage, this could happen, I can bring someone in. So you just kind of keeping your finger on the pulse a little bit.
Can you invite us into the process with Kersey, the new guy coming into your team here? How did you scout him? How did you bring him in? And what was the thought process to pick that guy?
I can't really remember with him. I know statistically he was doing quite well. At first I remember seeing that and thinking, okay, I can't go for someone like this. This is ridiculous. When I looked at the numbers, I think my assistant gave his name. I was like, okay, this is too much. This the guy's never played at all. And we were going looking at some people, and like the offer market isn't like the most bristling with talent right now, and the buyouts are insane. So we went through and looked, and as you're going through, you're like, wait a minute, this guy, I think he was literally in the middle of just leaving his organisation and going free agent. And we're like, this reminded me so much of when we got Immer, because it was between the end of his contract at Nexus, and we're like, oh my god, this is perfect, let's go get him now. And I looked at him and I thought, okay, it can't be that good. And I watched him like, wow, this guy with a rifle is unbelievable, and he's going around with like that Zaiwu mentality, like we call him a little bit like Zaiwu sort of thing. So he wants a rifle, go in first, people, trade people. And he's brilliant with it, and the AWP as well, he knows what he's doing quite a lot. He's quite aggressive, but what we really needed was someone who's more different playstyle what we had with Slend, and there's no knock on Slend. I think we were just focusing too much on having PR and Res having to do all of the plays all of the time, and if they're not having the A game or they're not feeling it or they're getting hard counted, like the other teams can obviously see they're doing most of the work, it becomes difficult, and we need the extra voices in the team. So we thought, bring this guy in. He's got a lot of initiative. He's not scared to, like, something's happening, he's going to instantly react and do something. And this is kind of more what we needed, and he fit the profile perfectly, and you could see his skills. I think he's getting overlooked a little bit because of his age, but we talked with him, and I kind of answer some of the questions as well.
So when it comes to just like figuring out if this is going to be the right fit, you do what in the process? So do you have like a trial period? How long do you give to each player as a trial? Like if you're scouting 5 different people, how do you slot them all in? And then do you end it or begin it with an interview just to make sure that kind of goals and everything align first? Or do you just kind of go balls deep and just be like, okay, we're doing this?
A lot of the time we don't get to trial because the organization won't let you do it. They want to agree a transfer, they want to, and the players and the agent will be saying, yeah, we want to agree this and this, and everything is almost always done, which is, I think, why a lot of time the leaks are so accurate, because people just jump on prac.com and they say it, because you don't want to release your player to another team to start playing because LSU's done, because imagine your other team loaning him out or giving him away, it comes back and it just makes your team a mess, right? So most of the time it is already done. That will mean that we've probably done the interview process. We have a rough idea kind of what we're going to see. Maybe if they're really nice, they might say, okay, we've got nothing coming up, you can go play for 2 days, something is a fake Steam account, go do it. It's a little bit safer that way, but it kind of depends on each situation, and you put them in. I think the interview process kind of at least tells you if the guy is going to fit in with the team, like dynamics wise, if you ask the right questions.
Speaking of age, right, we spoke a little about the youngsters that you've been working with. Emma is a great example. Kersey now coming in. Pia, another great guy that is being rumored to go somewhere else. You also work with some experienced players that you brought into the mix. Now, Snacks is a great example of an in-game leader you brought back to life. I think Riz is the best example of a player that has been...
all you. None of it was Snacks. It was all you, by the way.
You're helping in that regard. Is there a different approach to working with guys like that who has so much experience compared to when you're working with a PR or an Emma or someone new?
Yeah, I think it has to be to every different player. So it's not like someone's new or someone's old, you treat them differently. With Snacks, he was giving us so much what we didn't have. Like, we were such a young team at the time, bringing our own academy players through as well, and then we needed someone who was a bit more puggy, and I thought this person, right, from recommendations, was like, he sounds perfect. We'll bring him in, and everything was kind of there. He left you wondering, why is he not already playing at least like tier 2 or something, like playing borderline Orgless or something like this. And then with Rez, it just feels like if you can figure out if he's motivated and he wants to play and he's up to actually wanting to change his game, I think then it gives you a lot of confidence. And when I watched his demos, I went in thinking, this guy's not doing that well in the last 2 years or something like this. If he's showing the CSGO movement, for example, like nowadays everyone's like a boxer, right? They're moving their head around and sliding everywhere and things like this. And if you don't see that straight away, you think, okay, this guy just thinks CSGO worked for me, I'm not really going to put the time in and whatever. And I'm watching him, he's doing all these things and he's doing the tricks, he's up to the meta, like quite a lot of ways playing, and that tells me straight away, at least he wants to play, because I should put in the timings. I think a lot of people would just stand it really static when you first started in CS2, really static, just getting headshotted everywhere, and he took a long time to get out of those habits and break them, and he's shown he's willing to do that. And then also when you look at the overall circumstances, NIP have just been a mess for a while. The expectations are fine expectations. You can come here straight away and there's just the way it is now, there isn't those same expectations. And I feel like we have such a good system as well that you can come in and get the best out of these sort of people. So when you're interviewing people, you want to see, are you still actually motivated? Do you still want to play the game? And then can you bring the best out of them? And I have to say to myself, do I think I can get the best out of this guy who's in a team that's struggling to meet expectations, changing roster all the time, changing coaches all the time? I've got to at least back myself to get something out of this guy. And wow, he's unbelievable. This guy is like, I said to him, I think before we came to boot camp, if this isn't your best level now, I want to see your demos when you're at your best, because he just looks another level. And I think there's extra in there in him still as well.
Yeah, great signing, no doubt.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, there's so many players that, you know, they look so good for a period of time, but then something happens and they kind of fall off, and it could be attributed to many different factors. Maybe it's the environment, like with the rest of the team that is in such a struggle mode, or maybe they're trying to get out, but they can't, they're in contract jail. What is it about some of the players that I guess you resurrected their career, so to speak, that kind of was the biggest hurdle for them to get over, to be able to like regain? Because it's not like did they ever lose it, is kind of what I'm asking, or was it always there? It was just kind of suppressed by all other crap pushing them down.
Yeah, I think it was always there, and he's when I talked with him, he was like, oh yeah, I'm a guy who really likes to help bring the younger guys up and do whatever. And to me, it sounded like himself, he was traumatized by what he was going through, like new team, new environment, whatever. And I just can't imagine how difficult it is to constantly change stuff. And he's changed roles so many times on IP as well, right? He's been like ankle, he's probably in every single role, including AWPing. And at some point, you just focus on one thing and just do it and forget about everything else. I said to him, now just don't worry about the atmosphere, saying things in the game, whatever. Just focus on you being yourself and do that thing. Because when he does this stuff, he's unbelievable. And is he still motivated? I couldn't believe it. Honestly, when I saw all the things he's gone through, and I talked to him, I thought this is going to be a waste of time. Talked with him, it's like, wow, actually does want to play, and I believed it as well. So, yeah, I think it's been just perfect.
I mean, the track record speaks for itself. You brought you and Gamer Legion have brought a lot of young talents into life. There's also a couple that didn't quite hit the mark. I think Ando was a guy that didn't quite fit in for some reason. Do you take personal pride in that as well, that whenever it doesn't work out, is that on you, is that on the team, or is it just sometimes it just doesn't work out?
Sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes you go with a little bit of the wrong direction. Sometimes I think the step of the level is just too high in that moment. Like, for example, I think Andu will be a really good player one day, and I think the same with Slen. Like, Slen for us, when we were aiming to be a top 20 team, was fantastic, and it showed so many good moments. He was able to push his teams just against the top teams. It just needs more time, more experience, and for us, it feels like we're trying to be top 10 right now, and for this, you've kind of almost got to be a little bit cutthroat, and you don't really want to do it, and we've got a great relationship with him, but it's like we have quite a lot of time. We're trying really hard to make it work. I'm so confident that Slend will absolutely be a tier 1 player one day. I think he's 19 right now. He's only played, a year of tier 2, 1.5 sort of CS. People just expect everyone to come in and be like Donk straight away nowadays. Yeah. And he set the expectations so high that people just think, okay, get rid of him. And I'm shocked that already Slend isn't on another team, because there's no real downsides to him. And the same with Andu. Andu just isn't quite, he's even younger, and he's barely played in any CS at all before when we took him in. I think he just played in like Estonian mixed teams, and he's straight into our team. Of course, this is an insane step up. And when we were playing at first, can we get top 25, top 20? It's absolutely fine. But when you go in the next level, there just needs to learn to change his mentality, become more of that sort of professional guy who's able to take everything in and progress his game, and it will come. It just sometimes you need a little bit more experience.
One of the things I like to say is you can't teach experience, and I think that's kind of what you're talking about here, is that you can't have someone come in just not really know exactly how things are going to go, especially when the going gets tough and you start losing games and you're playing against like tier 1 opponents that are punishing you for things that you normally get away with, and it's like you have to almost have a hard loss to have a hard lesson taught, and you just can't afford it. So I guess my question would be, when you're kind of like rebuilding constantly because you're like, okay, this player didn't work, we need to bring someone else in, oh, this guy got bought out, so we got to bring someone else in. How do you kind of get everyone up to speed if people come in with different styles, and then you also want to give them enough information without kind of overloading them with information?
I guess this is based honestly on the individual, and if you looked at our games in the last year, you probably see like 3 or 4 completely different playstyles now, where some, like for example, we had Isaac, and he's a guy who's kind of buying time all the time, and he's just playing close to his teammates. Then we have people like Flammus, and we're just like more like, I remember saying to Vol and to ZTR, like, the job is on T side is let him do his thing, but at the end of the round, you guys go in first, and we're just going to make sure he can trade and kill people. And with grenades, he doesn't throw grenades, so just at the start of the round, you throw this basic one, give it to someone else, and I don't care. Take your gun out and just go shoot people. And this is basically covering up on his flaws, right? Because we don't want him to be, everyone can't be a complete player. And I think this is, again, his expectation. Everyone should be able to lurk, everyone should be able to this. This guy is very good at some certain things, so we're going to play to those things. And the same now with Kersey, like, he's coming in, and I'm saying to him over and over, please, we want to adjust to you, don't adjust to us. And I think so far he's come in and he's like, I need to remember this, and he's doing our thing rather than his thing, where I want to see him saying all the time, like, telling people what to do, this, and I go, okay, maybe this one here doesn't work, or let's change, be like more this style or whatever, we'll fix our rotations around this, and we'll play around him. So I think if you're not willing to play around the players that you have, that player's never really going to be a success, you know? So like in football, if you sign a centre-back to play centre-forward, of course he's not going to do very well. If he's a really good player, you need to get the best out of him, you know? So we're going to try and work around people, and I think that helps them. Maybe it doesn't work all the time, but for me, I'm more open to trying to learn and not trying to be stubborn about things. If this guy wants to do this, okay, let's try and just refine it a little bit, fit him in the team and see how it works.
You said it yourself, you know, expectations change all the time, both for players, but also for your team as a whole. In the beginning, top 30, top 25 was the goal. Now it's at top 10, and you're obviously delivering on the server as well, making it into stage 2. Are you currently, I guess, involving with Gamer Legion to a point where you're supposed to be one of the top dogs at some point? Or are you okay with being a top 10 quote-on farmer team that just sell on the players and let PR go one day and let some of the other guys go one day? Or are you tired of that?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely tired of that. I want to compete trophies. I want to try and win trophies, and I think we're building a team now. It's on the right track to do it. We made playoffs, I think 3-4 times. I can't quite remember. And like I said, like Josh said, with the experience thing, we need the experience of failing in playoffs. And so far, it's been go in, fail, go in, fail, go in, fail.
You're good at that.
You're good at failing. Yeah.
We're getting closer and closer, but then afterwards, I'm saying like, hey guys, this is good for us. We're going to remember this in the future. We're not going to feel as nervous, and it's just unfortunate so far. I think every playoff we've been in, we've been booed for some reason. It doesn't seem to matter. Against Falcons, everyone online is like, oh, we hate Falcons, and we're there, we're just getting booed in front of them. You're like, okay, this makes no sense. So these experience things are going to matter a lot for us, but we want to absolutely be one of the top teams. I don't want to just be top 8. Nice, good job again. This feels like back when I was playing CCT, you know, going out semi-finals, yes, good job, whatever. So we'll be able to do it. It's just a slow process. I think we're going really in the right direction. Bring Kersey in, unfortunately, always take like 2 steps forwards, 1 step back, 2 steps forward sort of thing. We're kind of on the step back in between the step forward because he has to come to everything. And like I said, we're trying to play around him now, and it's very confusing for people because we had a very defensive op who was more supportive, and now we have one, I want to buy a rifle, I want to peek, I want to do this and that. So we'll get there. It's just we feel like as coaching staff, we feel like we're probably not ready yet, but individualized, I'm watching them like, actually, we're not far away right now.
I feel like it could be a complex situation as well, because you have a history of letting some of your best players go. You know, Emma, great example, Flammers as well for that matter. I think Pia has been rumored to go somewhere else. For you as a coach, is it hard for you to keep the players motivated and keep them, I guess, invested into the project, knowing that maybe in the back of their mind, they're looking, you know, I want to make a move to another team or a bigger organization? Or do you think that's changing as well, that people see a future within Gamer Legion?
I think it bases on who are you going to get to replace him is a big one for a start. Because if you lose a big player, but you bring in a big talent, like we lost Flammers, but then we bring in Rezan PR, and I don't think anyone lost any motivation for this, because it's like, well, you lost one great piece and you brought in 2 like superstar sort of players, especially for our level. That's important, but also it's happened before. When we lost Emma and we lost Shui, and I couldn't replace them with anyone that I wanted. That I think that the motivation on Isaac, on Acorn, Kios, it fell through the floor, and that next 3, 4, 5 months was the worst of my career, where it just felt like no one wanted to be here all the time. And if that motivation drops, it's really hard. So you have to really push that this guy is that good, convince the team about it, and then if you get him in and he shows a good start, it makes a huge difference. And if it come in and they struggle, I think some other teams have seen this as well. If that person comes in and struggle, the team kind of drops off quickly, even if the player might not be the worst player in the world. You don't want to lose your best players. I think having to complexity at the start, right? They lost a lead, you bring in the 2 new guys, instantly their form dropped and they couldn't win a game, and then they started realizing, okay, now it's okay. If you lose that motivation completely, it's just a team killer.
So what's your cut from all these best players leaving your team, going on to bigger pastures with, you know, big salaries? What do you get out of that? Okay, if I were to ask you a serious question though, so I was reading an interview Rez did earlier where he was talking about, you know, getting to the playoffs. That's not the issue. It's getting past that quarterfinal matchup, getting to the semifinals, that there's a hurdle. Do you think that there's something to do with like being the underdog team that kind of alleviates the pressure? Everyone's able to play and vibe and feel good, but then once you start being considered, oh, they're the overdogs, they're expected to win, look at their form, is there some sort of mental aspect of that just overwhelms people, that, you know, things just turn 180 and it's like, oh no, we're supposed to win now, what do I do?
I think being an underdog definitely helps 100%. I think in all of sporting history and everything, being an underdog is easier, right? I don't think anyone can deny that, but I think now it being in that stage where we are like top 15, top 10, and obviously missing the major, which we just did, the pressure, it's not like the pressure goes away, right? We know that we went to Astana and we went 0-3, and that hurt our points a lot, and it's one of the reasons why it's going to be harder for us to make it now. We weren't at the major, which is a lot of points as well. So all of these events and all of these games matter a lot. They probably matter more to us as the underdog as they do to the team that's in the top 5, and the pressure's there as well. So it almost like counterbalances sometimes, so it's not like we don't feel it. And then when we go to the playoff stage, that's almost, it like lifts the pressure off, but then there's a crowd. We never played in the crowd before, and everyone's booing us. Like I said, it's not like it's equal or anything like this, it's just full booed. So we're getting better at it, because the first game we played, I think we won like 5 rounds against Falcons.
Sounding like Xanteras right now.
I'm hoping it gets easier, because we won like 5 rounds against Falcons total, and the next time we took a map off them and we nearly beat them. It was a really close game. I think it was like 13-8, but it was one of those games where it went back and forth. Like we played Complex the other day, we won 13-3 on Inferno, and I said afterwards, that was a really close game, honestly, because we won so many clutches at the start of the game that it could have changed. And I think now we're feeling more confident, and then obviously you go to play Fisher and you're playing against Bet Boom, and then you lose, and you're like, okay, I hope everyone doesn't take this wrong, because we have been going in the right direction. We started looking more competitive on stage. And I think once we get there, the same we've seen with Mouse Sports and Mongols and all these other teams, once you start winning, it's not a coincidence. I think we're making all these playoffs, in my opinion, and it's not like we're just getting there because of good game plans or anti-strategy. There's so many times we've played, we've got the map veto wrong, or they've go completely different, and they've tried to anti-strat us, and we just won it from individuals making great plays.
Mistakes. Yeah,
mistakes. Yeah,
the mistakes are so big that it actually worked.
But like learning from these mistakes from practice, though, you know, I think our practice is really, really good. We practice in a way that's not just like I heard. I think it was Janko today talking in a podcast saying that you can't play Overpass because everyone just fights in the toilets, and it's the same on Ancient. When you play Ancient, everyone fights middle, and you play Official, and no one fights middle, and you're like, okay, what do we do now then? Because we're not ending the round. You know, I think we're one of the teams that actually does practice properly all the time, and it really shows in these games where we get things wrong, and we still have these rules and conclusions that we come to.
Thank you so much for your insight, Ash. Just one final question before we let you go and go practice with your team. You're in stage 2 now. You obviously won a couple of games. So what is the goal here? I know it may be you hate when you get asked that question. I know that, you know, playoff is the goal or semi-final is the goal, but is the goal to just get better tournament by tournament, or do you have like a specific placement here that you're looking for?
One of my goals, I said, was that I want us to bring like our A game at some point, S-tier game, in one of the next 2 tournaments, and I think that's...
Have you done that yet? Have we seen
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think to bring the S-tier game, you need 5 people all the time speaking. I'm sure you've had this as well, just that you can play some games and you're like, okay, this is easy now. Everyone's saying this all the time. Everyone's doing clutches. Everyone's lurking. Everyone's doing everything. There's no worry about any play. You're not worried if someone's mentally checked out. I think every game so far, we've had at least one thing where there's a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of doubt, some frustration maybe. So I don't class that quite as our S-tier game. So I would like to bring that, and our objective all season is to try and make the playoffs, and at some point, hopefully it's going to click and we're going to have a deeper run when all the form kicks in at the right time. I think now individually we're starting to show that form, which has been lacking a little bit, and I think map pool, we just need to get stronger. We've got every chance of...
Couple of more wins, couple of more VS points, and maybe a major to finish off the season. I think that would be,
It'd be nice to qualify.
That'd be nice to qualify for you guys. Obviously, we're happy to see you guys in stage 2 as well. We're also about ready with the first set of games for today here at IEM Cologne. So we're jumping on a quick break, but once we're back, it's with the first games here to determine whether or not you're going to make it to stage 2.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Pain Gaming, Snow, welcome out of Cologne, bud. How does it feel?
Feeling so good. It's a very big tournament, and I'm very excited to play this match. It's very important for us to go to the main event, and yeah, very happy.
So, Snow, tell me a little bit about Pain Gaming. You guys had quite the run there in Austin. We had a player break. So where have you guys been? What have you been doing?
In this player break, I was just with my family, been in my home, and yeah, feeling so good to to make our run the major was so good tournament for us. We was top 4, and yeah, I'm very happy. And we have to play again in this level, you know, and in this event we have to play good, and yeah, we have to come back in our game style or gameplay, and yeah.
So when you kick off this tournament, it was against Liquid. What happened?
They are a very good team. They are a strong lineup, and our game was not good. Our situations was not really good, and yeah, I think we have to play better today, of course.
Anything you want to say in Portuguese to the fans at home?
Torçam por nós, galera. Tamo junto. E é isso.
Sign the wall for me, bud.
Right here?
Anywhere.
Hello everybody and welcome into day 3 here. IEM Cologne continuing on, and as highlighted there by Snow, some big games today, a lot on the line for a number of these teams. We've got knockout games, we've got qualification to stage 2 games, but it really is starting to heat up now, and we're going to lose some decent names here, I think, within the next sort of 12 hours or so of Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the sort of games that where you really kind of test your mettle. You really get to kind of prove yourself as being just a little bit ahead of the pack as well. Let's look how things have gone so far. FaZe make their way to that next stage as well, with wins over Big and Liquid. Same for NIP. Now, maybe a shock to a lot of people. That win over Heroic initially already felt like it, but another one over 3D Max. Fair play. I did not expect that from them. Heroic picked up a win over MIBR. They move on to take on VP. But big pain. We've got to see how this lower bracket progresses, right? And of course, as with all things, there is kind of that upper and lower brackets. You do get a bit of a second chance. It's not the end of the world. And we're looking to teams as well, especially like your VPs and Heroic, who don't want to be down there this early on. Other side of the bracket as well, Gamer Legion, of course, the first team to book their spot, a flawless run. 2-0 over Complexity and Virtus Pro. Really, really good wins. And, you know, just spoke to Ash on the desk as well. He seems pretty happy, but he's still looking for that S-tier game, he said. It's still not been perfect, which actually is really interesting to see. That means there's still maybe a little bit more of a level to be found with these guys. We're moving on though to Big taking on Pain, and for the German hopefuls, they'd love to stay in Cologne. They'd love to book their spot in towards the second stage, but Pain's no easy feat.
Yeah, as far as they can make it, I think is always going to be good for Big, right? And there's a lot of conversation around this team at the moment. Do they stick with the national German squad? Are they going to try and expand into a more international lineup and move away from, you know, even the German language? I know there's been little tests in places, but yeah, this team leaves a lot to be desired, given the history of the organization, what they have been capable of in the past, and some of the pieces that they do actually have, I think, are really good within their respective roles, but they just don't seem to be able to bring it together, in all honesty. And one of those names, of course, is the man on your screen right now, Crimbo. At one point, one of the best closers in the game. Not sure we can still give him that, because I think some of the rounds that he has to close out can be a bit tough to win.
Yeah.
But so far here at Cologne, he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, he's looked super, super sharp, as you can see with those stats as well. And actually, super sharp, and the rest of the team are looking very weak, I think, is ultimately the way to put it for Big. You know, you look at their previous matchup, and against FaZe, fair enough, it is FaZe. Of course, you've got to take that with a bit of a, you know, a pinch of salt. They got 2-0. They didn't even get towards double digits as well. Crimbo's the only one who finished positive. You know, second behind him is QB, who actually you don't really want to be seeing finishing second. You're more looking to people like your JDC or your Hypes. But let's get this veto underway. Overpass can be that first ban instantly taken out here by Big. I kind of respect that. It's a map in which there will be a few teams who just aren't really well versed in it at the moment. And the fact that they basically play every other map in the pool means that it's a very simple map to slot in as their sort of perma ban. Whether it stays as a perma, I don't know. Big or a side that have floated a 7-map pool in the past, but we'll have to see whether that is the case. The other newer map as well of Train going to get banned out by Pain. Again, sort of fair enough. They've only played it once, just not a map in which is really a kind of solidified part of their pool. Ancient then gets picked in, first map for Big. I like this. I think it's a very solid map. It's also a map in which Pain have struggled on a little bit as well. On the flip side, I feel like an Inferno could be quite good here. As much as big player, I think Pain have actually looked quite good on it. Dust 2 is also not a bad option either, where, again, they've looked very solid on, but they're going to go for a Nuke. Now, Nuke feels like a map which, again, has a little bit of risk behind it. Big look okay on it. They have moments where they're looking relatively strong. Crimbo and JDC as a combination play do look pretty solid. It's like Dust 2 will get banned out in the second wave, and we finish off with an Inferno. So if it goes all three, I feel like advantage goes Pain here, but that Nuke for me is definitely the one that feels maybe just a little bit up in the air from Pain. I've seen a couple of losses that have been a little rough. You look back to even kind of most recently, right? Lost to 3D Max in overtime, not really want to see. Furia at the Austin Major as well. So definitely where I've seen moments of weakness, but as a whole, Pain have still got to come in as the favorites.
Yeah, I think so, right? Just in terms of like the individual firepower that this Pain side are showing at the moment as well. I think for a lot of people start the conversation around being the strongest Brazilian team. I think that there is, you know, an awful lot within the core at least that is going to prove that point. And we have MIBR going out pretty early here in stage 1, so certainly carrying that mantle, but in the same vein, I think that there is a lot of potential for Big to maybe bounce into this game pretty well. I don't know, man. Like, they're super inconsistent for me, I think, is their big problem, right? Agreed. Even if you look at like a Nuke or something like that, there's some really clean wins in there, and then there's some really silly losses that I think, you know, you and I have caught. But we kick things off on Ancient here, so it is their pick and a bit more their home turf, and it feels like it should be a solid punish here, but Pain could just outmatch them and outgun them. No one towards B. Good information here for the CT side.
For sure. Odeus up close. Shadow will betray as they start to pop through, but he's got a lot of support here, and Big are not making any movements at the moment in terms of a committal play. They're waiting. Holland David up close. In comes the Util as well. There's another player in support. However, NQZ is fully fallen away over towards the B side, and that could be costly. Julie's only good 4-1. Quick trade, and JDC doubles it down. DGT at range gets clipped.
Big find. Create space for the bomb plant now. Just right on the corner there from JDC. Spam doesn't find him, so they will get that plant away, and now it becomes a very, very tough situation here for Pain. Don't have that kit available. They're here pretty quickly, though. So how clean is this post plant going to look? First head has rolled. Numbers become even. 2 in at Temple, though, I think is going to be unexpected here. Little flash over to just slow them down and make life more difficult. The Glock's getting it done, and Big looking really, really good. As I mentioned, you and I have caught them recently. I think when the parameters are comfortable for them, they're so well disciplined, and the timing, the rhythm of the team is just really solid. But if there is a more chaotic element in there, they do struggle with adaptation at times.
Absolutely. You see, you'll find Tabson on the way out. It's Constellation kill, but it will be a good start. That's what we want to see from this side as well. Out the gates, find a little bit of form. Start to prove as well that they do deserve to be here. This is a big side that, it goes without saying, you touched on it at this kind of the start of the series here. They've been dwindling. There's been a lot of conversations around this side, whether they stick German, whether they go international, and that's actually been going for a couple of years now, honestly, since they were a real contender side, and that's been a long, long time. And they've tried it with such a variety of teams, but it just hasn't seemed to be working. We're going to go quick here. These steps have been heard. It could be a bit of a bloodbath as Crimbo finds 2 before falling. Hype to get the trade to keep the numbers in favor of Big. It's a force buy for Pain, and I like the little bit of an unorthodox play. They go for a bit of a quicker push, stick as a pack, and see if they can isolate fights. They get 2, but unfortunately Big already.
Yeah, superior weaponry making a big difference. We're not totally done yet, though. NQZ's got other ideas, pushing a little close here. So they have to be careful with how they clear things. He could also get some good timing if he wants to go round this corner, but he won't, and Tabson beats him. Decently played there to just expect a move coming in. David chilling. In at slant, also got to be cleared properly and expected. The utility not going to do too much to him, but again, it is Tabson to deal, so Big looking clinical.
Yeah, so far, sharp. It's good to see. There's a big amount of times that an issue that's plagued them is they've been a little bit slow to get online. We've even seen them when they've been kind of moving in towards a little bit more of the online tier 2 Counter-Strike. Still the same issues have plagued them, but they're just looking good. They were ready for that, guns up, and they expected there might be a bit of a gimmick that comes through, and they're ready to fight. So fair play. A lot of teams get caught off guard by a bit of a quicker CT side push like that. Heading towards round number 3, not a lot Pain can bring to the table. We got a few deagles, which is, it's okay. Ball expectations, this to be a simple third on the board. So on your own map pick, on the T side of Ancient, getting a nice little foundation built up. Good to see for Big. This Pain side can be difficult to break down and can be difficult to slow down, but if you don't let them get going, well, that's a perfect way to make life uncomfortable for the Brazilians. Of course, off the back of their pretty incredible run at Austin, they're a side that a lot of people are looking towards, saying, well, can they go back to back, right? Can we see this Pain side start to become a real, you know, maybe even like a playoff team, right? In a sense, and start making deep runs in tournaments as a bit more of a regular basis.
Gonna find themselves a clear B bomb site here. So, should be there around momentarily. Let's see if there's any kills to come round for Pain. Thus far, not the most enthralling of rounds, but yeah, I think you raise a good conversation around Pain and what do we look for from this team? You know, is there still a hype behind them? Was it a little fluky maybe?
Sure.
It also ended up with like the easiest quarter.
Yeah.
In a way. Although they did well to win there, I don't think many people expected them to take it in the fashion that they did. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of quietly behind. They've got a couple of exciting pieces within this team, but I think there's still a little to be desired. Team kill there from Hyped, by the way. So that's a needless death, perhaps. And Crimbo goes down to the bottom. So more damage than I think Pain really expected there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. For Big, this is now the true test from them. Gun's going to come through for Pain, and fortunate team kill slips in, but for the most part, it's okay. NQZ in towards the AWP. Hype does one on the flip side. Tabson just rocking at the Galil. A little bit expensive, so it does force bits of reinvestment, but for the most part, you still consider this a bonus round for Big. What have they got for us? Smoke Molly Nade combo, the classic shelf presence dropped by Pain, and we'll chip JDC down to just above half. And you see in that orb. Right idea, right find as well. Tabs on the cross, quick flick, and the opener. Well, the Brazilians' first gun round starts well.
Yeah, looking good. Keen start. Going to need to capitalize on this now, and this is where we often see Big struggle a little, is, you know, figuring out how to get back into a round when their initial game plan has gone south. So some of the creativity and flexibility that's lacking from time to time, maybe going to have to see it here. DGT with a nice easy swing off the back of the flash, and 5-on-3 like this, I mean, you don't expect them to take it. There is a world in which this Big side decide to save. There's a lot of damage done through the spam there. It's unfortunate that they don't convert either of those kills. But maybe if they do give this a good go, that would benefit them.
Slow roll in towards mid of 35 seconds. On a 3 versus 5. I mean, what do we actually do here for Big? It looks like a group up and finish towards B. I mean, we can see with the benefit of the minimap that that's probably not going to be a good call. There's 3 players here, and they're deeply ingrained in towards this setup. In comes the Uto. Smoke down short, Molly behind it as well. JDC needs to get out and plant, but even that might be a bit of a big arse. They do get the site itself, so plant is a luxury they're given here. But not an opener. Height, he had to get that shot. JDC, Crimbo both fold like wet paper, and that'll be Pain finding their first. It's flawless, no less as well. Hyped, he had to hit that shot. That's the make or break in that post plan. When he falls, it all falls apart.
Yes, I think it really would have slowed them down. They have to deal with him. But because he goes down, everyone just bursts forwards and is super, super confident. And do not let that cute little face fool you. One of the deadliest players on this squad.
Sure.
Certainly one of the loudest as well. You watch Snow in the interviews and he's quite nice. And there you go, you know, you see it a little bit. Little Rottweiler energy to him.
He's got that sort of energy about him that can be quite infectious as well. Hence why I think they like playing with him, right? I mean, when he gets fired up, so does everybody else as well. DGT Crosshair was trading on the right position. That's Bigu for the first. JDC will trade, and JDC makes it 2 as well. Thompson will add to the tally. Nice little elbow push coming through from Big. That'll give them mid control. This is a good spot now. Snow, we were just talking about him. The youngster. We need a bit of heroics here. Numbers don't favor them, so he's got to find some form. The babyface killer gets in behind for 1, and he gets out as well. Nade'll bound around that corner to soften up Hype. Paid him a chance. They brought this back level.
Yeah, big find. And really well played as well by Snow to not just overface and give the kill back. Take it later on in the round. The AWP is here quite quickly. Maybe spotted? Tabson with a small jump peek. I think might just have seen him, or a shadow, something along those lines. They seem not to be facing to Temple, right? Just don't give the chance across. Tabson with a little check. It's going to come down to this donut player to just play the bomb. Kit available for Snow. Not a lot of time left now. Tabson takes a swing, spots the edge. That is great timing. He will reveal himself, of course, but Snow knows as soon as he crosses, he is vulnerable to Donut, and he just does not want to take the chance. Hype not making any noise at all. Will take it eventually when he feels the job is done. A big find from Big, and it's this man right here, JDC. He was actually so damn good. We caught him at EEC a couple weeks ago, and he was farming in some of those games, so not necessarily the most unlikely player, but they signed him to be a bit more of a star, and it wasn't really his typical role.
Yeah.
Maybe he can fit into that. We'll see.
Yeah, the real issue when you look towards Big is that, you know, it's so sick to see JDC do so well. He's such a good player. I mean, we've been kind of watching this guy since the Miles NXT days, right? And it's awesome to see the career that he's had so far. The issue that I have with it is that I don't think JDC should be the star. If JDC's like your second best rifler, this team's cooking. But same with Crimba, right? Second or third best player, super, super sick to see. The fact that they require him to put up numbers, same with Crimbo, is there then was a little bit of a worry. And this is sort of where we thought when Rigon came in towards the team, he'd also bolster that up, right? It's 3 different assets and kind of facets of firepower where they can kind of get going. But you're right, JDC, he's so clinical and has been recently. David, you need to be careful here. He's creeping through the smoke, and he actually gets away with a kill. Looks for a second, which he delivers on. Oh, David makes it 3. How in God's name has he got away with the first? Never mind 3 here as DGT will nail one of his own. Down goes QB, down go Big. And Hype left in a 1 versus 5, a non-existent chance here in round number 6. All off the back of Navadeus' prowess. That is a monstrous round from him.
Hype just looking to survive now. And he might just get away with that. 30 seconds to kind of sit here and hold the angle. But yeah, pain. Definitely needed that, I think. 4 rounds already on the T side from Big. If they were to hit a 5th and break the bank once again, it would have been a really, really scary looking half.
Yeah.
So the backbreaker round is indeed stopped. A little bit of a reversal in from Payne. Hyped is still just chilling here. Yeah, they're going to give him the gun. No need to feed the AWP, so to speak. They need the money themselves. So that is a silver lining, but ultimately Payne taking the round and an opportunity to gap close.
Yeah, that is so well done from him. 3 kills, isolated perfectly. You know, Big had crept their way through here, and it felt like it could have been a little bit precarious, but a little bit tilter. One man's antics. So Big are going to call for a timeout as they, again, just want to slow things down. They're still in a pretty decent spot. It's also a perfect moment for Strunk to get onto the mic if he needs to as well. Just instill a little bit of confidence over towards this side. They're not under pressure. They don't need to worry right now. They're still doing okay, right? As long as we've got this lead and we can keep building upon it in this first half, it's fine. But it's more about, can we keep it? Payne are showing these moments. And you look towards the buy they got around, that saved AWP as well. Doesn't really get a lot of support here, unfortunately. It's a double Galil setup, which Crimbo... You sell that? Yeah, it looks like he sold. Okay, so you can opt for a Deagle instead as he wants to prioritize util. So 1 Galil for JDC and an AWP. So as JDC and Hyped have got to a lot of heavy lifting in this round. They'd love a bomb plan. That would, at least short term, give them a little bit of security, but it's not a nice spot. You lose this round if you're big, Pain going to tie the game up.
Yeah, the Crimbo move definitely speaks to like an execute, prioritizing bomb plant, etc. So we'll see what that looks like. Tabson maybe making a bit of noise there. I think that would have been audible. Molotov comes in, smoke behind it. It's going to be a wait here, folks, for sure, if we are to see an A execute. But with that smoke coming in, they think otherwise. A reposition here. Still lacking a little, but they got the 2 smokes, so that gives them options to go to a lot of different places now. JDC out mid with the Galil. We'll get it down towards mid. What's the game plan here? I think footsteps have been heard pushing B. Slowly looking at Donut. Got to be careful, though. It's a 2-man Donut setup, so trying to overwhelm the one player with your strong-ish weapons is just not going to work there. Straight in towards Red Room, meanwhile. They are ready for that. Biguzera finds one. Not taking the peak here. Really well played from Pain. Only 20 seconds left as well, and they know that there's absolutely no control for Big, so they have to go somewhere. They have to find one of these difficult choke points if they are to get the bomb plant. And Pain have played it, honestly, to perfection, I think. No overfaces, really well disciplined.
Yeah, they know as well that they can kind of play in pairs. Super well done. DGC will go down. So that is a recovered AK, and it looks like an AK that we kept alive as well. A couple of taps that come through, but that's as good as it gets, unfortunately, for Big. Not what you want to see. Another opening kill from Biguzera there, right? And he's been doing quite a good job of just finding a bit of space, but... Go back to what you're saying. No over faces. I love the way that Pain approached that. They find a kill, they fall back. Rather than what we've seen, this tendency in a way to sort of like find a kill and keep seeing what information you can gather around it. I just say, we'll take the advantage and we'll just sit on top of that. So that recovered AK for Crimbo. And still the AWP in play as well, but a tough predicament and a nice nade that bounds round ramp as Hyped and JDC will engulf it. Biguzera, again, that open that we spoke about. Gets the kill, gets out. Head firmly on his shoulders. He knows he doesn't need to fight. Hyped will find a kill, sure, but numbers still favor that of Pain here. And up close, his crossfire is deadly. Snow finds 2. He looks for a third as well. He runs out of ammo. So Biguzera opens and closes that one. And the door on the lead for Big as this game is tied up.
Man, I mean, looking tight, you know. The early rounds were a bit tough. Pistols can ultimately be a bit random. Don't mean to take them down to their very derivative nature, but sometimes that is how it goes. And once the guns have come out, once the rounds have gotten a little tougher and more important, you might argue, Pain have looked very, very good here. And little bits of emotion in places. Crimbo feels like very much his own man, very much his own player at times. So they have to keep him in the right headspace. We've got a fast B coming in, and they have found a beautifully isolated B bomb site. That's the AWPer alone, mind you. So absolutely no backup for the rush. And with that, they have lost all the control of B. I mean, I don't know how they would really get back in here, to be honest. This is not looking good.
Surely you give it a look, though, right? You've just got the money. Why not? Also, you heard Tech 9s on that drive-by. Test them. You know, Money's in a little bit of a feeble spot. Flash around that corner, but it looks like that bomb starts to tick and we creep towards the 10-second mark. They're angling just to keep them engulfed in this site, so that exits is all they really gather. And be good for the stats, and sure, it'll still make life a little expensive, especially with dropping the AWP, guys. This could be a little funky. Everyone goes down. So I guess for Pain, they can take that in towards the next, but a nice response from Big. And they reclaim the lead off the back of a sort of a nothing round, right? Tech 9's on the drive-by. But yeah, completely catching NQZ. Pants round his ankles. He had nowhere to go. And he had no support. That's one of the few times as well that we've seen Pain not have that AWP supported. They've normally been playing, you know, at least one in towards long, somebody in around cubby or whatnot. The one time they change it up a little bit, it hurts them.
Yeah. Kind of just mental as a concept, to be honest. You know, they really thought it was going to be A, I suppose. But they are back with a vengeance. DGT, aggressive through the smoke, finds the first. That'll be the B bomb site, completely isolated for Big now. So getting a taste of their own medicine. NQZ tracking, following the flying Crimbo. And we'll pluck him out of the air. Bit of duck hunting here to start the day. Payne looking good for number 5.
Oh. Oh, he shoots on the nade. He had the right idea, but now this will give NQZ the angle. Doesn't move his way forward. He's alone here. Bomb on his back. And that smoke's about to fade too. That's the only thing that becomes increasingly concerning. If they had made a push through ramp, which it felt like for a brief moment that DGT and Snow were tempted by, it could have been wraps already. But still, 3 versus 5, 35 seconds. They've basically got to commit towards B here. Molotov couldn't have been timed better.
Spam is close, but not quite good enough. They will now start to rotate the entire team around. So, telegraph B hit here. Surely gets flattened. Surely nothing coming. And they know they've heard the boost up. No need to swing it. Again, super discipline from Payne. And Big will be forced away. So, Payne's still looking good. Still very consistent with the rifles. They fell flat. Kind of got a bit unlucky based on the call, even if it was sort of a wacky call. Like, the exact thing they didn't want to happen happened. So, very competitive game all the same. And you have to think, yes, it's 5-5, but it was a 4-1 scoreline, thanks to the pistol in particular from Big. So, it doesn't paint the full picture here.
No, not at all. Super sort of back and forth since the guns have come into play, but I think the main thing is still that, I think, you know, in the way you were kind of talking about there, the full picture not being painted, is that momentum actually still feels pretty good for Payne, right? You know, they've been putting a lot of pressure. They're forcing Big into a lot of saves. They're making them feel quite uncomfortable when they have rifles in play. And that's probably why we've gone for the second tac timeout. Take a breather here. Scrunk re-enters the conversation briefly. But they want to close out this half in a positive way. They can get a couple of rounds just to seal the deal before heading in towards their CT side. That'll be good for Big. Payne. Pressure being kept on. Feels like they're still in charge despite this game being level.
Yeah, it's one of those weird scorelines, isn't it, where there's a bit more nuance to it.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I don't think that Big or Payne are going to be bothered about how they get the rounds, just so long as they get them and eventually win the map. Molotov comes in, David forced out into the open. No one near enough to take a clean fight against him, but they have won the day at mid here, so see what Big can do with it.
Making a move here. What boost, which I like. Oh, it's so unfortunate. He got so tunnel visioned in there because there was a couple of pixels of hyped peek around that corner. And speaking of, the devil, he'll step up as DGT gets caught as that smoke breaks open. Opening double. Go in the way of Big. But an answer back from David brings it somewhat doable once again. They're going to wind down this clock, the German side. And they're moving straight towards NQZ. This is worrying on the cross here. Oh, it's a dink as well from the pistol, no less.
For goodness sake, absolutely ridiculous. NQZ frightened off. He's still sticking around here, though. 3 HP the difference. Just trying to buy some time and space for his teammates to come in, but it's not enough. Snow broken on the first, and he will get traded out. JDC with a hell of a round there. And really well found from Big. A few unforced errors. It was a friendly, I think, self smoke break in at middle, and that was kind of the moment that changed things. Yeah, I do believe DGT broke it himself, so yeah, going to be kicking themselves a little bit here on the Payne side of things. It looked good for a moment, but Big have just slowly chipped them away.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a cut in that round specifically, a couple of opportunities that go awry. The boost, for example, really good idea, but tunnel vision on the wrong player. You see in the flames, don't want to be sticking around there. He was tempted by a push forward, and that's where we're maybe getting a little flustered here, Payne, a little panicked. Really wanting to sort of force things, and against Big, you can't afford to do that. They will punish you, as we've just seen. Just a pixel being held here by DGT. Nothing on offer just yet. Big are so happy to whittle down this clock and play at this sort of slow tempo, because it does force Payne, and it has in a few times made them overface and overfight. And well, look at this, for example. There's the first. JDC gifted a freebie, and he has support of two of the players around him as well. Thompson might take the onus in the next fight. One in which he can't win, but still quick trade. So, Payne falling into the traps that Big are setting, and it's working well for the German side.
I don't know. Again, like 4 in at middle, and then they just didn't quite commit. Left that one guy out on an island, and there's no one around to trade. Like, it was indecisive and just not quite enough belief in the move. I think if they kept going, they could have got the trades cleanly, but not the case. So, as you see, Big have got 1 to the good in the ascendancy here. Hyped. Oh, nearly gets the timing. NQZ on the shotgun AWP. However, get it all done. Oh, man, they have not considered him at all. 3 shots, 3 kills, Hyped alone against the world. His shadow now spotted and surely taken out. He will be. Oh, man, NQZ, what a hold.
Wow, well played, man. He's had some moments as well throughout this map, and that is a pretty special one. They needed somebody just to shut down that presence, and Big have been looking scary moving through round. That time not to be. We've got a game on our hands here, but before we can continue it, we've got a little break. We'll see you soon.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
It's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome back. What a half to start as well. These two sides are level. 6-all in Ancient. Big's map pick, but a real back and forth approach. We were sort of building this narrative a little bit, Scriv. At the tail end of that first half, that whilst the scorelines remained even, you got to look back at how it was, what, 4 out of the first 5 rounds for Big. When guns came in play, Pain actually looked slightly better. So maybe ever so slightly advantage in their core, but we'll have to see. A pistol round to kickstart the second half could be a real early indicator.
Julie's set up, ready to go. It looks like JDC will spot one, smoke immediately down. This splits the attack. The Julies have gone pushing in. They're not afraid to fly through the cave smoke. God, this is such a mess. Hyped manages to find a kill out front. This is going all over the place. DGT trying to charge in with the rest of the squad.
Hang on.
And they do manage to thin the numbers. The HPs look a little worse for wear. A tap onto the bomb as well to just try and draw any stragglers towards them, but there's no one in close vicinity. NQZ now going to realize this, and I think it's confirmed the location of both of them in at that CT area. They will now start pushing forwards. There's a kit available on the site. QB with no armor, so going to just have to find the headshots quick kit. The Glocks advantageous up close. Few missed shots from Snow, though, and he will be punished for that. NQZ going to have to clutch things up here. Julie's retrieved, charging forward. Smoke goes down, and the headshot lands. Kit retrieved. Not needed as the defuse comes in nicely.
Just like that, man. It was so close. I thought for a brief moment, Pain, when they brought it back level into that 2 versus 2, that they actually had a bit of a chance there. NQZ and Snow tried to set themselves up, but they were sort of caught in 2 minds of, do we play full post plant or do we commit towards the fight? And because of that, opportunity's given over when NQZ falls as well. Settled. Nice work. Big. Still putting pressure on themselves and proving just how clean they can be in these early part of the halves, right? The pistol rounds and the 4 spies looking really, really solid. Galil's out. 4 Pain is as good as it gets. Double Deagle required for Bigazera and Davideus. So firepower advantage towards Big. Still can't play these sort of rounds too comfortable though. JDC in particular needs to be a little careful. Back turned. Only a minuscule amount of damage.
Spam through from Crimbo. Nothing found. A lot of tension in these rounds, I think, for the first map. You know, you'd maybe expect Ancient to move a bit quicker, but not really been the case on this game. Especially compared to a couple that we've had so far on the B stream. Some really, really, really thick and fast Ancients happening. So, a lot of pressure and a lot of weight. I think both teams kind of realize that Nuke is potentially an unpredictable map for both of them, right? It's not as clear how that is going to go.
I guess in a sense, though, this is a map that was quite predictable and so far not going as predicted. Oh, what a swing. What a fine 2 there for Tabson, and he takes both. Davideus and DGT line up, but the Deagle still causing issues as Bigazera now in the back lines. Tabson needs to be a little careful. Doesn't support. JDC up close, and he swings in for a second. Leaves it all down to 1 man. Bigazera got to lead by example. 1v3, turn 1v2. But 10 seconds, what do we do from here? Thankfully for him, the smoke has faded, but Big do not need to peek. And for Bigazera, it's about can he save? Nice shots. And it won't make a difference. Best he can do is keep hold of an M4. It's 3 kills to his name. But another round for the German side.
Ultimately looking good. I think maybe finding this second half slightly easier to get control of. And again, it's a question of where their individuals sit for me. Tabson in particular looks clean. And I think that he is someone that is going to have to lead from the front for this team to just sort of get them going. This, of course, is a lower bracket game, so not the best of starts for both of these teams. Pain against Liquid, maybe expected to win that one given Liquid's recent form. FaZe for Big is tough, to be fair. Always going to be hard playing against FaZe.
QB. On that little crack angle. Got to do a lot here. It's been a quiet game from him, but look to him primarily on the CT side, and there's 2-4, and given chance of the reload as well, and a reposition. They're still swinging, and they're all dropping like flies, one by one. QB lining them up, dropping them down. He looks for another, who will be caught by the Deagle, but a quick trade, a quick find, only the 1 kill. A nice 9th on the board for Big, and they're inching closer and closer. The second half started exactly the same way that the first did, more or less, where when guns are not really in play for Pain, they're not looking that scary, for being frank. But it's this gun round, the next one that comes through in round number 16. This is the real test. If Big can overcome this, the map basically should be theirs.
Yeah, try and deny any kind of a start for Pain in this second half. We got the run boost out as QB goes flying, but there's no one on the business end of it, unfortunately, so we don't really get to see it in action. The A bomb site is indeed the right choice here, as it's weaker defended. Just the AWP in Donut, easily smokable if they play things correctly here, and they will indeed work their way out. Mid pressure doesn't quite work. Molotov will slow the plan, so there is that at the very least. Should buy some time for the rotations to come in, but it is going to be a full retake required here on it.
Yeah, best of luck here. This is going to be a bit awkward. I'm going to boot stop 1, 2. Just leave NQZ up here. I mean, he can basically play no contact. Swing is sort of a last-ditch effort. Smoke towards main by JDC. That is an attempt to cut off 1, and actually gets 2 for it as well. And this way, then NQZ might get caught in a little bit. Time's starting to tick, and he will deliver with 1. A quick trade on towards the big man of JDC. It's who you want to be finding. He's looking for more, but it's only damage, as Tabson's going to get 2. On the bomb, they line up for Snow, and the youngster should have sealed it, and he has. He spams through the smoke. Down goes Hyped. And noise being made by Pain. They know they are right back in contention for this map.
Yeah, really big find from them. The retake setup on A does not quite work out. Just not enough control, not enough time. It's very fast, it's very panicked. Tabson does his best. But the plan is just too hard to beat with like 7 seconds left as soon as they get onto the site, you know? Really not enough breathing room to work with. And there you are. Those are the types of rounds that a team like Pain are going to turn into absolute gold. Maybe now a streak of rounds as well would be nice, would be helpful in the game of Counter-Strike. Still a decent enough buy back from Big, but as you can see, this is a full spend for them, and there's a couple bits missing.
Yeah. Looks like a double play here by Big for Red Room Control. Not committed to the fight, though. It's probably the smart call. I have no idea who is posted. Rimbo. Going to be tested momentarily. Will he expect close left? You hope so. One at range, one up close as well. Could be a bit of a deadly combo, but Big is there just not expecting the second. The fact that they both get out of there alive as well is huge for Big Clan, and now they've got a chance to just use the numbers in their favor.
David looking for a way in. Smokes at every turn. So not really ideal. Pain are now the ones struggling for ideas, and really, really difficult comeback into this round. They're lacking utility. Put a lot into mid and we're hoping for control via that. But again, there is a gap. Again, Big have maybe left a space. Pain have looked to abuse it. 1 up on the boost, completely unchecked. NQZ is miles ahead of the rest of the pack as well. So trades are not clean here. It's down to just Snow. He's got to clutch up, or maybe just gets the plant in. As JDC had given the space across to try and deny that, but he just charges in with the MP9. What nerf, he says. Double digits now for Big.
Getting close, bit by bit. Vibes seem very good over towards Big as well, you can see. My God, this is getting dicey for the Pain side. I still have these worries in a way for them in terms of consistency. Don't know what he's saying, but it sounds good. Things are in a decent spot for Big. Pain, I'm assuming this pauses them, right? Yeah, and it is their first tactical timeout. Better late than never, but they're actually in quite an uncomfortable spot now. You look over towards that right-hand side, and money isn't exactly flourishing over towards the T side. So a difficult predicament for them, where you probably want to go for maybe like a hero investment here, but a half buy overall, and full buying towards the next. And that'll actually be changed back to back. They're going to go for their third and final. I think they realize just how good of a spot they're in. And if they can get this next one, the pressure put on that Brazilian side could be considered insurmountable. So very, very close now.
Yeah, Payne, for me, I think needed that round if we were to start the conversation of the comeback and everything. I think now they have to really defy the odds. That was sort of the balance of momentum. They could decide to shift it in their favor, but now, yeah, going to have to go up against it, an uphill battle for sure. And that is a lot to ask, again, on a map that they're not super experienced on, not loads to draw from. I'm going to go for a half buy here and not take anything super risky. So we'll have to see. Early utility out from both sides, of course, as is the run of things here on Ancient in CS2. But where is that bomb going? What's the plan for that? Lots of utility available, kind of. Lots of Molotovs available. Only the one smoke remaining, so they're just going to have to go charging in here, I would assume. We'll see what they can find off the back of it. Tabson up close, is insanely blind, but he's got some assistance. Crimbo's here. And Crimbo is one of those uncovered players. The Molotov eventually spreads to him, but it's too little, too late. JDC holding the line as he rotated in, and a big three-piece for him. It falls flat.
Yeah, honestly, Big, right place, right time, just having the numbers there towards the B site. I thought when Tabson goes down full blind, things could be a little bit unpredictable, but thankfully just the support is so good. Crimbo gets kind of unfortunate in the flames not to get a third, but JDC on recovery. Nice work. So, Payne, in a spot like that, you kind of don't have a lot of choices. I don't mind the Tech-9 play. Big won a really important round in their first off on a similar sort of buy, so they're trying to fight fire with fire, but it does not work out. Big find themselves 2 rounds away now. And more or less, this is the make or break. Round number 19. If Payne do not find this, they are surely done. And it doesn't start well as Big as Era gets caught by QB, spam through that smoke. And another for him as well as QB finds Davideus. If you lose this Payne, your money is shattered. And aid round the corner, it actually clips the wall, unfortunately. That would have really damaged Snow.
Yeah, it could have been a big help. They are on a slow flank here. Not going to have a lot of time, but DGT looking to meet them. Oh, Big, the stars aligning for this move. Unless DGT can deny. I think he spotted the second as well. JDC does get that trade. Now in from Donut. Snow's got to stop them, and he can't. It's all going to be down to NQZ. It's incredibly tight here. They've got to get on the bomb, like, right now. So maybe a well-placed bullet here from NQZ could change everything, but on the AWP, it's not the weapon that you want. And he cannot select the target. Big will find 12, and Payne continue to fumble.
Yeah, that's massive. And as well, while we've got this intermediary break before what is most likely the final round of the map, my resident German translator, wonderful observer Jonas, told me that earlier when we didn't know what Tabson was saying, but we said the vibes felt high. He said, God, I'm so sick of getting all these kills. So they're really loving life, having fun with it. Tabson not looking too shabby himself. Everybody feels like they're having their moment in the spotlight as well. Only hyped really on the more quieter side, but QB gonna get caught. Big Azera. One IGL can do well, so can he. We know he's a man who can put up numbers, and they need it. Map point Big, an opener, but a bomb plot might be hard to get. Tabson spamming the smoke. Same with that cross from Donut, but ineffective so far.
Yeah, no bomb plant. They are waiting. They are waiting, aren't they? Look at David on the map. Can he get himself into a strong position? Maybe. The Donut push forwards, though. We like this. Trying to retake the A-bomb site before the bomb's even been planted. Now David's even bigger. Oh, no! Any missteps, maybe made a noise, maybe Crimbo just got lucky. It's hard to say, and Big Uzera the next to fall. Really well played from Big in the end there, as they will continue mounting those A retakes and looking good while doing so. Payne just no ideas for the T side at all.
Yeah, Payne fell so unbelievably flat as well. Just one round they picked up on the T side there. We knew, though, coming in towards this series, that was a punish pick of a map, though. We knew it's not a great one for Payne. We knew it has been a map which is basically Big's perma pick, or it's up there, right? You know, it's one of their more played maps and one of their more consistent openers to a series, and they looked so unbelievably strong. So, real credit to them. You know, you've got to praise people like your JDCs, but Tabsu and Crimbo also had their moments too. And even like, you know, you look towards QB, for example, he started so unbelievably slow. I'm pretty sure he came in towards the second half 4-11, I think it was. Ended up picking up the slack a little bit, looking much more solid on that CT side. So signs actually look very, very solid for Big. Sure, the next map very much still up in the air, and we don't really know what to expect out from Payne in terms of a response, but all we can take away from that is that Payne looked clean, got really nice moments, and I don't know, maybe Payne, Payne kind of on that kind of back foot, and Big Stage 2 is still a bit of a dream that might be realistic.
Yes, very much so. We do feel a little weird about the nuke pick in particular from Payne, so there better be a game plan for this one, right? Like, it did feel, you know, Dust or Inferno might have been a bit more of a solid pick, and then you have Nuke as like the decider, maybe, as that middle ground. But, you know, it's hard to say. Maybe they have come in to Cologne with a fresh Nuke, you know? It's always very difficult to sort of say, and we'll see here, I suppose. But ultimately, for me as well, Big, especially into that second half, especially on their CT side, I think that they look like a really, really well-drilled team. Payne had some nice moments. They too have a decent CT end with some good aggression and whatnot, but when it comes to, you know, sort of putting it together and trying to pick Big apart, they really did struggle, you know, getting the bombs down, playing those post plants. It often is where a weaker map falls flat, to be fair, but all the same, there just really wasn't a lot there. And it felt like they had a couple advantages, a couple that they should have converted, but Big were able to regain control and win it out with only a few seconds left and things like this. So really, really, really small differences and the nuance of the game going the way of Big, which is kind of what you would expect.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to look back at, you know, you touched on it, that second half in particular, just where things fell so flat for Payne. That's a worrying sign. Not being able to put up anything on your C side on a map which is ultimately quite puggy in its nature as well. Sometimes you just brute force your way to a little bit of success, right? Where you're kind of saying, right, let's just play this as it is a pug. Let's send it in towards the fight to see if we can overwhelm. But credit to Big, they kept stepping up to the occasion. I thought their map control was absolutely excellent as well. Played off each other brilliantly. They were adaptable on the fly as well, which is really good to see. That means you're looking back at something that actually has been a real talking point for Big in terms of calling and mid-round calling in particular, where it's been a little on the weaker side. Shows that all of that seems to be getting fixed and leveled a bit here. So all signs are looking pretty solid for the Germans. With Nuke coming up next as well, it's also a map in which they have played. I mean, this is the real difficult thing when it comes towards Big, is that they play every map in the pool, obviously bar Overpass, but I'm sure with due time, that's going to be something that's brought in towards this side, as they've done quite a lot. They test a lot of these maps in the online realm as well in Tier 2 and get fairly decent understanding and familiarity as well with them. So I think for this tournament, sure, might be their perma, but it means that no matter wherever else other teams go, they're going to have a bit of a tough time. At least there's going to be reps there for Big. So an interesting one. I mean, we look at these stats as well from JDC. He was absolutely fantastic. 22 and 11, 107 ADR as well. We'll always say at JDC, being the hero of this side, sometimes can see as a good thing. Sometimes you maybe want another person as a star rifle, and him being that second best would make this team super solid. But JDC, he's given tough roles in a sense of, we need you to step up. And more often than not, he does. So it's great to see. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gents. When we are back, it's Payne's map pick. It's Nuke up next to see whether they can stay alive here in the series, and Cologne. We'll see you soon.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
That's the shot. Oh, fuck. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
We are so back.
Are we?
Look at that smile. I've missed that smile, Justin. Apologies are in order.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I did overhear that.
Russell Twists Van Solken.
No, then we're cool, man. I meant.
Let's not forget Gigabot, Rasmus Hooksy Hoyland. He's gonna get what's coming to him.
No, bro, I thought you meant yourself.
Come again?
Justin's got to be done at tier 1, man.
It's gotta be Jova. It's over now.
The way G2 ended and the way that this one ended, it's over.
Mate, you're on FlyQuest.
The one person who had faith in me, and you betrayed me.
Come on, Justin. Mate, I was just having a laugh, mate. Jesus. Tough crowd. All right. Next. Now let me guess. Your mates betrayed you, and literally nobody has faith in you anymore.
Well, it's certainly not simple.
This better be the last one.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for map number 2, of course, between Big and Payne. First one, it started pretty competitive, kind of back and forth. A little bit of aggression from Payne, finding success on that CT side of Ancient, but once Big swapped over to their CT side, they kind of took over the game. The retake's super clean, and Payne just never really got going. This is now the pick of Payne. We come in with a question mark and a confused look on our faces because we're not quite sure that this was maybe the safest route they could have gone, but perhaps they've got a point to prove here with this pick.
Yeah, it's also a map. I mean, you can see from the stats there, it's a map that Payne like picking into a lot. Just kind of when I was building up a narrative, I just felt there was maps that maybe Big look a little weaker on. And also maps in which Payne, there's a lot of tape on, I think is the other thing for them, right? So that's probably where I'm kind of coming in towards this with them. The only issue is, and it's what we've already sort of built up, is that there's not really easy angles to take on Big. They play basically all the maps in the pool right now, bar the Overpass. But like we said, I'm sure in due time, that'll be brought in towards the pool for them. They're a side who have rocked all 7 maps in the pool before. But then you got to look at Payne, and I think probably the way Payne are approaching it, I can kind of respect it in a sense, saying, I don't care what the opposition think. I'm playing for me. I'm playing for what my strength is. So let's see how that works out for them. We are underway and towards map number 2 here to stay afloat, and it's Crimbo 4, the first being tested in towards ramp, and a quick trade from NQZ. He crossed as he jiggle peeked away. That'll cost him his life. Hyped up close as well, gets cleared with ease.
A couple guys getting caught off here by what seemed to be clear audibles to me. So a little strange to see. Man advantage has become even here. Up in the air, JDC opens up single, but nobody moving on the Payne side of things. They are as yet to confirm that bomb, right? So they don't really want to take the chance on it. NQZ, meanwhile, his patience pays off. And the bomb is going to slowly move away and try and go towards A, while the defense is coming down towards B. So this is looking pretty good here for Payne. NQZ just needs to stay alive as long as possible, and he's played his part perfectly so far. If he gets one more, it's a brilliant round out from him. He's just keeping them distracted. Really no trouble at all, as the bomb will slowly get planted upstairs. QB is going to be around, but JDC in the 1v1 downstairs. He loses it. It's QB left to clutch. He's immediately gooshed out, and he will fall very quickly indeed. So Payne with a nice little mid-round there.
Yeah, that's what they need as well, Payne. Coming towards your map pick, set the tone nice and early, right? Just make sure that there isn't that lingering loss sort of brewing still on the mind from map number 1. Shrug it off immediately, start well, start confidently, and that's where you want to see things. So really well played, really well done. And left no doubts in our mind how simple that one felt. Big, no real buy for them. They're not going to go for the forcing towards the CT. So I do like where we're at the moment. Payne of a chance of the second. They can springboard themselves to security in the early part of this T side, and being it on the T side is ultimately very important. I like the little train maneuver we got by Big. All 5 moving together. You got nothing to lose, so I guess ultimately why not?
Snow's going to meet them if he's not careful. Oh, okay. Little bait step. I think maybe they've seen this round before, as he is just ready and waiting for a move to come through secret at this point in time, but he's also not crossing the threshold, so kind of fair enough, taking it slowly here, as Payne do not want to take any chances, and Big are not going anywhere, man. They are just stood committed to this little stack.
I do love this little setup. They're still very nervy about the potential of somebody just popping up from somewhere around on the A side, but they now know that they can plant safe and securely. They've got to know they're all gambled now towards the lower side. They have to. There's no other place they can be. And the question is for Big, is there any play for consolations at the end, or is it a play of let's just not give them any kill bonus or anything of the sort? Let's just stay alive, save the stats a little bit. Sometimes as well, you know, it's not the most uncommon thing in the world. See Mac 10s in rounds like this. Do you want to feed them? Do you want to give them that kill bonus? There's always the risk you have to weigh up a little bit. It looks like they're going to go for a late play towards lobby and see whether anybody exits that way. But unfortunately, for Big, that won't be the case. Big are the last remaining around, and as with the rest of them, exit out towards garage. So what we like to call a unicorn round, a rarity. No fights, everybody survives, and basically not an actual bullet shot at anybody, really. So, a rarity, we see one of those. Big, they go for a gamble. They stay down towards the lower site, hoping that they head towards B. They don't. It happens. That's a 2-0 for Payne. So, one that we have to just watch as the clock tick down. We're back into the bye, though. Rifles out for Big, so the true test for Pain back on this T-side, of course. We'll mention it again, Pain's T-side was woeful on Ancient. Only the one round they picked up, so let's see if that'll continue to be the same narrative.
It's a good question. QB trained in behind Tabson, meanwhile downstairs looking to at least gather information, and I suppose it'll be the lack of information that he gets here that will help the team. So the A player is going to be very ready for some sort of a move towards them. JDC hidden away at the vent. It's a spooky little angle. Oh man, he just misses out on that second. QB trying to buy time now. Hype's come in on the rotation, unable to find a kill, but QB looking good. Tabson charges through. It's absolute chaos here on the A site. Super low HP bars. The nade finds Tabson. And a stiff breeze to kill these remaining two, to be honest. Pain still have the upper hand in terms of the control. The bomb wasn't spilled. They do well to hold on to it, and that one extra bullet through the smoke could have made all the difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, though, as much as Big are reeling and 1 foot in the grave, all it takes is a misstep from Pain, and this round is potentially still on. I don't like the Hype's looking, but it's going to work in his favor. Snow was posted, and then he started to move, so numbers now favor Big. Somehow they might make it work. Who needs HP? 12 for Hyped, 9 as the supporting element. And a 2 versus 2 converted for them. Pain. Oh, man, they just fumbled one that really had some legs behind it. Too many fights given over towards Big, and their first gun round goes well. I'll put a first on the board. I love this from Hype as well, just staying close. Really well done.
If you're hitting your shots, HP doesn't matter so much.
True.
Really great find from Big. Pain still have cash to reinvest, and now they have to dig a little deeper into the strat book, so we'll see what they've got in store. They've got Snow coming in behind with a bit of a play of his own. Oh my goodness. Twist eat your heart out. He will absolutely demolish them there with the mini move, and the final looks just as good. An immediate burst of emotion there from Snow. He loves it. He lives for this, man.
He does. That's such a good way to respond. Big find a grueling close round, and Snow just takes over, and he goes nuclear. Brilliant isolation of fights. Gets the support of his IGL as well, and makes life look so simple. In a series that is far from, we saw all the way through Ancient how complex this one has been developing. The back and forth, the 4D chess being played in the server. Snow holds W and mouse 1, and it nets him a beautiful little 3-piece. The fact that Pain have that to fall back on, the youngster, the individual who can take over, must be such a nice security nowadays. I mean, he's mere pixels away from finding Tabson. Oh, head spotted. A dink will be delivered, but it's not enough for the kill. So unfortunately, Big back into low buy. They're left reeling here. We're not expecting a lot of Big, as they're going to make sure of it. JDC also for sure.
Yeah, just what a round, man. And I think you will feel the reverberations of that for quite a long time, maybe even the rest of the half as we look back. Really great stuff from Pain, and if they can keep pulling out rounds like that, if Snow can keep having moments like that, this could be over quickly. Big yet to impress themselves. They had a very close one with the low HPs, but in terms of dominating, they've had no moments like that. Hyped will go down, bomb will get planted, and this one is in the bag. Is it in the bag flawlessly? Looks like yes. Unless QB with this USP can just go crazy. He's got an AK chibi on the back of it, but not going to happen. So easy stuff for Pain. And now another big round on the cards. I am quietly hopeful here for Big to make this competitive, but I do have a feeling that Pain might start taking over this game.
I mean, at least, right, we're seeing real nice moments from Pain on this C-side, something we just never got to see in towards Ancient. So this already feels a lot more like them. But yeah, I think you're right. You know, we want to see Big respond and make this back and forth, but So far, Payne looking so clean. It might be the narrative for the majority of the first half for Nuke. So, down towards outside, and there's nobody there to stop him. He's got now a lot of information to work with. DGT tries a bold move, and one that doesn't pay off. QB finds him trying to sneak through that smoke. His lurking presence, though, Snow. That's a sort of kill there that makes or breaks a round. If he finds that, it opens up the B-side as a possibility, or just being a lurking presence. But this feels difficult for NQC. Oh, I speak too soon. There's 2 for him out of nowhere.
Okay. Once again, we've got huge moments here as Payne seem to have a few more individuals activating. Big cannot let this slip, man. But NQZ has opened the door, at least started the conversation. Can they make it in, I suppose, is the big question. Crimbo gathering a lot of info here. Could get himself in a good spot as well. If he plays his cards right, they're headed all the way round to heaven, it would seem. Maybe even hell to try and join what little control they have downstairs. But no, it will be the heaven move. It's far too tempting when you have the opportunity to go for it. Especially both players coming in from here as well. Not necessarily ever expected. QB's got his eyes on it softly. Gonna have to nail some silent drops here if they really want to get away with it, but they will give their position away, and in comes Crimbo. Nade doesn't find the kill, so NQZ from behind could be massive. QB gotta be careful with the nade in hand here. He will get taken out by Big Uzera. It's all gone to pot, and Hyped on the AWP. HP doesn't matter. Even the clutch itself doesn't matter. He gets on the ladder, thinks better of it, and he will save. Oh my goodness, 5-on-3 converted for Payne.
Fair play. Ridiculous work. And now look where we're at. Payne starting to pull away, making tough rounds work for them. But Big also looking far from clinical as they were at the tail end of Ancient. Not good signs for Big. Great signs for Payne and for Counter-Strike enjoyers, because the way things are panning out right now, the third map feels inevitable. Big looks so flat. The fact that they're able to turn that round on its head, NQZ, pat on the back for him. This double that he gets to open things back up is so big. And the fact that the nade doesn't find its way round to catch Big's area is huge. I also got to kind of critique QB there. He's dropping his smoke. You've got to wait for it to plume. You can't just assume it's going to be safe there. He's kind of moving backwards, trying to set up a spam rather than holding an open angle. I don't know, man. It's not a good look for QB there. He should be at least aware of that possibility. Gets caught off guard and it opens things up in that post plant. Pause taken. Very, very understandably so as well, you know, for Big. And as we said, they're looking so off their game. We get some level of an investment. A couple MP9s, a couple of upgraded pistols, bits of util around that AWP. But should be Payne finding a 6th, if we're being frank.
Yeah, just severe panic in places for Big. They are better than this, and I think they know it, but letting it get in their heads, Tapson does find an easy one onto Snow, so get red, kid. And he will find himself an AK, but he can't get out of there. And there's a little block in there. There's a little block in there. It is, again, kind of chaotic, but maybe a needless death and some frustration. It is certainly annoying to die in such a fashion. DGT with a clean kill onto Crimbo.
Hyped right there, posted. Oh, I missed shot, gets dinked. Uh-oh. He is left ringing after that one for Hyped, but he's alive. That's all that matters. Are we going to push the smoke here? If DGT does, that's so smart. Yeah, he does. Brilliant. So well played. He's going to keep pushing here. Hyped. I don't think he's going to expect this on timing. Should be a dead man. Is DGT's played that to perfection. The second he drops a smoke after he's dinged him, he knows that he's pulling away. There was the opportunity of another behind it, but QB flanks his own. 2v3 ensues. Advantage still towards Payne. You've mollied yourself there, NQZ.
Yeah.
That is comical.
Yeah, that was a bit silly, mate. But it's okay, because no one from Big is nearby. And I think, probably over. This position from David will force a save out for sure.
But spotted.
Oh, spotted. Can he find him? I don't know. QB.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Gives him that though. He does give it. Again,
for
just
sure.
sort of revealing a bit too much leg there in the end, but getting away from them now. Payne looking really good.
My oh my. Big things going from bad to worse than them, and they keep falling further and further behind. JDC isolating fights on the way out. Oh, that is a lovely little three-piece. It'll be at the cost of his life, but at least individually, John De Castro still sharp as hell. But it doesn't matter. They're 6-1 down. The chances still dwindling, and arguably would have liked to have just kept the AK, if we're being honest as well. Just having that towards the next round could have gone a long way. Yeah, tough predicament, man. I think I probably have to credit that round as well a lot to DGT. I love that move to find hype. This secures everything towards hell as well. You can leave a player in heaven, make the post spawn super secure. You'd love to see it. Back into the bite for big. Hyped with his orb, but it's big as Zera for the first, only briefly as he then gets traded, but information to be worked with here.
Maybe a bit of something. Big absolutely going to need to put a stop to this tear that Payne are on before it gets out of hand, before we start the conversation about map 3 premature. DGT down below. Trying to get a catch, trying to see if anybody unexpectedly comes his way, but not going to be the case here. A minute left on the clock. We got a quick little boost into the rafters. It's a late outside take here from Payne, so something weird to deal with for sure. Hyped is down towards Secret. Could put a stop to this. It's the wider smokes as well, so he's got plenty of real estate to take a few shots at. Just playing the timing, expecting someone to creep in behind him. He is being watchful. They've just crossed into the smoke, so he has completely missed the timing here. Down he will go, and with that, the B bomb site ripe for the taking. DGT is so close to it, so not looking good at all. He's out a lot earlier than they expected. Wins the fight against Crimbo. They still have space to go back up if they want, but this is looking very, very good indeed. JDC correct, and of course remains ever consistent, but still only on 7 kills. Never going to be enough for this team. And I don't know, man, it feels like a save, but in the same vein, you're just so desperate for the rounds.
Yeah, and you start to weigh up these narratives in your mind of saying, at what point is us just saving not enough? At what point should we actually give these a go as sort of a last-ditch effort? But yeah, in this case, it will be more of the same. Keeping hold of those 2 M4s, and another round for Payne. My God. This is a ridiculous scoreline. How flat things have fallen. Can't quite believe it, but Big are showing next to nothing here in their favor. 7-1 the scoreline. And the opposite way of the 2014 World Cup. Payne looking good, feeling good, and Big looking so unbelievably off it on Nuke. So we maybe critique the pick a little bit, but very understandable for Payne. Crimbo stuck between a rock and a hard place. No escape for you, my friend. DGT deletes.
JDC trying desperately to stem the tide here. He's being chased down. Doesn't realize how close they are. Again, another great mechanical movement from JDC, but I think it might just all be in vain. Oh, and look at this. David coming in from behind. The Hunter strikes. And it will be all down to Hyped. He can't do anything once again. Payne are just taking over the map right now.
This is a brutal watch. I mean, you're looking at Payne as well. Everybody's having their moment kind of in the spotlight as well. There's no real kind of one person running away with things statistically. I mean, the difference between the top and the bottom is so minuscule. Same can't really be said over towards Big, though. You're looking at kind of JDC leading the way, and then nobody even remotely close to him. Crimbo on the scoreboard for him. This is tough. A brutal watch as well. You got 2 players in Crimbo and Hype on 2 kills, 3 apiece for QB and Tabson, and JDC, quote-unquote, leading the charge with 8. But this is where we look towards this big side that we talk about. Maybe in a sense where you're looking at individuals like JDC and Crimbo, and you don't want them to be your kind of star players. You want them to be your second best. You need like a hero alongside them. I'm not saying it. Scrunk. Some tough words he has to say to the side here, and I don't even know what you do. How do you dig him out of an 8-1 hole? This looks like this map's a write-off.
Yes, at the moment, I think that is the case. And as we kind of talked about some of the inconsistencies of Big, there are a few maps that I think they just kind of play and go through the motions. It is a really weird spot that this team is in at the moment as well, teetering on the edge of instant invites. So that does mean that there's a bit of grinding to do, as we've talked about. And I'm sure Pain play a very different nuke as compared to TNL, you know, etc., right? They're playing so many different teams, and it can be a bit hard to stay adjusted. And I think Nuke falls into that bracket of going with the flow. We know what we're doing. We've got the basics down. But maybe not as much direct work. Tabson handed a gift as he spams away for the first. However, NQZ gets the gift back, and so the numbers even up.
A present for a present. Molly down secret. I'll keep JDC at bay. Hype. Right idea. Nice find too. DGT has been sort of punishing him quite a lot from that position. This time loses out. So numbers kept for Big and could be doubled down. HG is so tunnel vision there. JDC will get this kill. Oh my god, he falls away. Panicked and flustered. He gifts it up, but Crimbo answers with a quick cradle towards Davideus. These steps surely are heard here by Big Azera. Big looks so nervy though, so flustered. JDC had a freebie there.
Oh my god, guys.
No way.
Guys. Oh, Big Azera just gets a little unlucky with the timing round the court. Hello?
Crimbo.
Where are you looking, man?
Where are we going?
There's no one there, bro.
Me when I.
Oh my god.
Where is he off to, though? Literally. He's expecting a second player with no information, so Bob will go down, and a post plant for heaven. Big Azera spotted him. Not quite dropped some JDC caught in the clutch here. 1v1 now, but NQZ has the HP, and he has the angle. How have we flustered that? Big, what are we doing? This side are all over the shop. And I mean, another round. I mean, JDC should have found NQZ earlier, and it's, you know, in a full circle moment, it's NQZ who closes the round by killing JDC. He should have killed him. He was tunnel visioning, back turned towards him, and JDC opted to run away, and HE instead. Couldn't be more ironic. 9-1. That's a gross misplay from the German side.
Yes, on multiple counts. Let's just say that. Big Azera will get taken down here, and they've got a frustrated charge through the lobby. The crunch works successfully. Tabson still holding outside. At one time, a premier player in this position. Top 3 in the world for sure. So he definitely does have the accolades to maybe take over the area. 3-on-2 now. Crimbo. There you go. We'll manage to find the frag. That's an AWP going to be retrieved as well. So this works out as a pretty nice round, so long as Davideus does not have some kind of miraculous 1v3. I don't know, man. It would be just awful. Not going to happen. So they can secure that one at the very least, and maybe the beginning of some sort of a comeback.
Yeah, thank God. It's better than nothing. I guess it's sort of the mindset to be having here. If we can get a 9-3, it is not completely unobtainable. They would require a pistol and a lot of things to go right on towards that T side for Big, but you know, one round at a time is basically the only way you can approach it now. It's such a deficit that they're at. Back towards outside NQZ. Oh, he tries to pluck him out of the sky, but he just about misses that opportunity. Snow doesn't, as Snow finds a second. The third is there on offer. He baits out the peak from the AWP, and he will get the support from David. This is what Pain do best. Relentless pressure that give you no ability to set up. Oh, no. Oh. Why?
I don't know, man. It's just completely, again, capitulation. As Big are unable to really find themselves. Absolute madness. Bomb going down. This would be a save, generally speaking, but final round of the half. You do have to feel for them to a certain extent, but Payne showing some of that potential that we talked about and the reason a lot of people are excited about this team. So if they can tap into this and keep it going for like the rest of stage 2, let's say, as they hope to get to, then maybe we're in for a pretty exciting tournament from Payne. However, Big got to deal with what's here and now. Not looking good. Not even able to test to get in there. The 10-2 half on the T side of Nuke. It has swung back a little more to the T side, but maybe not that much. Maybe not that much. This is certainly out of hand. Big are going to need to be a completely different team, and I just don't see it happening in this second half. So, indeed, map 3 on the horizon. We'll see if Payne can get us there nice and swift. So here we go. Payne certainly living up to their namesake. It is often Big that I think a lot of us get caught by on the casting booth. But it's Payne taking them to town right now and looking really damn good. I mean, for me, it felt like that kid as well. Snow was a big part of it. Had that massive 4K to just immediately shut down Big's chances of any kind of mini comeback. And since then, the energy, the momentum has just been at an all-time high for this team. Big, however, so flustered, so messy. You don't want to be too mean to them, but they really didn't help themselves in that first half, let's say.
I'll be mean. They sucked. They were terrible. 10-2. Let's be real, guys. That was a woeful showing. On the CT side, no less. They've got to step it up here. I'm looking to this man, Davideus. He, for me, was the standout performer in that first half, and I want more from him, but he's under a lot of pressure. Does have support, but a quick pace play by Big. Manager's giving them some legs to maybe work with in towards the second half. A non-existent chance here for DGT and NQZ, it feels. Big have lost some egregious rounds in that first half, though, so I'm not going to completely discount it. We saw that real terrible one coming through lobby, but yeah, it feels like they've already sort of internally given up. No kit either means that no real chance. So a slight lifeline given, but I mean, a lot that Big had to do to recover, I think, for what was such a poor first half. Not often you see the 10-2s recovered. Statistically, it's so against them. And the only way they can approach this, one round at a time. Like you see, extra kill taken, Tabson will drop. He'll get traded. So in the end, a pretty good one to be taken. But they've got to do a lot, like we said, to build themselves back in towards this game and build that momentum, but also mental state, I think, more than anything. Get the confidence back that you believe that you can take this 2-0.
Yeah, we're going to have to see here. It would be a hell of a thing if they're able to run it back. Look, if they can even bring it close, though, I think that does also a lot of heavy lifting for them. So, would be good to see them close this gap and just prove to themselves that they can get rounds, that they can match up. Because Inferno comes up next, and a bit more confident for both of these teams in terms of like win percentages, but it is also another up in the air map. Don't know what to expect from it, right? So maybe even one that we could have angled as a pain pick potentially. See why they picked into Nuke though. Is looking pretty damn good. That is for sure. On the low buy here, looking to close things down.
Oh, shot.
And QZ with a keen find through the glass. Snow is also ready. He's got a bit of support behind him as well, I do believe, down there. So, this looks pretty damn doable now, to be honest. If they walk into the right place or turn their head at the right moment, they will get mowed down. David looking for a bit more. That's going to be the bomb dropped as well. Good information. They've got the move in together. He drops the bomb again. What is going on? How is he getting away with that? I thought he was backed, but he wasn't even backed. He just walked in by himself for another kill. It's just ridiculous. Tabson will get that. He really wanted the knife. He really wanted the knife, but he's denied that.
Still though, 2v4. No bomb control either. How do you recover this sort of a round? Tabson going to try and go the long way. There's 20 seconds to work with, guys. We don't have a lot of time, and his teammate slumped against the window there. This is gonna be done. It's a labored spray, which more or less sums up Big on this map. Labored and tough to watch. It's not been the showing from them. Letting that one slip like that is critical. 11 now for Pain. And that is such a poor way to fall flat, right? It does sort of sum up where things have been going wrong. It's too easy, too many fights going the right way. All you can do if you're Big here is force buy. You don't really have too much of an option, unfortunately. Let's see what they've got for it. Doesn't start well. Tabson mollied, naded, and spammed. He's seen off with no real insights to what outside presence is looking like. And DGT looks like he's going to be tested towards ramp here. He is alone, though, so if they go maybe 1-for-1, there's a bit of space to work with. Oh, actually, utter lie. He's now got the support.
Yeah, looking good from here. Finds two of his own. NQZ to come round, and he gets two of his own as well. And that's how you play the old bait and switch, folks. Really solidly held. With moves like that, again, you're just very confident that this is going to get closed out quickly. They don't fall flat to a Tech 9 play as they might have done on Ancient. Looking much, much tighter here.
Yeah. What can you do with Tabson there, unfortunately? It's a lovely shutdown, like you said. Not even keeping tabs on NQZ on the swing. Map point Pain in a unbelievably dominant fashion. And look at what Big bring to the table on what is most likely the final round of Nuke. Triple Tech 9 A double P250, a little bit of util, that's as good as it gets. That is going to drop down as well under pressure. Does only get one though, so shut down and space to build with now towards the A side. Snow trying to sneak his way through this smoke, and he actually has found himself up, which works, but he's found himself dead as well. The flank is here, DTT, he'll get one. Looks for a second, he runs out of ammo, which costs him 2 versus 3. Big stuff and planted, but they've got the man advantage.
Just waiting before getting this bomb down. Waiting to see what the reaction looks like. And little do they know that's buying more time for Biggie Zero to pull off his flank. Nade goes in, doesn't do anything to NQZ. Create space for the bomb plant, I suppose. But as I've said, Biggie Zero has really been able to just walk this whole way. No need to panic, no need to pick up the pace as the bomb, maybe 5 to 10 seconds gone at this point. He's in towards Hut, looking to find this first. He is being watched for. Oh, no. The timing is just immaculate. Hype to try and hold here for 2, and he can't get it done. That will be the game, and that will be Pain absolutely bringing it to Big. Unbelievable scenes as they kind of capitulated into the second half of Ancient. You worry for them moving into Nuke, this map that, you know, there was a chance for Big to do something, but they never got going. And Pain, I mean, a great game from them, but you also have to look onto the Big side. Like, where did they go? What was happening? Just a handful of rounds where it just feels they would never lose them, but they let them slip.
It's an absolute masterclass. There's no two ways about it. Pain have played to near perfection coming through. I mean, at the kind of start of the second half, we said again now, it's a woeful showing from Big. They fell so flat. They looked so poor. Couldn't chain anything together. Couldn't really get anything going. It's not what you want to see. They didn't get any sort of back-to-back rounds, any sort of opportunity to gather momentum. And it really is a difficult watch in the end as well. Only JDC finished with double-digit kills. He finished neutral 12 and 12. Everybody else single-digit. 8 and 6s across the board for Hype, QB, and Crimbo. Tabson the one getting 8 there. I mean, yes, it was this round that was so egregious as well, right? That what was essentially like a 2 versus 4 flipped on its head because of overfights. Awful moments from Big. A map they want to forget about as quickly as possible. And we now move towards that Decider. And we said it right at the start of the series. The Decider favors Pain. You have to say it. And not even just because of the way in which they've just settled this. Inferno is a very good map for them. Sure, it's been good for Big in the past, but Pain with current form, with how solidly they've just taken Nuke, and now as well stats favoring them, all signs point to them getting the 2-1 here, man. This is worrying times. Big, they had to put pressure on towards Nuke there. That felt like a map in which they could, and it was just never to be.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Again, just like communication and things like this, if you're having those very basic issues, surely the map and things like this don't really matter too much. So a big reset in that sense going to be needed in between map 2 and 3 now for Big. I really do feel in agreement with you that yes, there's sort of like an objective kind of Pain favored third map coming up, but also just based on what we've seen this series, Big, when they're out of it, it seems everything just crumbles. So, you know, going to have to really tighten up and maybe directly address some issues that it's like, you know, you have to listen to me. You got to put a bit more trust in the calls or whatever it might be, because they really just looked very doubtful and very disjointed as a team, you know, where you usually expect Big to be this massive unit and everything, but maybe once things go a bit south, there's a couple players in there that stop believing in the system and start having their own ideas, and then the whole thing falls apart. So yeah, really hard to call how they're going to look going into this third map now, because there's some very worrying signs for sure. But Pain, they'll be riding on a high, and we've seen the heights that they can get to, right? We do have to bear in mind, and maybe we'll come back to it again at the end of the series. Ancient, not really a map that they have played too much, that they really favor very much, so perhaps that comes into the first map. So far, we've only seen like one bad half from them, so it's not like it's really awful thus far. And they also played at Fissure, right? So how much time have they had to work on a couple of these dodgier maps within their pool since the Overpass change coming in? There's a lot of caveats there that, again, might come to fruition as we look at that third map.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. Well, I mean, all signs for me point to Payne taking the 2-1 here. Big, that's a tough map to shrug off. I mean, of course, these are seasoned vets across the board, but that's a tough one to really just forget about. But they've got to find a way to do so as well. They've got about a 10-minute break before we get underway in towards map number 3. Before then, we'll be heading to a break. We'll see you soon.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
What you doing, bro? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's good to be in Cologne. And yeah, I'm setting up we're doing SSC right now, and I'm just setting up my settings.
What other games you got in here? I'm taking a look. You got some Elden Ring, Dragon Ball, Sicario. Dude, you're liking all of these kind of, like, I can't think of the word. What's the game? Souls-like. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, Elden Ring I enjoyed a lot, and Dragon Ball is like childhood for me, you know. And
I think I've seen people playing that one. Like, is that? It's kind of it's weird. It's like third person, but is that the one, right? Like you have to fight your way up through everyone.
Exactly, it is. Yeah, but mainly, obviously, I'm playing Counter-Strike, and
that goes without saying, bro. Come on, you don't have to clarify that.
So sometimes, you know, when I have time, I also play Rematch. You know, this game came out. I don't know if you know it. It's like
is this the football one?
Yeah, it's the soccer game. Yeah, and yeah, it's enjoyable.
Dude, do you guys ever play it as a team, or is this like solo?
We actually played it as a team. Yes.
Dude, the big CS division is about to make it huge in Rematch. It's happening. Dude, that's fine. I actually like looking at the Steam library, bro. I guess for you within the team, how's the vibe? Because, you know, big at Cologne, it's always a big deal, man. The German team, like you want them to do well.
Yeah, the vibe is pretty good. You know, it's the biggest tournament for us this year for sure. You know, it's like a dream come true if we, you know, like make it far in this tournament, make players play in front of our fans, our community, you know. So yeah, we're just looking forward to play, and most importantly, play the best version of our Counter-Strike and show what we're capable of, and yeah, just enjoy it.
Oh, Ster. I just spoke to your in-game leader, and he told me that you're now getting more responsibility. How does that make you feel?
It feels good. It's new, and we didn't have too much practice, so it's also a little weird to get back to. But it feels good, and it's nice to get back into those positions to do that. And I obviously like that, but I will admit it is a little tough in the beginning. So I need some experience. You know, that's why we're here.
That's why we're here. So you reckon you'll be ready to show that kind of responsibility at Cologne? Or is that going to be a work in progress for you?
Show it, yes, but it's of course always a work in progress. I mean, it will get better with time eventually. So it's not like the best is the best now, but it will definitely be with time. I think we did pretty good in the Fischer tournament. So if we keep going like that, then it will gradually get better, and hopefully I'll get more comfortable in my new positions, and also with the other guys getting their new positions, getting more comfortable in those. So yeah, now we got I think we got 5 matches for sure with the new positions, which is decent, but it's still not enough to say that you are fully confident in the new positions. But I still like the progress we made with such a little time.
And speaking of practice, new positions, etc., how long have you been practicing in those new positions? I guess that's something you changed during the play break.
We changed after the play break, so we only had a week of practice, and then we got the one tournament. Right?
Why after the play break and not during the play break?
I'm actually not sure. I think we just talked about it could be a possibility before the play break, but like it was not like a final decision until we actually met together and was like, do we want to do this? And then we did that after the player break when people were ready to have the conversation and ready to start again to see what do they actually feel like, right? So that it was like, it was a possibility and people could think about it in the player break, but the final conclusion came when the whole thing started.
All right. Listen, enough about deep tactical Counter-Strike. You're in Cologne. You're in a legendary city, a legendary place. Obviously, you as a player, you must have seen a lot of the Cologne tournaments. Are you extra excited for this tournament and maybe even at the prospect of making it to the arena?
I think everyone is. I mean, now we played in Serbia. It was in front of a crowd, but everyone knows that the Cologne crowd is a little bigger and very cheerful. And it's one of the most legendary arenas there is, I would say. I played in it once, where we actually beat Heroic. So that was an amazing feeling, and I would like to do that again. It doesn't have to be beating Heroic, but just playing in the arena. So I think everyone knows that this means very much, and reaching the playoffs would just be a dream, and going far in this tournament.
Had some really unlucky timings and situations. Shot through smokes. It's not made it any easier. His rifler's having to do so much work.
You can kind of just feel it. He's having one of those games where he feels uncomfortable. Like every decision is the wrong decision, right? And he's tried a varied mixture. Tried picking up the pace when he feels like he's missed timings through being too slow, and that's usually led to him dying quicker.
Oh.
Whenever he feels too slow, he gets exposed to timings being hit from fast flanking players like Yakindar. It's been a very frustrating game for Device. But if the rest of the gang can, keep him in it long enough, try and get it onto a third, you hope there's, the reset potential is there for a player as experienced and tenured as Device.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. I mean, so often do we see Device go a bit quiet in regulation, then we hit an overtime game and he's a different player. Still time to save this one. Right now, Astralis are pushing this comeback to its limits, as they did on Nuke. Anti-Eco's just not stopping them. Bit of aggression here for Fallen through the smoke. Couldn't find that gun, maybe the nade blew it away. Yakindar trying to help out. There's the AK.
Oh my God! They're making now Fallen gets an AWP.
Save, sorry, save.
Oh, but come on, there's got to be at least a voice in his head. Like, the AWP is his green goblin mask.
Go for it, Fallen. You wouldn't play it next round anyway. Don't drop the AWP. Use the AWP.
What difference does it make to you if this AWP survive next round?
All I do, I have $3,000, Fallen. Try it. Just get an exit. You're getting kill bonus. $50 a player.
This voice But he will get out with it. Team player Fallen, what a guy. Resists the urge. The big green goblin gun calling him into that clutch, but he'll save it. Astralis, though.
Yeah.
Talk of the town, making this comeback happen. 2 rounds between them and Furia now. Yakindar's locking in.
All right. What, he leaned back, did he? Or?
He leaned back, then he leaned even closer.
Oh, that's how you do it. It's like reloading.
Device on the play down into lower.
What a play. Molodoi v Device. Give us another head-to-head. Now they know. Molodoi fires before he repositions. Astralis, they're just going to go. Contact mid to B with Device leading, looking for an entry kill. Oh, it's right there. He just grabbed.
Well, it's all up in the air, heading in towards map number 3. A shocker from Big, it's safe to say. And now they've got to find a way to rectify this situation if they want this chance of advancing further through Cologne on home soil as well for them. But backs up against the wall. We're heading in towards that map number 3. It's Inferno up next, and it's a map in which Pain have looked pretty damn solid on, if we're being frank, right? There's been losses dotted in, but a map that on paper you got to favor Pain with before we even got in towards the series, and we said that as the veto rolled through. And now with the benefit of hindsight, looking at how dominant map number 3 was, this is a real uphill battle for the Big side.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about advancing, it's also just survival, really. This would be no-win knockout for the likes of Big in particular. You know, always going to be the hometown heroes. 2018 made it so damn far, and they hope to really, you know, tap back into that. Tabson was there. So, I mean, it's really, really scary now to look down the barrel of this quick knockout at such a big tournament for all teams, but maybe just a ever so slight edge for the likes of Big, sticking with the German national side. We get to see a little bit of the knife round here, always good fun, and can be a bit important for certain teams, but yeah, really need a strong start here for Big, as I just think they have to completely forget about Nuke. We're not going to let them, but it comes down to the BO1 shootout type mentality and just focus on what's ahead of you.
Yeah, not only are we not going to let them, I have a feeling Pain might not let them either as well, right? Especially if things start, you know, really quite well. If they're able to get a pistol or maybe a 4-spy round to convert it, a nice little 2-0 start as well, that's when they start getting loud. That's when we look to Little Snow as well to really start being a voice across the little hall we're in here, right? And where things become quite difficult. So, man, it is tough, right, for Big. You look at them kind of shrugging it off and really wanting to stay alive, but it's just unfortunate that of all teams it is Pain as well in a way. Pain are so good once momentum's on their side. They're so difficult to stop, as we saw in Austin, right? This is a side that, you know, they kept punching up and they kept looking good, and now they're not the ones actually punching up. They are the favorites. They were the favorites coming in, and they feel that they should be progressing their way further throughout the tournament. They're a side who probably came into this looking with sights set on minimum stage 2 off the back of how Austin went and how they were able to go. So we'll see, man. For Big, I'm hoping that sort of 10-15 minute break, you look at kind of the leadership in this side, right? Tabson, Scrunk, and how well they're able to kind of just across the board settle the nerves, settle the feelings, and just say, shrug it off. It happens. We've been here before and we know how to respond. Do not let this affect you. We're going to be fine. Big Azera on the flip side saying, loved it, lads. That was great. More of the same, please. We're heading to Inferno. Looks like we're ready to get this show on the road as well. And we are. So, Big starting on the CT side, Pain on the T side.
What is going on? We got 3 sets of Julies out for Big. And every player has got armor as well. So these are serious Julie users. Has been a sacrifice by JDC and by Hype to make this happen. Hype in particular, he's got nothing but a USP. No armor, no util. I think he might have dropped some util across, to be fair, but all the same, these Julies are going to have to pop off. A lot of stock put into them. QB, first meeting, spots a shoulder, and he goes crazy. He goes crazy here, and he will just eventually take TGT down. Death by 1,000 cuts. That one a little cleaner as he takes ahead. So a man advantage looks pretty damn good right now for the CT side. Bomb still looking at B. Meanwhile, NQZ has perhaps thread the needle here, but he will be thread upon. QB keeps the kills coming.
Yeah, they just sort of keep being offered up towards QB. And he's taking their day of the week. Damn it, gonna get caught there as well by Hyped. Who needs armor? I think Hype says he'll find his, and Big Azera. 1v5. What have you got for us? You're a known quantity. I know you're somewhere around here, and Hype gets his second as well. So an unorthodox pistol, but one taken all the same. Big. My God, they needed that.
Just so great to see, man. QB having a big round. But yes, it's a keen way to kick it off. You've got the cleanliness of it. You've also got a couple of those individuals that maybe were really struggling on the previous map, you might say. So just complete fresh slate. And now the proof is kind of in the map, right? It's still early doors, but sometimes you can kind of come in, you got that headspace like, yeah, guys, you know, fresh map. This is it. Just focus on what's going on and find the pistol, go from there. And then you just get demolished and you're like, oh, well, I guess we just can't win. You know, those thoughts creep back in. It's only natural. It's only human.
I think, yeah, you're absolutely spot on, right? So the fact that you're able to sort of instantaneously with quite a good round as well, find form and get the vibes back up as well. I mean, of course, maybe cut a little short while the tech pause. Seems to be a pause over towards big side as well, but I guess, who cares, right? You've won the round, so you can take this added bit of time just to take a breather, chill out. For Pain, I think they just had a little bit of a tendency to really want to fight there, and unfortunately just the fight just never fell in their favor, kept being caught in the side. I mean, credit especially to QB, but both of the hype skills were found from the side where they're trying to creep through that smoke. But big. Find a first, a second, more or less a guarantee here. No buys come through for Pain. They'd love a bomb plant. That would actually be pretty commendable if they're able to get it. It's very, very unlikely. David's dead. Yeah. He didn't even need the second nade. That one lands directly on his head. No armor. No chance. Bye-bye for him. And B9 can get some cash. The first. The bomb's built forward. A second and a third. Julie's pulled out, but not required as hype will support. And another three-piece for QB. He started off nice and hot.
Going crazy. Looking good. Gonna have to make it matter when the rifles come out. That is for damn sure. We got some loud shouts coming across. I'm not sure that's from our game, to be fair.
No, that's I'm pretty sure that's Furia. I think
Yeah.
they've just beaten Astralis. Let me double check. I feel like they have. HTV a little bit delayed, but I'm pretty sure that is Furia just taking out Astralis. Looks like 13-9. So 2-0 yeah, for Furia. They've gone on to stage 2. Big up.
We'll see if there's going to be another contingent of Brazilians joining them. A little more work to be done, even if they do win this one, of course, but keeping the dream alive. We've already got MIBR knocked out pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Cologne ends kind of as fast as it possibly could have done with the scheduling as well as the 0-2.
Down on top of the molly. David waits for a brief moment, and that'll actually be a real smart call. A lot of util was flying around that corner. Under a minute now. And Pain sort of showing big a little bit of their tempo changes too, you know, especially when you're off the back of a really good map. You do want to sort of get it going more or less straight away, but I do like this, right? Pain slows things down. They're getting an idea of what map control's looking like, and they're trying to figure out what the setup is for Big here. Smoke towards longs, they're going to try and play in front of, and a swing and a find. David drops a big zero DGC onto with one of their own. QB still here, still present, and still yet to die as he's 7-0, but he can't deny that bomb being planted.
Can he deny the round alongside his teammates, I suppose, is the big question here. He's got good position. At the very least, denying it away from the enemy. It's just these MP9s, isn't it? They have to really close the gap. Some disadvantageous fights. They're sort of caging them in, hoping that there's maybe a kill that comes their way. It's going to be a late move. Not looking good if you ask me, but they should be able to take some guns away. There's hardly any time left on that bomb. NQZ was the last man. Oh, he does get on it. I think there might just be enough time here. Can he stop the defuse? Yes, DGT will save the round. That was awfully close. And they all go down. So as far as bonuses go, that's maybe the next thing besides winning that you would want is to eliminate the entire enemy team. All the same, Pain are on the board.
Yeah, it was a little dicey there. I think it's safe to say. There was a split second where bated breath, so they're thinking, has he actually got this? But no, not to be. I like the effort, though, by Tabson. Yeah. So, getting fired up. What you want to see as well. But, as you mentioned, everyone dying, so real knock-on effect towards Pain. You can see it. Internalize in terms of their buy. Double Mac 10, double Galil required for this one. So, something a little funky going to be required if they want to take this one. Look at those nades. We know Big have always had great util, but that is fantastic. The damage dealt towards Davideus and Big Azera, and it's NQZ, one of the healthier players, who's just spammed down through the smoke.
Yeah, really, really big start of the round here from Big. They sort of bait out heavy rotations, hoping to maybe draw more attention into B, I guess. But Pain are still, I think, seeing stars from the knockout punch that they have just been dealt. Slow creep up Banana here. Smoke comes in, however. Tabson, surely got to be another one around for him somewhere, but it still buys enough time. And they're desperate. They're thinking of going through this a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, as the utility comes over, they will move fast. Tabson gets a flash in to slow them down. The support is there. It's JDC flying to find the low HP player. Tabson gets his done on that spam. Bomb has been dropped. DGT joins the low HP players here with the smoke damage. So they do get the bomb down, but the round itself surely just not going to happen. I think Big, given the position they're in, a little bit precarious, they're happy to concede the plant. If they can keep this flawless from here on in, I think they would be happy. DGT swings around for the double spray down. Okay, that's clean, but there's just too many to get through, and Big will take 3.
Yeah, okay. Big, nice answer back as well. Sure, a bomb blast for Pain gives them a little bit of something to work with, but generally speaking, this is where Big can really start building upon this. Money's probably not in a good enough space as well for Pain where they can truly buy around this without, you know, where it can be kind of competitive in that sense. They might even be tempted to go for kind of a hero AK sort of buy and low around it and see what they can do. Nice effort by DGT, just damage towards Tabson too, right? So there was a moment you start to believe and start to have a feeling, but no. Pause taken. First one called by Pain, and as we mentioned, right, money not in a good enough spot for them. Best they can do is some sort of hero buy here, maybe a little bit of a half barrel grid of pistols, but a full investment's not really a possibility for them. They're going to talk about what the plan is for this and also sort of next round too. Tough predicament though, for sure. Big, actually looking and feeling a lot more revitalized, a lot better and more comparative to what we saw in map number 1 of Ancient a long old time ago.
Yeah, this is a scary look for Pain. We're seeing the yin and yang of both of these teams, really. Okay.
Hey.
Big Uzera. Might have one of the worst view models in the game, but he could still hit his shots, man. That is hella clean. I don't know why I went for his view model there, but
yeah, man. Chat about my boy again, so happens. It's a great shot. Looking for more as well. Crimbo tucked this corner. They just don't have the util to clear him, so they've just got to take raw aim jewels. This is probably the perfect time to show off a little bit of that bait and switch that works so well for Pain. Well, a bait and switch being set up as well as JDT's the one taking contact. Tabson shooting at ghosts there. That'll give away a spot, and he'll have to re-smoke. Damaged out both ways. Pressure being kept on, but he's sticking around.
Always scary when you hear a deagle ring off. You know, that first header's rolled. The next one could be so impactful. No real armor, just DGT, but if they get a gun into the right hands, if they are able to capitalize on the chaos, we've seen many around unravel against a buy just like this. Tabson will even up the numbers. The hold at middle is strong, as you would expect, so looks good. Should be able to clean up from here if they can do so without losing anybody else. I think they put themselves in a pretty clean spot for the rest of this early half, and indeed that will be the case. So money being built up, options for the AWP now, 1 or 2 more rifles, and Big looking really solid.
Yeah, agreed. This is getting to that point as well where we do have to start asking those questions for Pain. How do we break this down? How do we then start to kind of flip this back on its head? It's a nice shot, sure. We're not expecting really anything in that round, if we're being frank. But a really decent recovery, just to make sure it's not expensive, I think is the main thing for Big. Back in towards the bite. AKs across the board, bar that one Galil for Davideus. Alright, so was that a missed smoke there? Yes, I think there is one towards mid, right? Yeah, that's landed on the building. That is very much a miss smoke. Shut up. Prod team for pointing that one out. That one's not meant to go there. I can tell you that for free. Pain a happen though.
Once in a while. Oh, I don't know, man. The A-bomb take. This is a little precarious again. You can kind of feel the tension, unfortunately. Trying to just net this first kill, a little bit of a boost up. Nobody on the other end of it. We've got that classic tit for tat here on Inferno, but Big just not giving them anything in this round. Super turtled up A hold.
I kind of like it. They're playing so standoff.
Oh my goodness.
It works well. Okay. Nate could be good though. Never mind.
Nope.
Util's just shocking this round, apparently. Everybody. Looks like one of your lobbies, mate.
Okay. Not needed. But it might be true. Tabson will go down on the spin around. He's done a lot of damage here. And it will be hyped to the back of the site to kind of just hold for the entire round, honestly.
Ooh.
Nice pickup. Does get dinked for his trouble. Bit of a gun difference there. The nade surely indeed sees him off. They've dealt with the CT player quite quickly, so they'll keep the numbers. But it's the site that's lost. It's this fight that's important, and DGT flicks across to find the head instantly. And now they know the last two are in from CT. What are they going to do with it? Boost coming in. Yeah, top of the head spotted. NQZ takes him a second, but he's able to set his crosshair. They know that QB's round there, and down he goes through the smoke. Payne with a big find there.
That's a huge round to win as well. What a way to flip it. I felt like, especially that banana play, if it maybe just been a little slower, they probably would have been okay. Build time for that CT pinch maneuver to come through, but fortunately not to be. And QB then thrusts into that 1v2. He's cut short. Still been a fantastic start for him as well. He's 10-3 now, but QB's looking still quite excellent, which is really, really positive signs. And with the one wielding the MP9 in this round, but he's been flying. Tabson, what a healthy nade dropped on top of him, but he'll drop one of his own. If you can do it, I can do it better. And then Davideus, trade HP damage. He also then ticks in the molly. Both now left very vulnerable. And Payne gonna, maybe even slightly reluctantly, just give up this banana control.
I'll try for a fast A. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot.
Look at Payne, right? Snow, Davideus, both 0 kills. Gotta get online, guys. And now might not be the time. Uh-oh. Biggest errors called through. One is snuck past. JDC, he doesn't know he's in a precarious spot. And there is Snow's first, finally.
Just as you spoke it into reality, I suppose. And it could be certainly one of the more impactful kills here for Payne if they're able to do something with it. He's also in a really pesky spot. Goes in for a bit more and we'll get it. QB forced forwards. He's lost his teammate behind him, so the A hold has folded. It is a slim advantage for Payne. Very, very slim indeed. Hyped is hunting with the AWP, trying to get the contact. QB, meanwhile, they vaguely know about his position. When's he going to strike, I suppose, is the question. And there's a weird feeling in the air that it's like I'm in too deep, but maybe we should look to save. Nade is nice. Doesn't do anything to NQZ, though. I thought it would surely take a little chunk out of him. Not going to be the case. Hyped will now save. And Payne stringing a couple together. Listen, there's some lucky moments in here for sure, but they are capitalizing.
Yeah, all that matters. This round's been put on the board hyped. I say he will save here. This might be a little harder for. There's a bit of a play to exit at the end and looking around, but I think he will just about be okay. Yeah, and Snow getting fired up. That's what we love to see. That's where things actually do become a little dangerous as well. When Snow really starts to get going, and finally with him being on the board as well, gonna alleviate a lot of the pressure that he was sort of individually feeling. Nice post plant though, just shutting down that pressure. Good, they're hyped. That's what you want to see. And speaking of hyped, he's the only one with a gun. Everybody else ecoing around, and they got one smoke to work with, and that is as good as it gets for the investment. Oh, German Orpa has got to put on some heroics here in this round, and it starts poorly.
Yeah, not what you'd want. But the AWP is scooped up at the very least. So, you know, maybe it's QB to have the heroic moment.
True.
They're actually all coming down into the pit, completely on the wrong side of the bomb site. He smoked off, so it'll be another save situation here. An anticlimactic round, but an important one nonetheless. Payne able to see it off easily. They even things up. Big, for just a moment, we're making us believe they looked incredibly good. QB in particular with his, like, you know, 9 kills in 3 rounds or whatever. But unfortunately, it has fallen off somewhat. Maybe a timeout required now.
I think you're right. I wouldn't hate that. Call a pause, have a breather, and probably, you know, set yourself up as best you can heading in towards this next gun round. Because it is one of those gun rounds where, and we've had this a few times, you build up saying, if you lose this, if you're big, you're in trouble. The chicken scared off by the sheer aura of NQZ, who's starting to warm up in towards this game a little bit. Payne, now tied up 4 rounds apiece. This next one's going to be very important for Big. If we want a chance of rectifying the situation we're in, but also building up a nice first half, giving yourself a bit of kind of fortune, it feels like it's now. And like the prophet you are, Scriv, you're right. Timeout called.
Yes. Been around for a while now, so I get the feeling, but it is also around where it really, really, really makes sense. You know, you've been missing the mark the past couple of gun rounds. Things have evened up, and we have seen what Payne can be capable of and how quickly the game fell apart for Big on Nuke. And just a mental few rounds towards the end there, so I think they really need to make sure that they do not allow that to creep back in. Nip it in the bud. Maybe one of the things that was a little poor from them as well is I don't think they took a timeout on Nuke until like 8-1, and it's like, listen guys, it's kind of gone by that point, you know, like the damage is done unless you can really turn it around, but you maybe needed one a bit sooner.
Yeah, I think you're right. Early util towards Banana. Probably smart adaptation there from Big. They're playing very standoffish towards B. They're giving them Banana control. Also sort of expecting that U-turn towards the corner, so neither JDC nor Tabsim are present for it. This is an interesting setup. Hype, we've got to hit the shot. He panics, and that'll cost his teammate his life as QB gets overwhelmed. Flick shot, can't connect either. Hype's in a bit of trouble here. 2v4 on the initial push towards A, and they're going to drag over that rotation. JDC come to support, but they look like they're going to double dip back towards B.
Does look that way, yeah, as is always the case here on Inferno. So we'll see Tabson. Aggressive stance by himself. Risky, to say the least. And he can't even get one. That has to be the round over. Post timeout as well. Just not worked out for Big. Nothing they can do as the utility comes in. And, well, getting worrisome. Payne starting to run rings around them.
Yeah, you're right. This is difficult. Big got to call for a save, but also I like that there's some level of a hunt brewing here. If you're DGT, you may as well have a look. You've got so much money to work with now on this T side. Why not go send a couple of bodies over there and see how bad you can make things? Even just 1 kill goes such a long way. If 3 stay alive, you can buy back around that, no real issues. 2, however, that's a different story. That's the debate of whether we go in for that forced investment. And actually, Hyped was holding on this angle. He'd fell away, so DGT can now reclaim all of this app space. This gets a little dicey. He's having a look. DGT, but he doesn't commit. Knows there's somewhere around there, but he values his own life more. Another big round for Payne, and a lead taken by them as well. So interesting times. Big are in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's this kill here. A little too easy. Leave Tabson to anchor, but he's pretty aggressive anchor. But I suppose maybe they felt desperate that they had to do something to get back in the round. It's hard to say. I think if he even goes 1-for-1 there, it's just not enough. So
yeah.
There's a few problems creeping in. A few gambles not quite going to plan, but this one works quite nicely. That is maybe the world's tallest smoke. It doesn't do anything to save them in Banana, unfortunately. A nice find from DGT over on A. A fast and chaotic round here from both sides. Quick rotation back towards A. Is that going to work for them? The answer is no. Tabson bides his time, pulls off the perfect flank to just soften those numbers. The plant will go down, and they have to win this.
Thank you, Z posted. Looks like you'll get a test in a second. It's all about how proactive he wants to be. I do like the move of just pulling over towards short here. No, he tags both. No way. That's so unfortunate. Had the chance of getting a collat. Instead, walks away with a double leg shot in the collat. DGT finds the healthier player. Gets a second behind it as well. DGT has given life to the smoke on the bomb. They're spamming through. They know he's not on it. And DGT walks away. A 1v3. A clutch from the rifler. My, oh my, Pain. Everything's going their way, and Big can't buy around at the moment.
Bro, Crimbo's got off the bomb.
I know. Why at that point?
You don't win. You don't win. You have to hold. It's your only option. And he might have gotten away with it. I mean, what is going on? Such a well-executed round up until the point where it matters most. It's just insane. It really is. I mean, look, Crimbo might not have survived there. That might be some sort of an inevitability, but, like, you have to kind of hold. Really, really wild. As Big, again, are starting to crumble, starting to fall apart at the seams. They had a timeout 2 rounds ago. They've got another one here. They've not won a round since the last timeout. Like, it is really just piling on now.
Yeah, pressure starting to get to that point of being quite insurmountable, if we're being frank. And things have really fallen quite flat. This is so difficult. That was a full ace by DGT as well, by the way. It was 3 in the clutch. He got the first 2 to open things up. He also towards QB and Hype to start it. Credit to him. Full ace by him. He's had some monstrous moments of his own regard throughout this series, but that's got to be his best. QB started so hot in towards this. Full blind. What a flash. Perfect from DGT, the man of the moment. And they can't capitalize on kills. A trade that comes through. It is carnage. It's a bloodbath here as Pain looks set for 7.
So close on a couple of these, man. Could have turned the tides of war for sure. David's just missed the man. But he doesn't move into apps. Okay, so they're kind of conceding the route. That is unfortunate because JDC actually had a really good spot there. I think could have caught a player off guard, but not the case, not to be. And maybe that is the case here for Big at Cologne, as it's just going from bad to worse. And there is some misfortune here for sure. You know, 1 or 2 more bullets in the right place and it could have been their round. But the lack of weaponry, the weird little half bite, I suppose, gets you what you pay for.
Well, Crimbo, gonna get 2. Bit of money. AK upgrade as well. I guess we can slightly talk about silver linings, but we're far from in a good spot for Big. It's gone very quiet over there, and understandably so. Yeah, brilliant spot that they're in, though. Pain, you got a lead guaranteed on the T side of Inferno. You got the opportunity in the final round here, make it an 8-4. That would be huge. And it does sort of feel like a lot of it is coming off the back of one man's antics. If you look at the scoreboard as well, bar DGT, no one's really flying away numbers-wise. I mean, Daviday is still 1-9, and he's been one of the better players for Pain this series. So quiet here so far, and still they're looking so dominant.
All right, let's see. Big need to give themselves a little boon moving into the second half. Let's see. They are really quite tight on this map, I think. You know, really well drilled on that T side. Lots of great utility. Lots of really good double pumps and things like this. So I'm still quietly excited for their second half, but when Pain get going, man, they look just unbeatable.
Yeah.
So I do worry in that vein as well. We've got a little rotation of players and someone moving off of A to go B, the B player moving off B to go A, posting up the AWP over here. Again, a little lucky that there's nobody on the other end. Hype's getting aggressive, though. Here's another aggressive stance, considering he's the only one there. Mid-crunch, only successful for one. Rotation coming round towards B. There's fights happening all over the place. B has to hold cleanly. Hyped misses another shot. It's Crimbo that comes in, and together they will combine to hold the site. NQZ alone against the world. Struggling, as is the AWP, though. Oh my god, this is a little hard to watch. Hyped will get it done in the end, and that will be that 5th round that Big needed.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, right? They're giving themselves still a chance. It's still within reach and distance, but my god, the Big need a strong starting towards the second half. Pain, that tail end, really, really decent from them. That clutch in particular, fantastic. And it all started so well for Big, but it didn't end that way. So let's see if they can recover. They've still got a bit of a lead to chip away at, but for now, a break. Well, a closer affair than map number 2, that is for sure, but at the moment, Fortune seem to be favouring that of Pain. 7-5 at the half. A monstrous clutch from DGT as well. Could have been the catalyst to a successful first half. The question being now, can we make the second continue? The Brazilian side have only got a brief little lead. Looks like a tech issue. I think Crimbo might have crashed there for a brief second. It looked like he immediately stopped. But either way, it gives us more time, Scriv, to talk about where we're at, right? You know, this is Big on the back foot, but what we've touched on a lot is that Big actually look quite good in the pistols too. So the hope is that they can really, really keep things going.
Yeah, I think so. And this is a game that, again, just feels very difficult to predict and work with. Pain having moments, Big having moments. Whereas the other two maps have been pretty streaky for the most part, right? Just sort of one team running the game until its bitter end. So Inferno here always seems to shift the momentum a hell of a lot faster. Spirit's still high over on the big side of things, still enjoying themselves, which is good. And what we love
positive
to see.
signs. The worst kind of thing we can see in a spot like this is them actually being, tilted, basically, right? That is more than anything really quite worrying. But yeah, seems to be okay. So let's see. Still waiting on this pause. Hopefully only a brief one, and then we can get the show back on the road. But you look at the run that we saw as well out from Pain, where they're able to kind of chain together 6 rounds in a row. That's a really good kind of indication that things are going quite well for them. Needs to be over towards QB. Back your headset on, mate. Let's see if you're good to go. The game's played as well. While we're on, we got we got VP Heroic to follow this as well.
Yep.
Be a pretty good one over the A stream. They're gonna have FlyQuest Liquid, also a pretty interesting one as well, right? New look FlyQuest, but also kind of still new look Liquid in a way. Tough one to call that. I kind of maybe favor Liquid a little bit in that one. I feel like for FlyQuest, it might be a little bit of time to get things going until they're like a real kind of stage 2-esque team in a way. We'll see. And Fury, of course, that big win over Astralis is super important for them. Super sick to see. Molodoi apparently looked unbelievable. That's what the streets be saying.
And they never lie. The streets never lie.
Well, true. I've heard that. They do be saying it.
From the streets, to be fair. So it's
of course.
How much can you trust it? But
it's self-praise, but works all the same. We are live though. Looks like tech issue concluded, so we can get this show on the road. And just gonna look at that. Triple dualies again.
Yeah, taking a leaf from the big book. It obviously did work on their CT pistol, although it was all down to one man, it felt like. QB's 3K, if you can cast your mind back that far. All the same, they can be very unforgiving, the Julies. Sometimes you'll get a QB round, other times, and most of the time, it actually feels like you just take a lot of damage, but not quite finding that headshot that you're so desperate for. Either way, Big have started slow. Got lots of utility, actually, even for an Inferno pistol round here, so pretty big game plan. Crimbo's got the Molotov. He didn't buy that. He's been given it. So a lot of very interesting little moves here. It's all been worked out for Big, and we'll see if it pays off for them. They'll start charging in here. Crimbo with the molly lineup. Actually going to get it in late, so they are very, very fast in towards this A-bomb site. NQC in on the site, though. He stands strong. The Julie's down here, just no clue what's going on. JDC's picked up 2 in all the carnage through the smoke. Biguzera falls. And Snow, the babyface killer, as you like to call him, certainly going to have to see some of those teeth. And I don't know, man. It's all just posturing at this point. He is really up the creek right now by himself.
Without a paddle.
Info. It's all late. Yeah, absolutely. Really doesn't look good from here.
I think you just save. Half armor and dualies. I mean, exits also, I don't really mind. So he's going to go for that. Dualies at range, though, not always the best. Sometimes some pros make them look like mini snipers and they can find these long range shots, but that looks a little bit more like mine, where they don't really work like that. So, a response from that a Big as well. I thought when NQC gets double here, we've got a chance, but it's actually just Davideus who's stuck in towards mini pit full blind, and he continues to have a real, middling performance. 111 for him. He's got to step up soon.
All right, let's see. Tabson getting aggressive. Nothing on the other end of it. Nade doesn't meet him, and his is also not much better. So the weird buy here. Feeling a little shaky for Pain. There you go, though. That's some good damage. That's some really good damage onto Tabson, actually. I think pretty much the max that a nade could dish out. Let's have a look and see if Pain have got anything else on the cards at the moment. Not really. They're not making any moves, not getting super aggressive. Just playing a conventional force buy, which we generally are not massive fans of. You know, we like to see something a bit creative in a round like this.
It's true. I think maybe for Pain, we look all the way back towards Ancient. I know, you know, cast your minds back, guys, kind of a while ago now, but when they had a buy like this, they did try something a little unconventional, and they got shut down because Big are normally a side that, you know, a lot of due diligence, they don't take any liberties and all the rest. So potentially that's what's leaning in for Pain, where they're just saying to themselves, well, when we tried unconventional, they decimated us. Maybe let's see if the conventional one, we can isolate some fights. Where are we finishing, Big? I mean, obviously it's looking towards A, but there's bodies here. I say that DGT's rotating away at the worst possible time. But a gift for Davideus is only a second kill here. We don't need to overface Davideus. Stick up with NQZ and you could be okay. Can't get the trade. It's damage dealt. But I think you just shell up for a save if you are Pain. You keep on to what you got. Big. They're going to tie this game.
Yeah, now we have a game on our hands for sure. Pain got to be very, very careful with how they play these next few rounds. Big could start directing things, and I think T-side Inferno, as Anubis moves out, we're maybe going to see this one swing more towards that T-side, it feels like. And yeah, the utility usage, as I've spoken about, from Big is kind of next level at times. If they're given the space, Hyped will get dropped. A little unfortunate there. So a Galil in the hands of Big Azera for this follow-up round, although I guess not. He will go down as he just doesn't like the concept of saving there.
Okay, getting Hyped though. Skrunk looks very happy. Definitely what we want to be seeing. And you're really looking towards this next gun round as well for Pain. This one where you're just saving what you've brought over doesn't feel like it's got that much behind it. You'd like some consolation kills, but they're not going to kind of reinvest by any means around it. It should be Big taking the lead if all things go to plan. Now, they don't always. Pain have had some funky rounds converted in their favor. This one looking a little bit more like it. Big Azera setting up for the flash. They don't bound round. Flash comes over, but Big anti-flash. They were so ready. Tabson's second one as well. Same result. Gets the first on towards DGT. Great work from him. Played anti-flash twice. Swings in. Gets a kill. Gets out. Beautiful.
Yeah. Solid move. They're going to have a lot of those in the back pocket. JDC up high here. Trying to spot the tip of the head. He has actually missed one of them. Flash going to come in here. We'll see. Could actually have some efficacy if timed well enough. Losing the first man. Need this contact flash now. It's ineffective, but Snow still manages to find one and hold on to the position. They have left A completely. There's a couple players up there to capitalize, maybe hear the players running away even. So unfortunately for Pain, they have bought the bait. And it was all a ruse. Should be a bomb plan and an 8th round for Big.
Yeah. And a similar thing, you know, maybe if you're Snow and, well, especially Davideus as well, I'd say go and have a look in. As much as they probably won't, you're buying into towards next round anyway. The Galil, I guess you can sort of fathom about why you'd kind of keep that. Or maybe they might send Big Azera going to have a look. If he gets upgrade of any sort, that'd be nice. Any gun drop goes a long way. But you're buying in towards the next round, right? So why not just see what you can find? There's no Mac 10s in play, though, not that you've heard of. So you can make that safe assumption, especially in this sort of a spot. Big Azera's going to do exactly that. He's going to have a look, see if anything offers up, see if he can get anyone on the way out. Fortunately, they're exiting the opposite way to him. So he has a look. Tap on towards the bomb just to try and drag anybody back, but he had to probably tap it 2 or 3 seconds earlier. Good work, though. Big. Building into this. Like we said, pistols are being strong. The force by conversions behind them also very, very solid. On the back foot from Pain, and they're on that disadvantage now with this gun round. This will be the big indication of just how good or bad things are looking. They've got to find this and level the playing field immediately.
lot of pressure then. Tournament life on the line now. As these rounds get more and more serious, Pain have got to watch themselves. As you mentioned, super important round for them. Big will know that though, and it does feel like they are really directing the pace of this game. A lot of change-ups, and it's so smooth at the moment. Coordination looks good. Even just the nades there. I'm not able to find anything with it, but it feels like such a quick call that it's like, right, nade CT, and they're immediately on it. Not necessarily something that was worked out at the start of the round. Big Uzera just dry swinging in. Suppose baits them in towards B here. The flashes are good. DGT does well to find one, and they just have to be careful. A lot of bullets round that corner. Nade does a little bit of damage, but we need the kills here. We need to get back in. It is an open coffin area. They realize that. Molotov comes in, and DGT, his feet burn. He will be heard. Another nade round here. Just trying to bait out the molly, and there it is. JDC tried to go in to dedicate. He actually finds the kill at coffin. Felt like a really good molly to force an awkward fight, but not the case. They'll keep on tapping. No rush here for Big, it would seem. And maybe this does bring the kills to them. Feels a little strange. Pain starting to think about the save, but the bomb's not gone down, and it just keeps them pushing forwards. David will fall. That has to be the round, and Big will fend off against the big buy.
Man, so unfortunate for David. He has fallen so flat. You can just see lazy clearances in that corner.
Yes.
Up shot of NQZ. Not going to have too much. Snow will get one of his own. So they're still lurking.
Snow really playing with fire here, as he does pull it a bit close, but he'll wait for them to stop shooting before he leaves. It's a thin silver lining, but it's still not really good enough here from Pain. B-bomb site falls quite quickly. You know, it's like Big Uzera on that dry walkout. David sending it round the corner. There's a bit of frustration, I think, for a couple of these players. David in particular, I mean, this is one of the things that I think is a great skill that's often overlooked. Is to just kind of realize within a game maybe how your role and your impact shifts. And rather than trying to like force the kills, it's like, okay, I just need to be the bait. I need to make sure that somebody is there to trade. I draw crosshairs. I've got good utility. But he is trying to force hero moments, and he's just not mechanically there. This map, it happens, you know, and you have to sometimes realize that.
Snow. Hot flash over the Big is around that corner. Yeah, it's a gift. JDC, bless him. Not a single thing he could see there. Needle bound round to deal a real healthy amount of damage, but he's okay. Heights. Yeah, that's an easy one. Biggest error. A gap above that smoke that'll cost him his life. So brought back level, but with damage dealt towards Hype, still feels like ever so slight advantage in Pain's corner.
Tense from here. 45 seconds left on the clock. Big have moved into the apartments. Trying to burst out. By the looks of it. One man with two smokes. David actually gets two there. Are you serious? Yeah. Wow. NQZ down in the pit then, ready for this fight. Short player falls far too easily, and the bomb plant denied. Oh man, David, there you are. I mean, quiet game from him, but some pretty big impact in that round, and doesn't come a moment too late.
He doubles his kill in one round. Better late than never for him to step up, right? And the fact that this game is being close without him, if he is able to step up now and really start looking quite consistent, then you'd argue that trouble starts to rise a little bit for Big. Let's see. Still feels early doors to be saying stuff like that, but a one-round game. An economy on the brink for Big as well, with not exactly the best of buys. A match time required for QB. So the big thing here is if Pain can take this round, they break the back of Big, wallet completely empty, at a tight game, which means that the lead's sort of a gift. If Pain become the first side to crack in towards double digits, statistically, signs start to look very, very good for the Brazilians, but this map feels like it's going down to the wire. It could even require a few extra rounds on top of that.
Yeah, I feel like it would be deserved of it, to be fair, as this is that knockout game. And I think two very big names here. You know, we have the hometown heroes and we have Pain, who just made it so very deep at the major. So the next big tournament in the calendar, you'd maybe expect them to be vying for a top spot there. So to go out so quickly would be quite a surprise.
Yeah. JDC looking back over towards B. He's got the bomb and the whole team in support behind him. What's the shutdown like? What have we got? Snow and Big Azera. This is going to be a true test. A smoke down. They've also still got that Molotov. Keep an eye on Big Azera. He can still slow them down and force them in towards Snow, and the flash, which can probably bounce in towards water. This gets dicey though. Snow playing anti. Gets one. Transfer for the second is sublime. Snow solid on that shutdown towards B as he looks for more. Shut down there, but DGT's spam is exquisite, leaving Hyped with it all to do. 1v4, no chance with 3 seconds. He's saving. Pain, find 9 and tie this game right back up.
Well, here we go. Game on our hands, it would seem. Energy back up a little bit for the Pain boys. And Big now start quaking in their boots. Also a wild move from them. Pushing through the smoke. Maybe their only option. A little bit of annoyance. But not much can be done. I suppose they created the parameters for themselves. We do have their third and final timeout coming in here. Some might argue a bit early, you know. You got big rounds on the way and now you've got no timeouts left. It's not going to happen in this round either, right? This will be a low buy at best. So Pain will take the lead. And they will be in control going into the final rounds of regulation.
Yeah, it does become a difficult spot for Big. I mean, they've basically got a couple of real true full buys to deny Pain running away with this. And maybe another force on top of that. So not got many chances, ultimately, what we're trying to say here. One up. And one upgraded pistol is all we bring to the table here. We knew money was going to be on thin ice for the German side, but this is pretty dire. Only down by Davideus just to slow them down in this app scroll. He did well last time, getting a couple. This time against unarmored pistols too. He should have no problem. It's only Hype's AWP that he really needs to be worried about.
Apartments control again from Big. They do seem to be fans of this. Pain also not showing a lot of presence here, so it kind of works most of the time. Can they do something with it? Obviously just looking to get Hyped in the best possible spot. But it seems with no flash left, they are looking for the Halls pop.
There's 4 here.
There is one hanging around. This is strange for sure. Oh, and the smoke is perfectly timed. Or is it? You know, they maybe see an opportunity in said smoke.
In towards shore, but it's no for the first. There's 4 here, and they're all coming off the back of NQZ. He's pushed down Banana. He knows there's nobody here. He knows they're going towards A. 30 seconds. There's no chance of Big here. No chance in hell. JDC finds a nice little kill. I'll give him that. Any more would be unlikely, to say the least. The biggest era can play no contact if he wants. A scooped up M4, but the AWP and the M4 both drop, and it looks like it's the same story for QB joining his fallen comrades 6 feet under. Pain. Good spot once again for them. Inching closer and closer to that finish line. Chances really starting to dwindle now. First had to crack in towards double digits as well. Credit to Pain. This resurgence coming from them. The half started quite slow, and I was actually getting a little concerned that they might have squandered their chance of the series here, but they are right back. And you look at what we're going for. From an eco into essentially another eco. Double ecoing like that, you actually never want to see that. That's sign of bad financial management and a tough position to be in. Crimbo going to find one on the quick trade, but Scrib, they're in trouble.
Yeah, they are. It's picking up fast. DGT is here behind to try and cover. NQZ awkward on the Tech 9. He's going to run out of ammo eventually. Crimbo above the smoke takes him down. Big find. It's only one between the two of them there. So maybe not quite going to be good enough. Biguzera and Snow creeping round from short. I think one spotted. Hopefully not both, but that might just be the case. Molotov comes in, 2 in at mini pit. Not going to be expected, to say the least. First finds his kill as well, and the second. Just for good measure. And the unlikely round goes the way of Big.
What a round to take. That's the sort of round as well that could really be kind of the difference maker in a sense. I mean, you're looking at it now with them falling so far behind. We were talking about them being in this double eco situation and how worrisome that was. And they make it work with next to nothing. Huge round to take. Still looks like a real size of relief for Big, but that's a massive one. That's the sort of round that can absolutely turn the tides.
Nothing in Banana. Just the trading of nades at the moment. Even the deep nades don't really find any damage. 9 points taken out of Big. I think they can live with that. NQZ watching for a boost for that unorthodox play to come into his crosshair. But at the moment, nothing is presenting. He'll be sat back. Oh, he's still waiting, though. He's looking at the wrong side, so it's all going to be quick. Flash comes in, and he's fast enough. That's exactly what he wanted. The patience pays off for the AWP.
Mutual to get a bit of control back in favor, but they might actually just leave one posted. So Hype's going to go join the team back towards A. One of the few times that Payne aren't playing a player in towards Cubby. One of the few times they nade it. Because he knows he's asking for a flash. You can see it. And the flash comes in, but it's actually a little bit too early. So QB, ineffective on towards him. Numbers brought back level, 4 on 4. Smoke towards Libby, smoke towards Moto, and towards Bald. So they might have to just push through this or boost above.
DGT. Headshot angle, double swing comes in, it's effective. David in the pit, gonna need multiple here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, he might just be on for it. Yes, sir. The hold is clean. And maybe he's done enough. He does get traded out, but David, again, with a quiet game, but the big impact when it matters most. The AWP against 2 here. Can Hyped do it? Really important round here. It would be a break of the econ over on that CT side in particular, but both sides looking worse for wear. Lots of time gone on this bomb. Lots of noise being made. Hyped has everything that he needs. He just needs to get the shots. First one lands cleanly. It's going to be a hold on to the bomb. He's got the Tech 9 out. He's got the Tech 9 out. Can he find the head? Yes, he can. And Hyped will 1v3 for Big.
Oh, look what it means to them as well. Look what it means. Hyped. So well done. I thought David hasn't done enough as well. Your first true round from David is where he goes back to his kind of real clean ways. I know he had that spray down earlier, but that was such a nice isolation of fights. Oh man alive, Hyped. He has stepped up in such a big way. What a 1v3 to be taken there. And the spam with the Tech 9 just knows his lineups.
Yeah.
That is the reaction you want to see as well. Now as well, I love the pause immediately. I'm sure called by Payne, but also as well for Big. I'm sure they're happy to take it as well. You know, you've just had this electric moment and, you know, emotions through the roof. You want a little breather. Let's just set ourselves back down. Job's not done just yet, but my God, are we close?
Yeah, the emotions running high. And 2 pretty emotional teams as well, to be fair. So it's also keeping those kind of negative thoughts in check. It's tough. It's a clutch situation. You shouldn't lose, but you have to move on to the next and just believe in the process here, particularly for Payne. AWP still out for NQZ. They've managed to cobble together the buy. I thought it might look a bit worse than this, but they have got it going. Tabson on the contact. Oh, the flash nearly screws Biguzera. He's lucky that he does not go down there. But they are going to keep pushing forwards. No ebb and flow, no back and forth here, just simple B rush from Big. The burst looking good as Tabson's in behind. Snow in an awkward spot right now. They know that he's got to be around on this side of the site. DGT though through the smoke manages to find one. Snow denies the bomb plant, at least for now. Has he done enough? Bought a lot of time for these rotations to come in. The bomb will still get planted eventually. And finally they make their way over. There is no kit available in the hands of these players. There's one on the deck there if they can get to it. And DGT keeps the kills coming. Heights with the leg. It's another clutch required. Here he is, Crimbo. This is the praise that we sing for this guy. He finds the first. Tap onto that bomb. Losing ammunition here. Losing his head to NQZ. And they will easily get the defuse in. The game continues.
God. The CS gods giveth and they taketh. Hyped with the leg shot there as well. That is so unbelievably unfortunate. If he gets that kill, there's no one close enough to trade. It's a really nice simple play though, isn't it? It's such a simple call. Tabson sort of sending himself in as that first prong as well. I mean, he's 5-2 in opening duels, Tabson, as well. So while he's maybe not running away in the numbers department, the impact he's having with those kills are insurmountable. But 11-all, we're going the full 24 and potentially and some. I said it quite a while ago now that this map felt like it might have extra innings in it. Right now, even more so. That's up close. That Molotov going to force him either forward or back. He chooses the safer option of the two and he deals some damage on the way out with an aid. Snow probably to sit all the way back on site now.
Biggest error on top of the sandbags here. It is a confident angle for the end of the game. I'll tell you that much for free. Lovely little smoke comes in. He's going to try and use that to his advantage, but they're always watching the edges of these smokes. That's something I've spotted about Big. They do quite well against all these types of pushes. That was close. That was close. Biggest error not able to find anything though.
$50 seconds. Not committed yet. Does feel like they're posturing towards that B finish. 2 here. Biggest error and NQZ. There's another smoke. There's a molly and 2 flashes. So actually no smoke to replenish that one. So once it goes, Big have the runway in towards the side. I mean, the big thing for kind of pain that might be quite costly is they actually just don't have retake util to work with. It's going to be dicey. 20 seconds. They're starting to make their way in. NQZ's got to hit a couple of corkers.
Eventually, once they start moving in, will the flashers get him? Oh, they actually are a little awkward here. NQZ, though, still alive at the back end. Oh. Pillar. That is big. DGT's got 2 through the smoke, meanwhile. What is going on? There's no time for the plan. What is happening? That is absolutely insane. I mean, I suppose that late Molotov makes all the difference, but DGT with the double through the smoke. Crazy.
Yeah, that is so fun. This second shot from NQZ, by the way, caught by the blind a little bit, under pressure. What a flick on towards Tabson.
I should think so, mate. I should think so.
Bloody hell, how have I got away with that? How's DGT got away with this? Just translate that into Brazilian, and that's exactly the thought process going through there for Payne. Oh my. 1 round away. They go for their 3rd and final. Rix gets on towards the mic as he wants some insight. But let's turn attention away from Payne for a brief moment. Let's look towards the side on home soil. Look at the money. Look at the buy for Big. 24th and final round of this map and potentially their series too. They're looking towards overtime. They're looking to survive here in Cologne. And they've got to do it with AWP and 4 Tech 9s. Let's see what the CS gods have got for us. Is there more required in this map? Or if Payne broke the back of Big and are they going to send them on a very short journey home?
We are in the right place for it, of course, if there is to be some divine intervention. And the prescience of this round has to be in favor of Big. They need some sort of help. I mean, the gods of Counter-Strike might not even be enough, to be honest.
Yeah, divine intervention is needed here. And some.
An absolute hero. Maybe his name is hyped. He's got the orb. And this is a kind of rinse and repeat round. He clutched up. So maybe not wanting to rely on him in the 1v3 again. Pull the trigger, man. But he moves around the corner, plays it safe instead.
Okay. Pop shot. Missed. They're moving forward here. This looks like a full commit towards A. Nice smoke on towards Bao. That'll stop that as a split maneuver. Just a couple of pixels for Davideus to work with. Still been a little slower, but he's picked it up. I mean, he was what? 0-11 at one point, 1-11. It was not looking good. NQZ up close. Molly, library, smoke behind it. What have you got for us? We probably need two. And he only walks away with one, but Davideus gets out, tucks his head towards pit, and DGT still an unknown quantity.
Oh, the trades are in. Hype does go down. That's going to be the bomb. Only 13 seconds here. They just have to draw Crimbo in. He has to take a fight. He'll win it. Surely get the bomb and get the plan. He will just about. But that allows the gap to close. He's so insanely low. It's a headshot angle required here to keep them in it. He can't find it. Snow will take him down, and heartbreak for Big. They put their best foot forwards. It was tension the whole way through that A take. NQZ dropping back, letting them get long control. It's like, oh, I don't know, this is so much space. But it works, just works. 1 or 2 bullets the difference. And Pain will survive. Big out in stage 1, out as quickly as humanly possible at Cologne.
Yeah, man. It's commiserations, isn't it? On the German side, and especially in that fashion. You know, we could even say here, and if map number 3 was more akin to map number 2, for example, you say, well, Pain are the better side, and they were the favourites anyway, expected to win. But the fact that it was so close, down to the wire, these are the sort of maps that you struggle to sleep with at night, right? These are the sort of series where you look back and say, if I just done this thing different, or this round, if I played it just a little bit more patient, we could have won it, we could have won the series. But unfortunately, that's the beauty of Counter-Strike. What a series, though, man. What a series. I'm glad as well that we got a real barn burner to decide it, too. We had 2 maps which actually on paper, you know, they felt quite one-sided, quite streaky, as you put it. So momentum-heavy, especially that map number 2. That one, back and forth. It was anybody's game all the way up until, essentially, Big's economy got broken in round number 24.
Yeah, I mean, if you could have traded a lost round at any other point, you know, if instead of it being 10-10, it was like an 11-10 sort of squeeze back situation, I'm sure you would have taken the loss earlier in the game. Yeah. Just the fact that the money got absolutely demolished right at the end there. And you see how close it comes, right? If they had 1 AK, just something a bit more automatic, I think it could have made all the difference. But yeah, crazy, absolutely crazy work. And look, a very exciting map. That's what we're here for. But I think it is always sad to see Big checking out a bit early. And, you know, now we'll maybe see some sort of losers interviews and stuff like this from them, not looking too good, very dejected. And maybe some changes on the horizon. They didn't make any moves in the off-season, but I think something kind of has to happen, man. You know, if you are looking like this and this is your big sort of tournament to show up, they'll be running the after parties and they'll have like a booth and all that kind of stuff. And if your team isn't able to really make it, I just don't think it's good signs. So yeah, I feel changes on the horizon here.
I don't think you're the only one as well. It really feels like the rumor mill has been churning around Big, right? And what decisions they make and how they go about making them. But all that matters is Pain move on forward. They're going to be taking on Astralis as well. We picked up a loss, of course, against Furia earlier today. So that is a brutal lower bracket game as well. Either side can win that. Same for VP and Heroic too. So we're starting to figure out our teams and where they place and how things are panning out. Furia, of course, being that foresight to lock their spot in towards stage 2. A great actually run from them. FlyQuest 2-1 is a little shaky at times there, but that Astralis win, it looked pretty solid, especially that second map as well. Doing it in a 2-0 fashion against an Astralis side that, I mean, we casted them against Bait. They were incredible. Come off the back of a second spot against Fisher Playground as well. You know, this is a side that have been looking much more holistic, right? With Hooksy back in that leadership role, but they get shut down. So they're now forcing a lower bracket run, and things are starting to get quite spicy. There is some big teams in this lower bracket who are still fighting survival, still fighting to go towards stage 2. To try and predict who makes it forward from that lower bracket, so difficult.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is kind of the cutthroat nature that we do come for to a tournament like IEM Cologne, and there's a lot on the line, of course. We will be pushing another team through in our next game, though. So, yes, there'll be some heartbreak with the knockout, but there will also be a bit of congratulations in order. We're going to take a break before we get there, of course, but we should be rolling pretty quick, so don't go too far. See you in a few.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, I've got my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Well, there's one.
Yeah, given that pick for free.
Just go back up main. Oh, wait, Shui's coming B. They have to end lower.
I hear this as well. That's info for JKS ahead of time, but he can't long that fight out versus the captain.
Ouch.
Shui squeaks it past JKS, and that has given over this lower plant. Liquid map point is right there, rolled out in front of them. They've got 3 kills left to secure it. And all 3 coming from the ramp side. Liquid seem ready for this. Still, they're going to lose Shui first.
Should be fine.
Twists, you're hoping, is a more than safe pair of hands. One tag from the scout would end his round. Twist has been stellar throughout this entire game for Team Liquid, but that's one clutch too far. Netic will come through with the goods. It's close on this defuse.
Oh, it's very close.
It's real close.
Maybe too close, but I think he's got it. He's got it. FlyQuest to live to fight another round. I can't believe Shui gets away with that, bro. Dropping ramp from that huge flank, getting past the scout, and shooting JKS, who was just setting up by double door. It almost cost FlyQuest everything. Oh my god, that's a kill through the box. But hey, they lose a pistol, they win a force. Potato, tomato, whatever it takes. Liquid force back, and of course Twist finds a way to get a Galil. A good investment.
Yeah, with the game he's having, whatever he wants, give it to him.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Crazy sequenced Eagle comes in. Regali trying to track on over. It's JKS up next. 1 versus 1. Head and a swivel. Clothesline on a JKS. On that swing out through the heavens, he continues his picture perfect game.
Oh, it's just perfect for Twist. 25 and 5, a 5 KD at 12-3, and absolutely destroying FlyQuest. No other words for it. Winning out that 1v2 clutch with the Galil in a second. In a mess on this top site.
Nice! Let's fucking go!
And that's why he gets the Galil.
Unreal. Pacey round for Liquid. Just storming that A main. And again, FlyQuest with money advantage. Lose the round. Feeling like familiar territory. And here on their map pick, it could come to a very bitter end.
I mean, just what a time to get prime twists back in the server, you know? This is his best game. And it Cologne by some margin.
Oh dear.
We'll get overran.
It's
Here's Twists ready to mop it up. And it's the transfers, it's the sprays that have been so clean from Twists in this game. I feel like every single one of his multi-kills have been these types of mowdowns. Still, only 2.
Not ready for heaven, that's for sure.
And so it's left on the shoulders of Nerds.
Oh, they're so uncertain.
And this crossfire, I mean, you'd like to think this is so safe. There should be no way that you...
Today is Virtus Pro versus Heroic. We're going to talk a little bit about what happened here to VP, getting smashed around a little bit by Gamer Legion. Dust 2, Ancient. Talk to me a little bit about that game.
Dust 2, we did some, mistakes on A bomb site when we came out. We lost some few rounds, and game just fell out of our hands, so we couldn't come back. Really good. On City side, yeah, we did some crucial mistakes as well. But on Ancient, it was really close for us, and in the end, we lost crucial rounds as well, so we lost.
A loss is a loss. That's what some wise man once said. But, an opposite of a loss would have to be the fact that Perfecto is back in the server. Talk to me a little bit about that.
I think it's very good pick for us. He's very experienced player. He's very, I don't know how to explain. First day when he come to our team, he has our very professional player. He doesn't do stupid mistakes. He doing everything good, and it's a pleasure for me to play with this kind of guy.
A lot in his trophy cabinet for Electronic. But if we look at this team of VP overall, I guess it would have to beg the question, how would you describe your team to someone tuning in for the first time?
Still have a lot of problems, and we need to work about our problems. We need to fix them, and I think we are on our way. And I hope for the best.
Anything you want to say to anyone back home?
What?
You want to say anything to anyone back home?
Thank you for your support. I don't know what to say. Thank you, fans, everyone, our families. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't joking around. We are right back in for our next matchup here, of course, getting the games going. It will be Virtus Pro up against Heroic, and we do indeed hear a little bit from VP there. How's it going? How's it feeling? It's just sort of the news breaking, little bits, little trickles from them. They're working with a psychologist now and everything, right?
Oh.
So the vibes may be changing up. I think it is indeed evident in places where the issues may well be, and we've seen it on the server as well. It's obviously just some teams can play like that, high energy and a little dictatorial, but I think for VP it's not quite working. They are falling flat in a couple of the maps that we've seen from them thus far, and ultimately very, very close, as they were talking about there, against Gamer Legion. But it is those crunch moments where you just have to have the wherewithal to kind of move on, move into the next, and not keep your heads in the previous round that maybe could have gone 10% better if only you'd done this thing with the benefit of hindsight. But all the same, another qualification game on the cards now, and this is a bit more brutal than yesterday's. If you lose this one, you are also out. So it is very, very close, but could be without cigar, as they say, if you lose this one.
Yeah, like a win is a real good win, and a loss is a real crushing loss, right? It's the worst it's the worst and best of these situations, and also kind of the sort of game that we want as well. All the stakes on the line. We've got a little head-to-head as well for you, Grix and Perfecto, and I want to bring that up just in terms of being the new boys in the side as well, and sort of how they're feeling, how well they're slotting in towards their respective sides. Of course, it's a much tougher ask and task for Grix, right? He's stepping up in towards tier 1 from having played basically, you know, tier 2 and tier 3 kind of his entire career. And he was always one of those players that we saw in tier 2 and tier 3 who we knew was bound to be very, very talented and be quite special. And it's inevitable that he was going to get the call up, just the question of who it was going to be. And we look towards him now in what he can do. Perfect on the flip side, plenty of experience, a guy who is a bona fide kind of tier 1 player, but we do still need those numbers out for him. We've got the veto, of course, to bring you Nuke and Inferno, going to be the first bans coming through. No real surprises there, for being frank. Permabans out the way as well. I do wonder whether that overpass is a temptation more so for VP than Heroic. Heroic looked a little weak on it. Whereas we know that VP have picked into it, and as it did in the opening map of this tournament, they showed the claws, as you quite rightly put it, right? And they know we've got it in the back of their mind. That's quite a big punish pick. Heroic actually looked pretty woeful against NIP on it, so that for me feels like a real solid one. Mirage going to follow it up as well. A very good map, of course, for Heroic, but VP, they're not going to be too upset with that. It's a map in which everybody knows and loves. Trent Dust 2 going to get banned out to round it off, leaving Ancient as the decider, which you probably have to say maybe favors Heroic a little bit more. So this series, I think, is actually set up to go all three.
Yeah, again, does feel that way. We'll see what happens with the overpass here. It's still early enough that I think we can say it's fully unpredictable, even though, yes, VP did look good. They didn't want to play it against Gamer Legion. Why not, right? There's a couple questions there that maybe they were looking to angle the veto a bit more. That's what we said at the time, but I think there is a bit more to it that they maybe also are not super confident quite yet. However, there's a bit more history to go off of, like you mentioned. So I think it does get curious with Overpass in particular. We just cannot put our money anywhere for any one team. But when it comes to the second and third map, things do look a little more heroic-sided, as it were. Ancient in particular, for me, I think is going to be a hard run just because of how weak it looked in the end from VP. They managed to get it to all 24, but there was just an absolute capitulation towards the tail end.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get the show on the road. I'm excited for this one. All the stakes, elimination and advancement on the line, of course, to stage 2. So for all the marbles here, as I'm so glad to see Overpass finally get to cast it again since coming back in towards the pool. This was always one of the maps that I absolutely loved. Maybe not VP's Overpass, but in general, a map I loved. And they are going to be popping quickly towards this B site, but it works so well. Tenier, Youngster, Grix, all get involved in the action. And left down to Tuvo versus Pro. Make that one. Electronic joins his fallen comrades. And Perfecto, new boy on the block, 1v5. What have you got?
Can't even take one with him, really. Would be nice to just humble them slightly. He's fully confirmed now, so surely his days are going to be numbered. Even LNZ giving him the space here, it feels like. As the swings will keep coming in, just keep that location confirmed. Quick goosh. He can get out of the way and just let his teammates clean up house. If they can all stay alive here, it would be really solid. Kind of anticlimactic here, just letting Perfecto direct. No one rushing into him. This is... real min-maxing, I think, from Heroic to just not take these fights, not risk anyone going down. There we go. Eventually, the inevitable happens. But yeah, completely shut down there on the B-bomb site.
Let's play passives this round.
Could be good, man. Could be very good. I think Heroic, for me, they have a lot of potential in this team. A lot of young, up-and-coming fraggers. Nilo being another, right, that I think was turning heads when he joined this team, and then he just sort of didn't do anything, literally, you know, not just like on the server or anything. He just didn't even play the game. So yeah, a little bit of a strange start to some of these players, but there's a lot of potential here, I think. And Tenier was the guy before Grix was joining, you know, that everyone was like, yep, this guy's also kind of the real deal. So a lot of potential, and we're just waiting for these guys to break through that ceiling.
Yeah. Heroic have done so good on their rebuilds, right? It has been their narrative turned into a bit of a meme in a way. It's like, it doesn't matter what core they lose, they can still keep finding success. But this current iteration, really quite exciting. I think the jury's definitely still out on Nilo. I think especially when it's kind of like Nilo 4X Floud. I thought X-Rod had some real superstar moments when he was in this side. So I think the debate's still there about who is better in the side, but maybe it's arguably the skill ceiling higher for Nilo. I think that's what Heroic are banking on. I guess by the end of the season,
one clip.
Yeah, exactly. The one, the Inferno one, is that the one you're on about?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, right? I guess in 6 months' time, end of the year, we'll come back to this conversation and say, right, was this the right choice? But for now, let's start with Virtus Pro here in Cologne. This should be a pretty easy shutdown. And it is massacre. Tanir, Grix, and Nilo all get into the action. Also, love the call there from Heroic too. Very, very calm. They just sit on towards the side. And actually, funnily enough, Grix said that in that little break in between round 1 and round 2. He said, guys, let's play passive. Don't even push towards playground, is what he said. They did exactly that. Nobody pushed. Everyone sat on the sides. They waited for VP to come as a group, and they mowed them down. Fantastic work.
Okay, here we go. Serious business. Can VP give us anything to be excited about? Or are Heroic going to be the ones in control early on? Nice utility out here. Maybe gone away and done a bit of work after their NIP game. Slow start from VP. Who would have thunk it? As they are just spotting for information, see if anyone's getting aggressive. But
oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, still a few guys who might subscribe to that philosophy on this VP team. It was a big map for them at the Rio Major win.
Yeah.
So maybe trying to just bring some of that back. As it's something to lean on, something to rely on for sure.
They have players who can play quick. That flash, excellent, Nilo. No chance in hell. Grix, you're going to drop a Molotov, but actually it doesn't go where he intended. It just catches the corner. So maybe flossed it a little bit, the youngster. Down he will fall. Opening double, go the way of VP. And also, somewhat unsurprisingly, they don't commit off the back of it. They're going to reset, regroup, and see what options are open, maybe even towards B here.
Looks that way. And Heroic are ready for B. So I do worry slightly. There's a lot of damage done there. No kill comes in, but you can see they're already just not expecting these players. LNZ can't give us one more, but he's done a lot. He's done a lot for this round. Tanir brings it down to just one now.
15 seconds.
Headshot is all he needs. Swing comes in, and the spray is clean. Big round as the 3-on-5 goes the way of Heroic.
That's a huge conversion. And what a call as well in that mid-round to pull them back down towards that lower site. Especially off the back of 2 quick kills in quick succession towards the long. It looks like everything's set for an A hit there. That's big. That is big. 5v3 indeed. And a 3-0 start for Heroic. Looking much better than what we did against NIP. I think that map and that series as a whole is probably going to plague their mentions for a while. For the bragging rights alone, they would have loved to have won that, but also just for stability here to kickstart their Cologne. But this is still, at the moment, looking okay. No buy for VP, so this should be a simple one to put a 4th on the board. 4 rounds, CT side, exactly what you want to see. The one big kind of caveat you got to take away is that for those who maybe haven't kind of tuned in with Overpass for a while, before it got taken out of the pool, Overpass was the most CT-sided map in the pool, statistically, by such a long way. We were talking about, I mean, we would have things saying, I mean, even when you look back towards Go, it was like an 11-4. You'd be like, yeah, that's doable. That's all right. You know what I mean? And we're still kind of in that spot where we would see things like a 9-3 T-side and a 3 rounds being on the T-side and be like, this is actually still pretty feasible. Cannot take your foot off the gas. So as much as this is a good start for Heroic, they've got to do a lot to build upon this. A lead heading in towards a second is kind of guaranteed. It needs to be.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's gone south real fast. Grix will stand strong at the back of Dice here, but the scope lets him down. He will survive that, which is paramount. He's a little hot right now, but he's just trying to hold on to the space here. Tanir comes in, looking crisp on the mechanics. It's all down to Electronic. Can't find the healthy player. If he had, maybe we'd be on, but not the case. Dicey, but held by Heroic.
Yeah. Tanir looks sharp, though. I think you're right. He's really, really looking good. Still early doors, but positive signs. Nice flick as well from Grix. He was tunnel vision the wrong way. If he was only single scoped, he probably spots that player into his bathroom and hits the shot. But doesn't matter. Winners win, round is a round. It's Grix and Tania leading the charge in terms of the numbers so far. We do have the buyback out for VP. Another attempt to get on the board finally. If they fall flat here, though, then we have to start having some quite stark conversations. We're probably even venturing in towards, and well, most likely venturing in towards that first tack timeout. And saying, right, what's going wrong? Why can't we get around on the board here? Why can't we break down this defense?
VP just holding for the time being. A little bit of a fakeage at mid. Looks like it will be a B play, but little do they know, Mr. Tanir's on the other side. He's got a molly first, and he's got a smoke. VP, they're just happy to stand around, aren't they? It's kind of their MO at this point. Ready and waiting for the next exchange, which looks like some more short pressure, but this has been a good 45 seconds and not much map pressure from VP, so surprised that there's not anyone sat in behind. Tanir goes digging and he will lose his head. Listen, man, they will outweigh you every time, and if you get impatient, VP are on the other side, ready to punish. LNZ's got one trade, but he's going to need more than that. He's lost all his compatriots here on the bomb site. The AWP is in pretty quickly. Will have been spotted here, and they opt not to give the peek back. Down goes LNZ. Flash ineffective, but surely enough space created to get the bomb down at the very least. Double nade onto default. Doesn't quite find the kill. Tag not there either. It's a bit close. It is a bit close, but not quite. Still looking to go for this here now. However, double swing comes in, and they lose out. Patience pays off.
It is this big thing. I think you're absolutely spot on. This is actually where VP, come back to when we were casting them the other day, we were saying, VP has such an uncomfortable side to play against, and obviously it always comes down to the pace, and as much as it's a meme, right, it's a very legitimate style of play, and especially young, more inexperienced sides, they're more likely to fall for these traps. That's what VP do best. They bait you into fights that you don't want to be taking, but it's too late. So, here's that first round. Here's that chance for them to build with. Still looking for Perfecto to get on the board. 0-4 for him. Flash round. Grix gets out. Just drop a smoke. The best way as well that we see a lot of teams break down VP. I mean, there's basically there's two thought processes here. You either really fight them, right? You're taking such an aggressive stance, but I think it's incredibly risky. Or you fight fire with fire and you wait them out, right? And that's when they also start to fall a little flat in their own regard. If you try and go for these sort of mid-round plays, they will punish.
Yeah, it works, man. It does work. I think the percentage of them has maybe dropped. But if you don't make or add any variables to a round, the numbers continue to favor you, right? It's a very curious way to play the game. Is there a way in which you can just game theory rounds, but you also have the mix-ups in your back pocket, and that's exactly what they have here. Contact flash is also super effective because you expect them to be slower, and telegraphed, utility over the top. Here comes the execute. Well, no, it's just a flash and a burst, and it also works very well indeed for VP.
It's so simple. Again, play time, kind of whittle down that clock and just catch them off guard. Such a simple double entry as well, like you mentioned. One flash, one molly. It's as easy as that. Fame, I love the call to hunt. Don't know if his shoulder was spotted, but he'll swing in or lose his life. So an AK recovered is something. Either way, it's VP up to a second now, and they're still looking for a little bit more. I can count on that. You've got a bit of money to work with, and why not? When you're going to go 2 for 1 there. Tanir, all that's left. He will be given the luxury of surviving, but that's basically all they've got to work with. That heroic economy shot. You have 3 stay alive, you can buy back in. Only the 1. No chance. They're going to go for an eco here around that M4. A great round. Simple, super effective, and that's a bit of a VP classic.
Yeah, really well done. Still a gap to be closed here, and still a chance for Heroic to just sort of adjust. I think you have to be confident in your own plays and not be like on edge all the time.
Yes.
And that's where VP can catch you off and not go for the play that you think you should be making and just come up with a bit of a game plan and stick to that. Maybe some early round aggression as well could be super effective, but this is where Heroic's lack of experience on this map is just not going to help. Everyone's died, except Tanir, the man with the M4. So he might be able to get a couple stats here by virtue of having sold his team down the river, but the round itself is just not going to happen. He seems to have an idea that he's in here as well. That wall's a little thinner than I think he remembers. He will be spammed down pretty damn low. Door opens. Perfecto finishes. Looking good here for VP, man.
Yeah. Honestly, these rounds have been taken quite nicely. And you can see why Heroic go for a timeout here, right? Next gun round coming through, but they've lost control of this 3 in a row. And for the most part, quite comfy, especially these last 2 for VP. Not a lot to complain about at all. So, Heroic still in a good enough spot, but you can see why they're really prioritizing this conversation. And of course, getting the coach Tobias into the conversation himself, see what we can do to help out LNZ. How do we break down VP? Also, the fact that we're starting to see rounds really be put on the board for this T-type of VP, very good signs of them and this map looking good. Like we said, before its removal, it was so CT-sided. VP looking okay. So buy back in, and falls across the board, but even Utah's a little slim, so if required in a retake, they might struggle.
Again, starting pretty far back here on the VP side of things. Waiting to see if any aggression does come. You know, Heroic on a 3-round loss streak, just taking a timeout. You would expect some kind of a play, but not the case. Trade is there. However, the 1-for-1 always feels a little difficult to make work, and Nilo has to be careful with how he plays things out from this point. They will drop back. They feel like they've got decent enough B control to go for a move over here.
Tanir setting up the pop flash. Another molly that comes down, and also it ticks as well. This information gathered. Heroic, they've got to know. Youngster spots one. Smoke will come down now as well. That'll give him the chance to get out if he wants to. Youngster turns away the worst possible time as Electronic cracks open the B site. Nilo is here and needing a second, really, as we're now back into 2 versus 2. We'll call for a pause. We haven't got the bomb as well, guys, so we need to kind of pick that up and then commit with it. I mean, they don't have time to rotate away, so individual prowess called upon as Electronic flicks for a third. What's he got for us? Perfecto! Didn't need to be running like that. It's Griggs the new boy with a 1 versus 2. Perfecto. That was such a lazy swing, and it made it all too easy for Griggs to react and to find.
Solid stuff. They will hold on, and really well played, I think, from Heroic to, again, just not panic as much. It does come a bit close for comfort. And there you go. They feel happy about that one. So we'll see if they can hold on to this lead. The VP style, this is the thing. Once you get a little accustomed to it, it can be awkward. It can be an adjustment, but all of a sudden they lose a lot of the fear factor. And so they have to go back to the drawing board themselves.
Okay. So round buffer. Yeah, just one more as well for Heroic. Gonna reinstill so much confidence in you where, you know, worst case scenario, even game at the halfway point. And I just think for them on Overpass, considering how the last one went for them, He'll take that. Nothing really for VP to work with just yet. And Bomb far from committed as well. I see you'll pick it up. Where we going? We got a little in route towards B. Bit of util testing towards A. This still feels like a B hit though. No long or bathrooms presence. The old tried and tested for VP, it seems.
Rinse and repeat. Small changes as they have conditioned things up. I suppose an LNZ was in the right position, but he gets seen, still finds a kill, which is kind of mad. I thought surely he was a dead man. So they've got that at the very least. The short control coming in, a bit more presence in that factor. Youngster close to the smoke here. They will time it well in Monster and try and keep them at bay. Tanir, meanwhile, holding for short. They're going to know that the MP9 is down here. Nilo, he's rotated around with a quick find here. Looking for a little bit more tough head angle. In comes the short player. He's blinded himself up. He has managed to cross into the sandbags, but Icy is there and ready. The USP is not enough. It's Icy with the spin to get it done. Goodness me. I mean, it looked like they could have stopped the bomb plant. I'm pretty sure he flashed himself. Oh, God. Panic ensuing again, and they never leave your mind, VP. Always there.
That's heartbreak, especially because LNZ opens up the round as well. You're thinking, okay, now we've got numbers. That kind of quick trade that comes through is fine, but it's so chaotic in the back and forth. Timeout to be taken here, the first for Virtus Pro, as well as Finn, the coach, will entering towards the fray, but that's not bad at all, man. Credit to Icy. A bomb plant and a couple of kills, and you got a feel for Nilo there. It felt like he had a chance and slightly squandered, but maybe that's just the narrative for Heroic itself. One-round game. Again, leads are taken. It's still kind of in favor of Heroic, but this is probably where it then gets leveled. You look at their buy. They've gone for a force, double MP9, 5.7 Deagle, and just a FAMAS. A little bit of util around it. Not terrible, but if they're forced into any sort of retake, they've surely got no legs to stand on. The VP, prime opportunity, tied this game up, 5 rounds apiece.
Up close and personal here. Nilo has actually slipped through the cracks, potentially. Yeah, Perfecto has no idea. Sort of prepared to take a fight there, but still a little lazy about it. Icy taking one. It's Grix who comes in with the important frag. Has yet to be traded. If he can get one more, we're maybe on for a round. The crosshair looked good, but he doesn't quite land the headshot. Sets it up, however. Nilo trading things out. 2-on-3 now. Bomb recovered, but no map control at all for VP here. They will be left to just walk their way up. Utility for both these players, but doesn't look good to me.
Yeah, he's back turn flare. No idea. So Fame, 1v3. Nilo's got himself an AK-47 now. So has Tanir. Tanir with the AK is the big one for me. He's probably going to close this on his own unless Fame's got some serious heroics up his sleeve. Tanir. Oh, sharp swing and a fight. 1v2, 35 seconds. Bomb on his back as well. But door closed. And Youngster round this corner. He's going to go dry. Yes, he is. And that'll be at the cost of his life. Nice response from Heroic. Wow. That's a really, really big round to be taken, considering the buy they brought to the table. That they've done such a good job of isolating fights.
Yeah, across the board, actually. Solidly done. And yeah, I think Perfecto knows. He was like, I kind of thought there was a guy there, but played it a bit lazy and lost the key fight, potentially. 6-4. Heroic indeed holding things. As you say, a CT-sided map. Maybe that's the way it'll develop. Game feels like it's gone a bit more T-sided. Hard to say how it'll converge, but all the same, Heroic having a lead is a good sign here that they're not just going to get absolutely flattened on map 1.
Snare flash on the corner. Nothing spotted, but that can't be information that you rely on. As we know, Flit tucks in towards Cubby there, and a Molly will confirm that. So, nice little due diligence by LNZ just to double check that spot. Followed by an A, but Flit's already got out of there. This double setup into his bathrooms. Really like this. Nilo doesn't need to peek, but the peek alone might net him too. Third is there and taken. Nilo, great work. Could have just stood still, and it actually probably would have been equally as strong of a setup, but makes a bit of a move, lines up 3. Beautiful work. That's surely the round already done, and, well, the lead probably guaranteed for Heroic too.
Yes, I think they might even move to save here. And to be honest, it feels like it is your only option. So, getting out of hands. No parties at the moment. Little elephant guy. Overpasses Labubu.
Oh, I hate you. I hate you. Oh,
that's the only reason I brought it up.
Cancel this man.
I knew he would hate it, guys. I knew he would hate it.
Bloody Labubus. Are they worth like stupid money now as well?
Yeah, because it's like sort of a loot crate logic, you know?
Oh, it's random.
Yeah.
I saw loads when I was in Shanghai like a couple of months ago. I didn't realize. I could have been ahead of the bell curve. Could have just bought all of them, brought them back. Little did I know, who needs a casting career? I could have just been shipping Labubus, but...
Well, indeed, mate. Indeed. Sorry to bring it up, but, you know, it's just everywhere.
You sent me off kilter, mate.
Online like us. Yeah, he's going to be killing for the rest of the cast.
Labubu charms coming soon. To a CS2 near you. I'd lose it. I'd actually lose the plot, but it's 7-4. Lead taken by Heroic, and a 3-round buffer that they've built upon him. You look towards VP now as well. Double AK, double Tech 9, and a Deagle heading into the final round. It's not beautiful, but that flash is Youngster. Exquisite supporting util. The swing from Tanir, fantastic. Perfecto. Softened and actually hit very low with that HE. Love that.
Heroic looking really damn good here. There was certainly a couple of rounds where I was worried for them as VP just had their number, as can be the case. But as I say, they've sort of figured it out. They took a timeout. Maybe just a voice in there that steadies the ship. And since then, they have been looking very, very good. Another touchdown nade. Perfecto is 1 HP. So lucky to be alive. Tanir taking a heads-up fight. Doesn't win it, but they're gathering info. They're keeping them at bay, slowing them down. And if you can get in there and just mess up the VP timings a little bit, they already want to play a slow round. So if you just force them back and they have to wait a bit longer, that puts them under pressure. They don't actually have as much time as they thought.
Oh,
Fame. Oh, he's
speaking
just
of
missed
timing,
out. Ahead. Around the corner. He's spotted, and there goes his element of surprise.
He probably should be dead in a mere moment. He's sort of being chased, but quietly as they're heading back towards B. He flits out. He's not going quite about it, but it's working for him. Griggs, nice find. Probably need another from him as he misses the second opportunity. Could maybe even wallbang through the boxes, but it does not matter. Round is a round. Who cares if they get a bomb plant? That is Heroic 8-4. A much, much better overpass than what we saw against NIP.
Yeah, looking very, very good. I think a solid run from them. And again, adapting on the fly, dealing with VP really well, which can be hard. You know, they can just get in your heads, especially these young players. A lot of energy to them. They want to take the early fights and get aggressive. And sometimes you just have to play the safe game while also digging for info. It's hard. It's very hard indeed. Heroic might just be able to do it. We'll see you after the break.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
juicy.
It's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome back. Well, safe to say a very solid first half from Heroic and much, much better than how this tournament started out for them. And actually the flip side to what we saw from VP. VP uses as a punish to open up their story in towards IEM Cologne and now looking pretty off their game. Let's see if they can bounce back in the second half. A pistol round would go a long, long way here as they move on to what is generally seen as the more preferential CT side of Overpass.
Yeah, Heroic just getting a bit annoying, weren't they? Prodding and poking, messing up VP's game plan, and it works very well when they're allowed to do what they want. But if someone throws a little spanner in the works, it can get a bit harder. A little 1-for-1 here. In the connector, yeah, that's kind of awkward. It's also the utility mule. They'll be after him with the retrieved Julies. So they have to be very careful here. Got to find the kills on the site. Nice and clean and perfecto. Anything but for Heroic. It's down to just LNZ. He's got a Molotov, but no bomb and no friends. Not looking good.
Spot of perfecto. He's got to try and isolate fight here. It's such a big ask. He gets tagged as well. No armor. I mean, what do you actually do in a spot like this? 40 seconds is what he's got to work with. And right idea, I guess, for LNZ to keep eyes trained towards heaven. That's another tag. Now going to cross. Spoke about that molly. I could use it to clear out towards Cubby. That will be the case. Will it trickle down? It will. Who cares? A shot in the side. Perfecto will close it. VP bite back. Much, much better.
Yeah, exactly what the doctor ordered as well. Really nicely set up in con. And then executing to just drop the bomb. That is the one thing, right? If only that bomb had been more in the pack, it might have been a different story. All the same, they do very well with the cards they are dealt. Heroic ecoing it out. I'm going to go for the early AKs.
Okay. I like the score, though. Those three staying alive as well towards VP. You know there's going to be at least one M4, if not two, of course, with those sort of meta changes that have come through. You're seeing a lot more M4s in the second round. Flit, he is mere pixels away from the fight. The first and the second UMP, that's money in the bank. That gun's got a little bit more favorability recently since the MP9 changes. I'm still not a fan, but Flit obviously is.
Looking good while doing so. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. I just think the fire rate, right? The MP9 gets so many bullets down.
Yeah. It feels so clunky, the UMP.
Yeah. Okay. Electronic. Going on his jollies. Will lose his head. Kind of a wild push from him. He does give a kill back. And I mean, one more like that. And maybe we're on for a bomb plant here. Moneymaker as well in the hands of Grix. So every move has a ripple effect if they're not careful. Perfecto going to hear all these footsteps. I think that's the bomb briefly spotted as well. But what is the plan here? Just trying to get Grix some money, really, on this MP9. Surely nothing coming. 20 seconds remain. Will eventually make their way up towards the A-bomb site here, lining up nicely for Icy. And just give the respect to Cross, I think. Yeah, don't take any wide swings, and it ends up being a minimal cost round for VP.
Yeah, that's what you want to see as well. Rounds like that where your opponent has not brought a lot to the table, just make sure it's simple. Make sure it's nice and easy, and it is. Also money in the bank for them too, right? UMP getting a double, that'll go a long way. 8-6, two-round game. This gun round, very important for that of Heroic. You win this, you're going to build upon this lead and put the pressure right back on towards VP. You lose it, the game more or less gets tied up. So it's incredibly important here. The VP, probably the most important round they've played so far, and it does not start well. Fame gets caught in no man's land. Where are we even going, mate?
Yeah, dangerous here, isn't it, on the bonus? These rounds are very, very important. LNZ looking to lead the pack here. Meanwhile, Flit. Still this first line of defense, potentially. We can just stop them crossing in. The A setup feels very split. They are worried about Long, but an early kill for Heroic means that they are the ones now that can just wind things down. And they will do just that. Getting in position. Are they going to dedicate here to the A play? You can just see VP starved of info, man. Wildly throwing utility where it's not really needed. And I think that's going to give a lot across. Electronic had actually started to abandon A by the looks of things. Flit goes down really easily. That'll be the A bomb site compromised, and these B players are barely moving. I think it will be a save once this plan is confirmed.
I don't really know what you do here. So I think you're right. Just try and shell up somewhere. Even saving on towards B itself can bring inherent risk. They might even try and push all the way forward, kind of through Monster a little bit, but still, Heroic, really nice round. Flawless as well on top of that. Not exactly what we want to be seeing. Looking over towards Heroic as well. Tanier being quite instrumental when it comes towards the opening duels. For him, 3-1. Nilo as well, also entering into the fray every now and again, being a part of 4 himself, split 2-2. In terms of the numbers department, Nilo, Tanier, Grix, all looking fantastic. Normally we'd actually look for a little bit more on a youngster, but he's not being called upon as much, and of course he was also not getting tested as much, or not successfully for him in that first half. On the T side as well, there's a bit more of a kind of supporting element towards these sort of hero riflers. I don't normally expect him to be too much in the thick of it. In a sense, a good predicament that Heroic are in. They've got a 3-round buffer, they're 4 away from taking the map, their opponent's map pick. All signs look very, very good. Now, we've been bringing up this NIP loss as well. 13-9 it was. That was actually Heroic's pick. So it's definitely a map that they're obviously confident and comfortable picking into. They just didn't show it. This is looking a lot better.
Yeah, Ash mentioned something really interesting on the desk that I'm sure we've like theorized about as pundits, is that people like practice these maps in a certain way. Then when it comes to the officials, they play like totally differently. So when you're scrimming, I think that they do try a little tactical, you know, to just throw you off and be like, oh, okay, so when we play those guys at the next tournament, last time we scrimmed them, here's all the notes. They like playing passive, they like playing heavy B defaults or whatever. And then when the actual game gets going, they're just completely different. Maybe as well, like anteing what they did in their scrim against you. So I think sometimes it just takes officials to get official experience. You can't really simulate that in any way. So there's maybe a little bit of that coming in for Heroic, that it's just like, oh, they are playing completely against what we believe to be the philosophy and the way that they played last time we scrimmed them, etc. So those opening few officials on a map that you've put work into especially can be quite hard to work with and quite hard to adapt to.
Yeah, I get exactly what you mean. 25 seconds. Now or never, guys. Got to go. Nilo, round the corner. Not good for the first as well. There's Fame up close, ready for it. Icy flashed off the angle into the UMP up close. Look at this crossfire. Out towards Long as well. There's just no chance in hell. What a shutdown. Might not be flawless, but it feels more or less as good as Flit just toying with his food. Looking at him. And he'll get his kill. What a round for VP. That is much more like it. Decimation there. And it will force Heroic into a quick second timeout.
Yeah, he was most certainly waiting for time to run out. Kind of hilarious. Either way, a really solid round from VP when map life on the line, it felt like. And the fact that they're able to do it in such a dominant fashion feels pretty good to me. There will be some time taken here. Heroic's buy is workable, but it's right down to the bottom of the barrel. So They've got to get this next one, otherwise it will be VP with that gap close.
Let's see. What have you got off the back of the attack pause? Does need to be something a little bit instrumental here. Money not looking good in the long term, of course, for Heroic. So VP have given themselves that lifeline of you win this, you get gifted the second. As is so common in situations like this. So early information gained there by Electronic. It's a bit of a nade, but he drops a molly and he'll slow things down. Won't be caught by Tanir just yet. He was looking on that pixel for information. Not a huge amount to work with just yet, but also Heroic don't need to be too fast-paced either. In a way, them joining VP in this slow roll type of T-side executes can also be very effective.
Just the one downstairs at B. Playing for information at the moment. Bomb's going to start joining them now. Just about enough utility to get the execute going. There's 3 on this B bomb side, though. It's always a bit scary. Will start moving away. Electronic. He's restless, this guy. He was doing the same on A a few rounds ago. He's up and down. It is towards heaven, so he can still help out, but easily smokable. Should be smoked, to be honest. I think it would be remiss from Heroic to not smoke heaven. But here we go. Flashes over first. The smoke will be a little bit late, so keep your eyes on these players and the kill feed where they come from. It's actually Electronic up top that keeps them in it. The hold itself, nowhere near clean enough. So we take it back. He knows what's up. And they go ahead of that heaven smoke. It could end up costing them here on the edge. They push through. Beautiful little move. Trade will be there onto 1. Is the info that both of them are coming from ABC? Not quite sure just yet. Maybe now, as the AWP rings off, they will know. LNZ, how do you beat him here? It's such a difficult angle. Charging in, and he will indeed punish. So challenging to deal with him. And he capitalizes. He had the spot. He knew the round was in his hands.
Yeah, well done. Really, really well played. I gotta say, I this is something you kind of touched on. That hold towards B, so weak. I don't think Flit needs to swing there. Perfecto, I can sort of give him maybe a bit of a kind of a remissal in a sense, but Flit's swing around pillar feels so unnecessary. Even him just playing that position and just trying to dance, or even committing to holding one angle, right? Whether it's kind of the swing on towards bridge or whatnot. It goes a long way, and of course it's easy to say that with the benefit of hindsight, but he just swings out and is so exposed. Doesn't get away with anything. So, double digits. 3 ahead, 3 away. A familiar feeling, I'm sure. But Heroic really now in reaching distance of this map. Their opponent's pick again, I remind you. VP still not showing that cutthroat nature about them that we have actually seen at times with this tournament. And one win in particular.
Oh, peekaboo. Flit does spot them there in the connector. Again, Heroic not pulling any punches here, as they will continue winding things down. Heaven smoke comes in. It's a fake. Just keeping attention on B. Not sure that that's really enough to, like, draw attention necessarily. But we'll see here. Latter moments of the round. Only 30 seconds left. Icy on the spot. They've opted to play a passive, and they're going to have to make sure that this works for them. Icy clean for the first. Drops back. It's looking good. It's looking very good indeed. As, yeah, straight into the lion's den here. So many guns on the other side. They've just done nothing to break them apart. No contact flashes or anything. So VP absolutely gifted around, and it felt like this would have been the end of the map if they lost it.
Yeah, it's such a simple setup. I mean, real credit to VP. It's a pure numbers game on that side, and a small amount of util that slows down Heroic. It's a massacre towards top side, so well done, really, really well done. That's one of those rounds as well that leaves you a little reeling if you are Heroic. Not only in terms of what is going to be ultimately an untimely time to run out of money, right? The buy, of course, is going to be a little brutal. AK AWP, Mach 10 and a few Tech 9s, but also a round that leaves you reeling just because of how easily you folded. A site looks locked down so far as the B site with the vulnerabilities remain. A lot of heavy lifting has to be done by Nilo and Grix.
All right, let's see. Do they have any of these sort of pocket set rounds that you might expect out of a team that have secretly been working away on Overpass? At the moment, it looks like VP are more the ones trying to direct. Contact flash, take the peek, and he's out of there. So kind of an interesting move from Fame, and he's all the way out of there as well. Dips into B, rotating round on to A. So no early exchange just yet. Very tense these past few rounds.
Electronic going to play up close. Nice timing on the smoke. He can try and play up behind it here. Oh, Grix. Patience, a virtue as Fame fumbles a chance to jump it across, but there we go. Electronic, we spoke of that bomb spill forward as well, but I see overwhelm. Nilo gets 2. We needed heroics, we said, from Grix and Nilo specifically in this round, and look what they found. 2 for Nilo, an opener by Grix as well, and Perfecto left all alone in a 1v4.
Crazy. The back and forth is really not what VP want. They need stability, they need control. And I think for a long time, they've not really had that. They've done well to pick up the odd few rounds, but it's heroic for me that have had the keen turnaround. As I mentioned in the previous half, there was a couple moments there where I was like, oh, this is not looking good. This looks like VP might just be able to do enough. Hold on. Okay, no kit available. I mean, could have got a little scary there because there was actually nobody around to stop him. But all the same, looking good, as Heroic will move up to 11, and Perfecto gets to keep his M4.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of the main thing in a small silver lining way, but really, really well done. I think Nilo, the 2 kills that he gets is just so important. At the tilter, if you are VP, and well, evidently for Flit as well, you want to hit the desk, but you just hold yourself back. 11-8. 2 rounds away now. Heroic inching closer and closer. A FAMAS required for LNZ, but there's still money left over. This is quite an important swing round, though. Swing round generally goes back to kind of a thing we've been building up throughout this game, but when you don't have any real long-term money built up, if you lose the round, you probably lose a second behind it. If that is to be VP lose this round, that's probably the map gone with it too.
Yeah, I think so. And then, as we sort of commented on pretty heavily, the rest of the series looks tough for VP on paper. So if you can't even take your own, what do we expect from them? I don't know, this psychologist maybe going to have a lot of work to do if they check out after going up, really, really nicely. That first game against Tyloo was lovely and clean. But anything but since then, to be honest. I think they've barely had a map that looks like they should win. Always been on the back foot. Nilo to find the first and the second. In comes the entries. He will keep them coming. And it's all down to Perfecto and Flit. Feels like to save the map here, and I don't know that they'll necessarily want to.
I mean, that's right there is why Nilo was brought in towards his side as well. Brilliant. His 20th kill now as well. Absolutely in the charge. Of course, like we said, the jury's still been out on him and whether that move with X-File was the right one, but it's maps like this which prove exactly why they've gone for it. Flit's probably dead here as well. Oh, reactionary shot from Youngster, but he will nail it. And it's Perfecto again to save, but I mean, again, look at that money, like we said. Only 1 being kept alive is not good enough. Will Youngster clear close right? Probably not, so he's surely dead here. And is. An AK maybe to be recovered. Nilo looking for his 4th. They're going to hunt him on the way out. And outrage, he will just go down. Final half a second, Nilo gets a quad kill to most likely close the map with it too. VP are reeling there, falling so unbelievably flat. And another big thing as well is because it's been a back and forth nature, you know, at least if Heroic was streaking here, VP would have lost bonus. Lost bonus is still being here, there, and everywhere. It's been back and forth, back and forth. No stability, no security, and minimal investments. Triple MP9, FAMAS, and a 5-7 for Electronic to round it out. And Util so slim too. Double smoke, double flash, and a HE. Don't even have a kit.
Yeah. Again, gonna have to call upon the Counter-Strike gods that wander these halls. But we'll see. A real difficult run here. And VP just never getting going in this second half in particular. Boost comes in. Not going to stand. It would have been the heaven find, but LNZ still gets Perfecto on the site. Oh, doesn't quite land. I thought even a leg there, but no, doesn't land. So maybe a little bit of something for VP to work with. They've got 3 on B still, and an advanced position from Fame watching behind. So setup doesn't look too bad. I think the bomb is going to come their way in just a few moments. Nicely timed smoke. Icy, meanwhile, does get finished off. Not looking good here as they are slowly being picked apart. The MP9s can't activate in time. There is one taken up top, but it's just not going to help. Nobody else has chimed in. Fame's got an AK, but down he goes, and Heroic will take it. And they make it look pretty damn easy there in the end.
Yeah, nice noise as well. Exactly what you want to see for Heroic. Much better than what we saw from them against NIP, and this is showing why they want to put this map in their pool, right? And for Virtus Pro, as much as things started well in this tournament for them, a win over Tyloo and one that was really dominant. 13-5, they got that win to kickstart their IEM Cologne journey on Overpass. That was pretty rough to watch, right? Really felt quite flat. I mean, the first half, their Seaside, not enough, 8-4, and they just could never get going properly in the second. And you touched on it, they needed consecutive rounds in a row to build up some level of form, and they couldn't get there. Now they put themselves in a difficult spot. Heroic find themselves 1 map away from stage 2, and VP find themselves 1 map away from a journey home. Unfortunately, that is the stakes at hand here in this series. Brilliant. We're running some of these highlights as well, and just like that one there, I've got to highlight Nilo. What a performance from the youngster. I thought he looked absolutely fantastic. Such a solid rifler to have in your team. Stepping up time and time again, looked so consistent. Exactly what you want from him. Finished 21-12. 101 ADR, and you know, he really did a lot of the heavy lifting. Flip side, Electronic, Flip, they were in the action, but it was not even nearly enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is it, unfortunately. The piece is just not quite coming together. T-side played to their own tune, did look workable, did look good, but Heroic, they took a timeout, I want to say maybe round 6 or 7, and it seemed to just completely turn the game upside down, at least for VP. Heroic figured them out. They played their own style a little better, and prodding and poking, making life awkward for that VP T-side. Then you flip over, and the CTN just never got going for VP at all. Heroic making things look very easy indeed, and again, just playing a really great pack mentality across the board. The B-bomb site in particular looked really good from them time and time again. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Heroic. VP, I mean, you can even just sort of see at the end, the game finishes, they're all just like headsets off and partying. There's not too much kind of talking through it, not too much we'll do better next time, so on and so on. But yeah, just to highlight Nilo once again, those are his numbers, and he did indeed look very impressive.
Yeah, he looked incredible. I mean, there was so much to like. I just think having a player like him who can be stable in situations like that, especially when it's quite rocky, right? Back and forth in the rounds and the momentum, having somebody that you can fall back on, especially if, you know, you're kind of Tobis or LNZ, right, in that leadership role within this side, man, that must feel good. And, you know, you got to look towards the entirety of the Heroic core. There's a lot to like here, right? You know, if he doesn't step up, Tanir will step up. And, you know, it's a slow game from Youngster, but didn't matter. He's happy to kind of sit in the backpack and get kind of pulled through. Thought Grix also looked fantastic too, where Icy, he had flashes of it, but I don't think he was nearly as consistent. So what a time to be Heroic as well. You find yourself in reaching distance of that stage 2, and when they decide that keep going through these rebuilds and keep going through these changes, keep losing their stars, they keep finding success. And I think that's ultimately such a testament to that organization as a whole. Job's not done though. That's the main thing. They can't afford to take their foot off the gas, and this will be a big look into kind of what Tobers can do as this coach in the side now in terms of instill the confidence, but say we still got plenty more in this series, and we're heading in towards our map pick of Mirage up next, but we know that VP are going to know how to play it, right? Without a shadow of doubt. These guys all play within the FPLs. They've practiced, scrimmed it, have a lot. There's nothing new on it. They're still going to be real cautious. They can't come in too overconfident, which at times can plague youthful teams.
Yes, very true. You know, to look good on your opponent's pick, to sort of come back on a map that didn't look good for you the other day, right? Still sort of up in the air as to whether they're actually going to be able to perform on it or not, right? There's a lot there that I think can really give you a big head moving into Mirage. And we talk about Mirage a lot as a map that you just have to be careful of. Sometimes a team with like 20% win rate, but they've got 10, 15 maps played, they will just be able to turn it around, and all of a sudden they find a good Mirage. It happens once in a while. Maybe even you don't quite know why. We're going to take a break before we get there, though, of course. Make sure that you stick with us, guys. We'll see you on the other side of this.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Welcome back. Well, Heroic, what a start for them. Looking absolutely fantastic out the gates on Virtus Pro's map pick of Overpass. They tried the new map in the pool gimmick and it doesn't quite work out. So Heroic find themselves just one map away from stage 2 and we need a real resurgence from VP. It's Mirage up next though, and Scriv, this is, you know, I always like to say the great decider, the litmus test, right? This is a map that everybody knows, so it just comes down to the raw individuals and how you can adapt on the fly.
Yeah, it's one that we often talk about quite a lot, isn't it? I think we've kind of predicted a lot of series at very different levels, up and down the tiers, as it were. But, you know, you just get that feeling, don't you, that it's like, right, tournament life on the line, qualification on the horizon as well if you win it. So, you know, really, really, really big game required here, and Mirage is a great one to do it on. You know, you maybe can just lean into the instincts in between maps. You can have a bit of a chat about fundamentals because you don't need to go super deep into, right, have we got this play ready? Have we got this play ready? Of course you do, right? It is Mirage, and I think that there's so much that you can pull on here. That being said, in this particular matchup, to bring it back home, Heroic, I think, figured VP out a little. Honestly, it looked worrisome early on. It's like, right, if they keep playing like this, they're going to have a hard time, but they changed things up and it worked brilliantly. Moving into the second half, they were able to gain control, dictate where the fights happen, and they looked brilliant. So I think we're going to get more of that here and maybe indeed in VP's heads.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, probably a lot of credit has to be given towards LNZ. It does feel like he just completely outcored Electronic, and I think obviously that's been a real talking point and quite a stark realization, I think, for this VP side, is that consistently maybe the calling hasn't been going to plan, right? And that's where somebody like an LNZ, this young kind of new outlook on life, can really make a big difference, and he did. And I think, we already touched on it. Nilo, I thought, was absolutely fantastic. He looks so solid. His stats on map number 1 were brilliant. Grix, so reliable too. Having players like that stepping up in the way that they did, really awesome to see. So we're live. T-side start for Heroic. And their map pick on Mirage, and they're looking like they might just go for a quick B play. I say that. We're going to get a little bit under control from Nilo here. But I'm going to stick around towards B-Apps.
Yeah, maybe something in that. A well-timed smoke here from VP. Oh, Fame on the other side with the Julies as well. They'll burst forward straight into his hands, but they play it pretty cleanly there for the trade. The Molotov will keep them at bay for now, but they've got short presence coming up. Are they going to be ready for more players? It looks like they will indeed. Check their angles, but Perfecto again looking good here on the USP. Has he done enough to keep them in proceedings here? Electronic back end trying to help his man out. IC meanwhile on the site not looking as clean, but Electronic is here. Grix loses his head, and it is the veterans of VP that keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you get Perfecto in your side as well. So good as an anchor, but he just buys time for the rotations to come over. Really well done. Dancing around, but those 2 kills alone go such a long way. But you're right, Electronic again stepping up. That last shot in particular, really nice. So 2 for Electronic, 2 for Perfecto. And Fame getting into the fray as well. That quicker B pop shut down, honestly, relatively effortlessly too, which not quite what we want to be seeing for Heroic. They try and go for a quick play to really set that tempo as well, right? Really kind of put VP on the back foot nice and early, but they were ready for it. Looks like they shrugged off at least a little bit of map number 1, but they're going to go back to back. We're heading back to B. If it didn't work the first time, how about the second? It might be more of the same. Is this arguably the definition of insanity? Potentially do the same thing again, expecting different results. The results exactly the same, arguably even worse. Flawless for VP. Nothing gained towards B.
Not the best of starts for Heroic, but VP exactly what they needed, right? To just give themselves some breathing room, if anything else. That being said, it's simple stuff here from Heroic. You can't read too deeply into it, so what do you expect moving forwards? Is there anything fresher on the cards? This, of course, a comfortable map for them, regardless of it being their pick. They'd probably argue one of their favorites, especially in recent memory. They haven't played it yet at Cologne, worth noting. Flipped with a keen find. Oh, LNZ with one of his own, though, on that Deagle. So just got to be careful not to lose too many players here.
Yeah, let's not things fall for nothing, right? You just don't want to round like this to be expensive. This 1, even like 2 casualties, maybe it's okay. Any more, though, and that's where Heroic can actually take small sort of internal victories from it. And it does have a knock-on effect, and it will have a knock-on effect later down the line for VP's economy if this gets a little expensive. So, got to be a little careful, but looks like they'll be fine. Yeah, nice shutdowns. So they're going to find one more of his own. Any more feels unlikely, and it is. Fame for the trade. Couple of casualties. That's fine. That's okay. And this is a good start for VP3. Out the gates, nice and simply as well, and this next gun round very important. If Heroic don't find it, they're going to be starting off this map at a real deficit.
Yeah, it feels like we got here fast as well. Much quicker moves than it was on Overpass, I'll tell you that much for free. And Heroic maybe trying to play into that a little, the old conditioning game as the pistol goes against them. So we'll see if they're able to make anything of that. Quick mid control. They will still get aggressive here. No window smoke. I'm not sure if that is kind of intentional. It looks like there's one in front of window. It's a little hard to tell these days, but it might be a miss smoke. Might just be a miss smoke.
Nilo, speaking of smokes, might try and push through this one. He's all alone here, though. It's the only issue with it. That smoke will hit Electronic as he's just passing by. Here's that window smoke that comes through. I know he's somewhere in there. That would have been heard and relayed by Tanir. And it does have a somewhat sizable gap. Molly. This is going to make Fame through the flames, and it will force on a fight. They probably didn't want to take. Youngster pounces coming through Palace, but only good for one as he gets traded off. Perfecto nearly getting a third as well. Not a bad effort, but a diving flip feels so unnecessary. And I see all he can do here is save so much damage dealt. But a 1v3 retake with an AWP, no chance in hell. And look at this actually as well. Tanir's already here.
He's prepped. Yeah, he scoped in. He was ready. Still, his life is on the line. They know that he's not really got any of a chance to get in towards the bomb site. He's a little aware. He's definitely noticing things here, but is he going to be ready for the side swipe? The answer is no. And that AWP will go down. Just not enough time to save for him. So there you are. Heroic on the board. Listen, man, Perfecto in his element. He looked clean. He nearly got 3. But nobody else able to assist him.
Perfecto is such a secure lockdown anchor. That diving through the smoke.
Yeah, it's crazy.
In mid, I mean, it feels so unnecessary. He could have... I feel like even if you just fall away towards CT and reset, it has a lot more security around it, but not to be. I don't think they spotted him jumping down. The nade should indicate that he did. And Flit does somehow get away alive. Little damage, sure, but alive. Ultimately, all that matters. LNZ. So if that comes down, he wants to play out in front of, but Perfecto is there, so aware of the possibility. The opening kill that goes the way of VP, and a lot of damage dealt to both Grix and Nilo. Not to start to round number 5 they wanted. They really wanted to build momentum here, and if anything, it might get stopped short at 1.
Yeah, that would be pretty painful. But we'll see. Still enough players. Still enough space to work with as well. VP giving a lot across here. Flit is ready for anything. Youngster. Timing's good, and the first few bullets landed, but he just couldn't finish his dinner there. Flit's patience will pay off, so looking better and better as the round goes on. The AWP was trained, hoping for a wide swing. Nothing coming. Bomb has yet to commit in. Lovely little double peek there to connector, and it's Grix on the AWP. Flashback to the previous round. It's just the other way now. Icy couldn't survive. Can Grix? 30 seconds to save here. I think surely not.
Yeah, he's got to get hunted. Especially knowing there's the AWP. Nice shot though on towards Flip. Flash over, but that'll be it. Seen off. Good rounds from VP. That one, it just feels like for Heroic in that specific round as well, they're wanting a couple of things to go really right for them. Push up from Palace here. You already did that sort of in the previous round. Going for it again feels sort of unreasonable. And they just get stuck. They're trying to find advantages through slight gimmicks rather than just a nice little setup. And VP are more than happy to take these sort of rounds and shut them down. So an AK is all they've got to work with for Youngster. That's as good as it gets. Don't get the pistols around it. He breaks open that smoke. No one towards mid. They're grouping under.
Flit is somewhat ready. He's got his head on a swivel, though. Oh, he's just spotted there. Molotov goes down. It's not really going to give him the space that he requires, and a quick flick from Youngster makes this look scary. Fame. They're coming for him, and he will go down. This is not good. Icy on the AWP does have eyes on some key locations, but also needs to be careful not to lose them, I guess. 2-man advantage now. Still weaker weaponry. They've not had chance to scoop up that AK.
Yeah, this is the issue.
Would have been nice.
They're being covered from recovering those guns. That's the one thing that really makes it so difficult. Now there's a gap, but they don't know about this. They're heading towards B, so are VP. So again, we call upon Youngster, or potentially the Deagle of Nilo, yet to get a kill, so now would be a nice time. There's the first Youngster and Nilo, the two names I brought up, both the first two falling. Grix will follow suit as well. Great mid-round from VP. Starts badly, but they drag everybody over towards B. They gamble, and it's the right call. The bomb's making a move, though, but thankfully, so is Electronic.
Still, all-important kill. We'll see here. Electronic, don't mess it up. Yeah, the aim punch is enough. And Tinner on the backside. What can he get done? I mean, he should be able to get a backstab here. He will indeed. 10 seconds. Bit awkward. Probably wants to die, but decides just play it safe, and there's no point risking the attempt at death, and then the timer goes, and then you actually die, and, you know, it'd just be a whole mess. So M4 not too bad. He does have a bit of armor. It'll need a full upgrade regardless, but here we are. Heroic going to be kicking themselves a little bit that they couldn't even get a bomb plant there.
Yeah. Time aren't going to be taken. Pretty understandably so why Heroic are calling for this. They're in a bit of hot water right now, and it's not a comfortable time. They are, of course, going to get that reinvestment that comes back through and the buy, but it's one that has to be found. And not only that, it has to be the start, right? You know, we need to get a round on the board and then many more to kind of follow it just to keep the pressure on towards VP. Right now, they're pretty effortlessly running away with things. So a tough predicament. And a really awkward spot, I think. And this is where we go back to a conversation that me and you have had plenty of time, right? Where you talk about Mirage as a pick. Because of the fact that everybody knows, if you start slow, you really struggle to find your form back into it. We're seeing that now for Heroic. So, with Tobers and the intervention, can he change the tides for this T-side?
Oh, Flit with the find, man. Felt like a very risky move, but this is good signs from VP. If we can get those early kills going, they're in for a very, very smooth ride. Icy trained, spotting the player before he moves out. Perfect angle from Icy. Flash comes in. Oh my goodness! It is beautiful from VP here. Just Tanir and Youngster remaining. They've managed to thread the needle up Con. That's about all they've got going for them at the moment, but desperation sets in and no kills for Heroic.
Yikes. I mean, that's a tough watch, right? Just off the back of a pause as well. For it to be that flat is really quite damning. So nice shots that get hit, but I think you're spot on. The util usage was perfect too. Individual fights being taken for Heroic, not what you want to see. There's just no synergy, it feels, for this side. And they're brought once again back down to Hero AK being the best that they can bring to the table. This is a horrible spot that's developing. This T-side is next to non-existent. While Mirage always lent towards being slightly more CT-sided, not this CT-sided. VP look like a different beast entirely. And with their backs up against the wall, it feels like the Bears are at their scariest. Flip. We should be looking towards under. If you're going to be moving that way, he doesn't. That's a gun gifted over.
Electronic ready here, though. He knows. Spam does distract him away a little. Doesn't quite know what's going on, and Nilo will capitalize. The AWP up on the booth has kept this round alive for VP. Contentious. As LNZ's got an advanced position towards B, goes driving in, somehow still alive. Goodness gracious. Some missed moments here. LNZ will eventually fall. Fame with a nice little smoke isolates some of the angles now. Is there even a chance at a bomb plant once again? Tanir making so much noise to spam through the smoke. Is so close to finding a kill. He is using the wall to his advantage, and the chaos that ensues looking very good here. How has Tanir made this doable? Icy onto the Julies, but Tanir takes his head clean off. What a move, what a round, and he's read it beautifully. Just making so much noise, so much chaos.
That's sickening from Tanir. What a time for him to step up. 4 kills in the round for him. And so well isolated. You can just see he's tapping away to try and spam for that smoke. Find where he is. I don't actually know. I think there's a way to double check if Icy ran out of ammo there, because it feels so weird to be holding posted on that angle with dualies rather than the AWP. If he didn't want to attempt the reload in case he was swinging upon him, so... and shot all 5 bullets, whatever it was, didn't work out. Flip. A lot of damage dealt towards him on the molly. Only thing with rounds like that, and as sick as they are for Tanir, you got to ask yourself that question once again. Is that a replicable round? The argument's probably no. So Heroic have still got to find better ways to win. And that is not a good start. Grix, he actually had the drop and it doesn't shoot initially.
LNZ gonna find a key kill though. B bomb site again, looking vulnerable. Perfecto at the back, trying to get the timing, and he will find the kill. I mean, he's looking really quite comfortable at the moment, and he keeps this one in the running. He will go down eventually. Surely set it up for the rest of the team, however, and indeed that will be the case. Fame comes in, perfect timing, denies the bomb plant. Again, it is Perfecto, though. It's beautiful to watch.
My God. They're making it look quite effortless in the sense of they're never giving Heroic the chance to chain rounds together. Looks like another pause will be taken here by Heroic, and very understandably so. But everybody having their moment to step up over towards VP, it feels. And they're actually doing it in a sense with a pretty even spread across the board. Perfecto at the top end, sure, with 11, but not a huge differential between this rifling core. Fame Electronic having their moments. Flip maybe lagging a little bit behind, but nothing even remotely compared to the way Heroic are having it. It's so top heavy. Tanir, double digits for him with 10 kills. Second best being 4 for Grix and Youngster. Nilo on 1. Right, the guy who 21 kills he got in map number 1 and was lights out on Overpass is a shadow of his former self on their map pick of Mirage at a time where stage 2 is in their grasp. If they can recover to worst case scenario 8-4, but best case 7-5, it's fine. I don't think there's too much to be worried about. 9-3 or anything less, and we've got some stark conversations to have. Oh no, not again.
Moneymaker.
Yeah.
He's really
I need to pick this gun up, man. I feel like, I thought it was terrible, but they're making it look quite good.
Yeah, wait a minute. We've had 2 pistol kills back. Electronics really low. They do have the bomb. We're about to find out how good the UMP can really be, I suppose.
True, this is the test.
AK for Tinner. He's making a lot of noise. Perfecto has been such a bail-out player. Can he do it again? Actually not getting super greedy for the bomb here. Just ready and waiting. Perfecto takes the peek. Tanir to trade. Question mark. Absolutely needs to, man. Heroic would be so happy with this round, but in flies Electronic on that UMP, and he does find the head instantly.
And it's Perfecto bailing them out, isn't it? So patient there. Finds the first, and he just doesn't peek. He's just showing the barrel, just enough to keep attention drawn in. Like a cat with a feather, baits him in, keeping eyes on him, and lets Electronic pounce from behind. Beautiful, beautiful work. It should never have probably got towards that spot, let's be frank, but VP don't care. They're up to an 8th round now. This is a CT side that is looking exquisite. Heroic still ever so flat. I did say that this series felt like it had 3 maps written all over it, but I just didn't expect them to take each other's map points. And that's how things are panning out right now. Heroic look dead on their map of Mirage.
Yeah, it is very surprising. And the rounds that are coming close are low buy, looser, faster sort of rounds.
Yep.
The guns have not really looked good enough. Let's see if that continues being the case here. They've got 2 more to make it 8-4, which is kind of that bare minimum serviceable half. Meanwhile, VP could close things out before the second half even gets going.
Okay. Moving up towards short here. Youngster alone. Oh, just an elbow spotted, but enough for Electronic to dip his head. Tanir's made his way in towards window. Flitz seems aware of that possibility, but now he needs to be careful in other positions. He just gets pincered, sideswipe between 2 as Tanir will find the first kill for them. And look at the damage dealt towards both Tanir and Nilo. This gets funky, but Perfecto, no bailing them out here. Time ticking short, but bomb dropped and Electronic called upon. Util raining down his position. It's back and forth. 2 versus 3, but 2 of which fill 1 foot in the grave. VP still have a chance.
Bombs hit the deck in an awkward spot as well. They just about managed to get that. Could be a spam here pretty easily. Tanir taking a risk on the plant, but he just sends it off center, and that means that he's unspammable. Keen shots hit by Heroic when the time matters. 3rd round. It's a lot to battle for just to get your 3rd round, but they are tooth and nail at the moment to remain in the conversation.
I don't know if we have a replay of it as well, but Grix jumping AWP shot as well. Just, he had a little laugh. He had a chuckle. He knew it was a little bit out of the ordinary. Yeah, there it is. It's like panic jumped and it's actually connected. Very lucky indeed. That panic actually could have really sealed things in the other direction. But 8-3 final round of the half. We said 8-4 is workable, and it looks like all signs point to that with that investment. This is, I honestly think, it's the first time, probably all game or map, that VP have actually had a broken econ, but they've had to go in for a lesser buy. So M4 FAMAS and 5-7s to round it out. It's not great, but it's still workable, especially these 5-7s, and especially with a gimmick like this. Electronic, I kind of love this. Ships in the night, they walk past. Oh, Electronic had the chance at 2, but only gets 1. It's a little chaotic, and now LNT holding for the flank, and the flank is there, but he really panics in the situation. Thankfully, Flick can only get 1. So Heroic, slight recovery to a 4th, but man, Script, they've got a real task ahead of them here. This has been still quite a flat mirage.
Yeah, for sure. I think that round looks really, really panicked, but the site itself, there was not much going on. It was just connector seemed to be where the carnage was. But yeah, this is a long road ahead. VP taking their eyes off the ball ever so slightly. Hopefully a little timeout in between will quell the nerves slightly. We're going to take that break and we'll be back soon.
Welcome back. Second half underway here. 8-4 in favor of Virtus.pro. And yeah, I don't know, Heroic just falling so flat comparatively to what we saw in Overpass, especially that second half of Overpass as well. Looks so good, but Not seeing really anything of that here. The second half got to get underway pretty swiftly. A pistol round and a force fight to go behind it would be instrumental to still keeping the dreams alive of a 2-0 here and going to stage 2.
Yes, indeed. We'll see what they are made of as VP. A keen bounce back from them, to be fair. So maybe improvements already to the mental game. Tanir swinging round. They're tough fights, but just long enough range on the USP at the end of the day. 5-on-3 very quickly. Youngster with his smoke down, trying to stay alive. The Glocks will push him down, but maybe he's bought enough time for the rotations to come in. I think the answer will be yes. They also dedicate so many resources to bench that there's no space to get the bomb planted. Where have the CTs gone? Been absolutely written off. Nilo on 5 HP here. And the plant just not happening. However, Nilo closes the gap and he does not miss. Perfecto also falls, getting a taste of his own medicine.
Wow. I was sort of just about to say as well, I really hope Nilo doesn't peak. He's so low that I feel like they should try and play together. But arguably, thankfully, he does. Great swing. That first is fantastic. That's so sharp as well. So quick. They needed that. My God. Heroic. A 5th on the board, and what should be a sick follow suit as well. We've got a hero Galil, and that's as good as it gets over towards VP. So to overcome a round like this, generally speaking, should be a simple task. Let's not get too confident now.
Nilo. Clean. Flip behind him. Hits the danger man. Oh, yep, and gets him while he's dropping from the stairs. Doesn't get more annoying than that. Tanir kind of splits the difference. A little messy, but they'll hold the line. Gap closing quickly here, and indeed talking about the fact that it was a force buy, so they have a bit of an idea of where that cash money is at.
Yeah, exactly. They know there's going to be a low buy in towards the next, and they do have a bit of a freebie here. I don't love the force, but it was only, in a sense, a couple of them. They've gone, like I call it the hero Galil, right? I guess it's not really the worst thing in the world. And you can kind of go back in towards a Galil in that second round. It's just Fame who takes the hit here. A double Galil and the double AK, Flit and Perfecto. We look to them to try and lift them. Oh, Tanir, he spotted a pixel. Deals damage. Leg spotted too, but I think Nilo makes a very smart call there of just falling away. He's stuck between two different fights, and two fights he didn't want to take. LNZ wanted to take those, and my God, does he come out on top. That's a beaut. Perfecto and Flit, both the AKs, bye-bye.
Uh-oh. VP very quickly, their lead is under threat. Heroic, a completely different beast on the CT side of Mirage here. And this is maybe part of why they picked into it. They know they've got a complete game that they can rely on. VP, though, always a chance, never over till it's over. We like working the percentages, but with someone like Electronic still in there, he has it within him, and he's having a pretty good game here to just completely take over, and they found the perfect timing to boost up window. Fame fakes out the death cam. Grix is still ready.
30 seconds. We're creeping towards. Numbers favor. And VP trying to decide what's the best plan of action. Neither site feels secure as a pathway in. They've now got to commit towards A. No room at the inn for B. Electronic creeping his way forward. Sandwich not properly cleared for. So LNZ finds one, and Grix will close. Heroic. Nice work from them. This is a much better showing. The right way to start off a half. Looking very solid.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. VP just not helping themselves, to say the least. You know, the economic decisions, the ideas for the round as well, not really that deep. So just playing a really simple T-side. They've let this gap close as much as Heroic have done the closing. So it's going to be 8-8, and they're going to need to turn things around big style. Heroic just massive momentum in their favor. I really do worry for VP here, and the money's starting to build. Like, everything is just good for Heroic right now.
What is that? That's a disgusting little two-tap. While he's jumping across as well, Youngster's got to be seething that he's fallen there. I don't think he's even done anything inherently wrong. Beautiful little taps. Still, shouldn't make that big of a difference, but they are going to double stack B off of that kill. VP are still grouping A. It's going to be Nilo and LNZ. We have to step up huge here. LNZ's only got a Galil. He needs to be a little careful, but his pistols, one of which, in Perfecto, doesn't even have armor. In comes the util, and they can drag over rotations now as well. Can't block the smoke, so LNZ, he's going to commit to playing behind it.
Ooh, with a boost. With a boost, there you go. Able to find the kill. Thankfully, the weaponry is not that vicious to answer back. Bomb plant going to come in, though. I think they'll be happy with that. And there is, of course, still potential to take the round here if they play their cards right. They've found the area. Jungle is the spot, and there's no one around, so heavy clearance going to be required from Heroic. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's looking a little shaky here. Oh, big dink onto Tanir. How are they going to get back in? The bomb not planted for this CT side either. Tanir goes down. There's nothing smoke-wise available. They all go peeking in. Little close here, little dicey, but he knows he's not on it, and surely, yeah, just playing the time will be enough, and wow. Heroic let it slip, man. One smoke is really all they needed, I think, to just threaten the defuse, but they didn't have it.
Yeah, what a round to let slip in the way it let slip, right? I mean, it starts off with an opener, which is a great shot, don't get me wrong. This one here, beautiful stuff, but that's so tilting. But it's actually the fact that, you know, they instantaneously maybe over-rotate a little bit over towards B. Two bodies there, one playthrough mid, one towards A. So LNZ is then left on a bit of an island. He decides not to play in front of the smoke, but more behind it to kind of wait for rotations. And in a sense, that probably gives too much room for VP to set up. So really well played from VP. A round out of nothing, but Griggs trying to find kills out of nothing for himself. And he does. Nice opener onto Electronic. A quick response, what we want to see.
Yeah, just brush off the last one. Forget about it, you know, as hard as it sounds. Sometimes that is all it takes. And now with the first kill coming in, it all goes quiet on Mirage. Dust has settled. And VP find themselves with barely any control at all to work with. Up short, maybe. Tanir on the other side, a fight that he needed to win. The bomb wants to go B here, but I think it's going to be easier said than done.
So, under a minute now. It feels like there's a B split, but they can't go through short, so maybe not even a split, actually. Maybe just all three apartments. Molly towards Hellhole. That's, in a way, kind of just trying to cut off rotations, which it will do, but Youngster, that timing on the smoke couldn't be any better. Just as the 30-second mark hits, he drops a smoke, and they're going to have to fight through this. They've got a lot of util. That's the one thing VP have got going for them. They should have the numbers. And judging by Flit, are they just calling for the save already? They might be. It looks like they are. I think they're going to set up for the save.
Super tense now, man. So tense. I mean, yeah, they just cannot afford to take any chances, and I think they realized they were lucky in the previous round. Heroic are going to be pretty well drilled here, dialed in for this super important round. So, yeah, they do not want to take any chances with it. And they'll just give it a go in the next. So, slow round. Kind of a nothing round from VP, unfortunately for them. But they still have the one in the ascendancy. See if they can hold on to that. Of course, listen, as you look at it, it's only one round that they've picked up in this second half. So
yeah,
the onus is on Heroic here to keep answering.
Absolutely. And these individuals are really having the moment. I mean, Tanir 3-0 in opening duels. LNZ, he's been a part of 6 of them. Split down the middle. They're so happy to fight up against VP now and make them feel uncomfortable. Ollie's good. And we'll just tick on towards Perfecto. It's information to be gained. No spam behind it. It's setting up for just a simple B hit. Everyone's here. 2 from Heroic. And Youngster, he's changed the angle of where his jump peaks are at. He spotted them, though. Molly, great timing. Going to boost up onto a site. I like this play.
Oh, man. They seem to have a bit of an idea, maybe. I'm not sure. There's a lot of players already here, though. So, indeed, Tanir goes overlooked. Nice smoke on the site. Gives him some space to work with. Hello? Oh, they've traded places in the smoke. Goodness me, what a mess. Tanir does find another. He's dropped that bomb in the apartments as well. So, there's a lot of backtracking going to be required, but we never even get there. Heroic read it, and Heroic demolish them.
Tanir's done so well there. That's such a dicey spot where one wrong move, he dies for nothing. Then the round's actually on. Really well played. Great starts here, but it's Tanir who's really the closer in this one. Nice work from him. And Heroic, slowly but surely, getting closer and closer. 9-all now as we get tied up. We have a half buy coming through for VP. Double Glil, double Tech 9, P250. They've already won a round like this, so that's the one thing that I try and kind of mentally fall back on. But man alive, VP, in the same vein that the first half from Heroic was pretty flat and a little bit off their game, same thing has to be said for VP here now as well. And actually very similar to how map number 1 was. The first half, back and forth and tough to call. And the second half, especially when we got towards the end of it, one-way traffic. No way.
Oh, Fame somehow finding that. Electronic also gets a kill of his own. Tanir not ready for the next man. Oh, but he still gets it anyway. I mean, yeah, just pure chaos once again. The A-bomb site has fallen. The bomb itself pretty late. It's just pure chaos again. Youngster spotted at CT. Tanir moving forwards. I mean, he could deny the cross hit. He's got a good position. Smoke comes in towards Firebox. Well read. Easy find there. His teammate will go down. He maybe just needed one. A little bit of assistance. Eight's going to be required. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. And Tanir turns the heads and gets number 10 for Heroic.
The real agent of chaos, isn't he, right? He thrives in situations like that where he just flies into fights. Tanir keeps lifting this side up, keeps finding moments, and that is another masterful isolation of fights. So well played from him. Yeah, look what it means as well. The screams come through. That is sickening. Double digits. Flashbang catches only Fame to kickstart round number 20. But a 10-9. Back into the buy-in with money in a feeble spot long-term for VP. If you lose this, Heroic, map series, stage 2 point. They'll be playing for overtime, more or less.
All to play for all of a sudden, and Tanir feels like he's just upped the stakes even more. Boost coming in towards shorts. This is so weird, man. There's a big panel in the way, so they can't spot each other. Just trading bits of damage through it. It's a little more for VP than it is for Heroic, but no kill, no control for VP, importantly.
Smoke down. Back in towards window, so mid-control still this priority. Molly over towards short, but they are long gone. Heroic, this is a similar thing they did a little bit on Overpass, where sort of saying to VP, if you want to take map control, we'll give it to you. We're just going to sit on the sides and wait for you to make your decision. We'll keep on you till this is a bold move, though, and it could actually work out for them. No, it doesn't. It's damage, but it's not enough for the kill. If it's an AWP on the swing there, he might have a chance, but unfortunately, that's worked against him. Youngster needs to be super careful as well. It's a top angle to fight from. Electronic spots one as he drops down. Nilo up close as well. This is so precarious. There's so many bodies around this corner. I don't know what you do from here with a molly on your back, but he gets 2 before falling, and Grix nails a corker of a shot, and oh my god, Tanir steps up again. 1 versus 2. Heroic have flipped the odds on this round. Icy, AK, 10 points of HP, no util on a dream in a 1v2 to keep VP's chances alive, it feels. And the first gets caught on the drive-by. What a swing. Tanir again with 2 monstrous kills, but Nilo, a double that was insurmountably important from him on the same side. That's 11 for Heroic, and maybe even heartbreak for VP too.
Superlative rounds coming in here from Heroic, and particularly Tanir. Absolutely insane. We missed the second Nilo kill there on the replays, but that was also hella clean. Yes, well, I should think so. I should think so. How do we ever lose that? Just runs through your mind. They were in such a good spot, and somehow it falls apart.
Alrighty. Well, with that bomb plant, and of course, as you can see in the bottom left, they got full loss bonus. Thankfully, they do get an investment, but my God, I mean, such a horrible spot that VP find themselves in. Finn, the coach, comes on the mic to try and, I guess, calm them down a bit, but Heroic looks so close now. All wasn't saved, reinvested back in, but it shouldn't really have too much of a knock-on effect in terms of the finances later down the line for the CT side. He goes through. Electronic takes a little bit. He's going to move through mid, and he is given this luxury. He just has to be a bit careful of Nilo into a short, but he's snuck his way in that smoke. Might be a bit of a chance here. Grig's going to find the first, though. LNZ's under a lot of pressure, and Electronic dairy pounces. Good work, but he moves back in towards mid. It could cost him his life, and it will.
Where's the game gone, man? This is just
it's
TDM, bro.
It is head loss.
Crazy. And I think it is just something that Heroic are always going to be better at. Young players, puggers. They obviously have Tanir just popping off. He's not been required in this round, but their individuals look better. And VP, I think it is the best way to describe it. Just no idea what they're doing. Run out of ideas. And this happens a lot to this team, man. It goes like close, or they're 8-4, maybe a winnable scoreline, sure. But I think we saw the same against Gamer Legion on Ancient, if I remember correctly. Like, it just fell apart, and they start calling the most mental rounds, really trying to force their way back into the game.
Agreed.
I think the emotions run high is the thing. And look, especially when you're on the T side, you just got to look at the round that's in front of you. Just call something that should work, regardless of whether it's 10-10 or 2-2. Just call the round that you're confident in and play it cleanly. But this is sort of anything but at this point. Perfecto draws it out, but he will go down. All right, that's not very nice. 12 rounds. 12 rounds now for Heroic, as they will find themselves looking down the barrel of match point.
Yeah. Like I said, I think just pure head loss for VP. I mean, that round is so indicative that the call there was loose and was essentially, let's just go a little quick, do what you can, right? They've lost the plot a bit, and Heroic, I think they've mentally already won this series. It's just whether they can see over the line. Sometimes the 13th round's the hardest one to get, but it feels like with how VP are kind of gifting it to them, maybe not. Flit, he will get the first. Takes a lot of damage, but at least his individual mechanics are still there. It's been a slow map from him. Don't get me wrong. Tanir, he's got the right idea too. Double play towards under, but a Molotov will slow them down to start. Of course, no tick, but they did line up. Nilo had the chance at 2. Can't quite get it. The question being, though, well done, the player. Do you expect another? Perfecto just waiting. We're moving up towards top mid. And Tanir, Agent of Chaos, he's moving forward. Will he expect the second himself? No. So trades are favoring VP because Heroics aren't expecting them to be together.
This could be big, though. Not awful timing on the flank. I think they have to keep the pace up. They have to keep moving, and they will abandon the idea of a 2-man. And the bomb's actually going downstairs, so now it really doesn't make a difference here. Flip might get caught, but it's not going to be B, fellas. It is going to be a wraparound. Pretty safe round here from VP. Nice little mid-round. I like this call. I like it a lot, in fact. The AWP is somewhat nearby, but He's not even checking. He's not even starting to doubt himself. Maybe now he will. Oh, and it could be good for him. It could be good. Molotov comes in. Bomb going to get dropped. 20 seconds. Immediately loses his head. Desperate for another kill, I suppose. Youngster's not in a bad spot as well, as he's been able to pick up the pace. Well-placed nade could thin the numbers here, but no, he loses out. And it's Perfecto again with the bailout moment for VP.
Yeah. You know, say what you want about this Virtus Pro side. Perfecto, since coming in towards his side, is such a solid factor. He, as you put it, has bailed them out of some really dicey spots. And I think the call from Youngster is the right call there. You got to go a little quick. You want to catch them off guard. Don't give them the chance to set up properly in that post plant. If they set up a crossfire, you've really got no chance of breaking it down. But VP stay alive for now. And this is where things do become a little interesting. If Heroic lose this round, probably going towards overtime. You look at the money for them, it's actually not doing too good, especially considering how well things were looking. Grix, he's flashed off the angle. He's just going to fall back. Yeah, this is a really interesting predicament we're in. VP, there is actually a raw lifeline. It's round number 23. They find this. The 24 feels like it's probably a gift unless they fall short against a lesser buy.
Can certainly feel it in the round. Everybody playing a little tense. Window smoke comes in. Will be another B lean. They have those players in the underpass looking for a keen opportunity in the same way that they did in the previous round. And to be fair, there's no direct eyes on it, so maybe they have figured out a little hole in the Heroic defense here. So they're going to drop down window. Got to be careful. Goodness me, he will be heard. The boost up as well to follow him. Ooh, taking a peek.
I don't love this.
And now there's a man to follow up. Yeah, this is super, super awkward. He will be able to survive it. Quick 1-for-1 there, up through Con. Grix with the drop. There's only 25 seconds for that bomb, and they need control of the A bomb site to get it down. Youngster watching from short.
Oh.
Smoke goes in, but this is just not looking good. I mean, to get the plant here, like, how are they going to do it? How are they going to do it? Flip has got to find so many kills to open up this site. The plant just coming in, but he's a bit too chubby around that corner. Electronics feet sticking out will let him down, and that is that. Heroic move forward to stage 2.
You got to say as well, with especially how they recovered in that map, really, really deservedly so. Heroic were looking quite flat in that first half, but I said it a long old time ago, you get an 8-4, you really have a chance, right? All you need a pistol, a bit of a force buy conversion around it, and you can start to build upon things. It's elimination and commiseration for Virtus Pro, but not to be for them. It started well in this tournament, but they just couldn't get going. Gamer Legion really showed what's what yesterday, and again, Heroic here, able to overcome, and there's still a lot of things that are not going right for this VP side. It feels like they have, for the most part, the individuals there, or the individuals that can shine. They're just not. The questions are going to continue to be asked for this side. Heroic on the flip side, not to be. Tanir, fantastic with him. Grix as well, excellent. He is not for a second taken a deep breath at the thought of stepping up in towards tier 1. It seems like light work for the young Orpa. He's been fantastic. I'm a big, big fan. Heroic, it's a great move, and I'm glad things are going well. This side into stage 2 could be a little spicy.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You have to feel for VP in the sense of how it's gone and some of the teams that they've played off against. But yeah, again, with the individuals that they have and the ceilings that these guys have shown in the past, it does start to bring some questions forward, you know, and where do you point those fingers? I think the most obvious is always what we see on camera, right? We do joke about it a little, but is that the case, right? Is it the electronic effect? It's tough to say. It really is. I think there's also a couple players in here who, to me, are the exact opposite. They don't look very vocal at all. So maybe they are also part of the problem in places. But Heroic, deservedly so, taking it, particularly on Overpass, I think. You know, Mirage rolls through the motions and they look good on the CT side. There's a bit of that head loss, as we like to say, about VP in the end. But for me, it was the Overpass where they just really seemed to bounce back into the game, figure out VP and adapt very, very well, which can be difficult. A lot of teams, I think, would sit there and Tyloo might be one of them. Let VP play their game, and you just get drawn out, man. The war of attrition. They're so good at it, to be fair to them, but Heroic did really well to sort of figure themselves and indeed take control of Overpass.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, you got to feel for VP. They're in a really weird spot now as well, where tournaments just aren't going the way that they would have hoped. They're really struggling to set up any sort of a deep run. We're not even kind of being in consideration in some senses. And yeah, we're getting to that point of conversation. I know Electronic said in the interview that they're bringing in a sports psychologist. I don't know if they're there yet, but bloody hell, they need them, because the mental of this side is all over the shop. And we saw it crumble at the end there with those calls. That is us done for the B stream, being myself and Scriv. But we're going to be thrown over to the very capable hands of Exner and Fi in just a second to round out the final match of the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning, bright and early. See you then.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused.
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Today is the day, guys. We have been tasked to deliver this year's major trophy.
Come on, boss.
And we have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove that we are not some forgotten division.
This is our moment, and we are going to crush it!
And just 2 more teams to qualify for the main event. We've lost FlyQuest just recently. We just lost Virtus Pro, probably one of the highest ranked teams to not make it to the next stage. And now, well, we've kind of got the team of the month, Tyloo, versus the team that is expecting themselves huge expectations for 3D Max to try and make it onto the next stage, and one of them will not be there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely kind of a surprise for Tyloo that they're finding themselves in this elimination matchup here and an opportunity to qualify, this kind of winner-take-all opportunity, but tough team ahead of them in 3D Max who are looking to continue to show this rise in form. I feel like always a gatekeeper to, big playoffs here, but now trying to gatekeep Tyloo from making it into the next stage.
Yeah, I think this would be one of the biggest steps for Asian Counter-Strike to get multiple teams into the main event of Counter-Strike's most storied tournament, right? The decades-long series of events here at Cologne, and having Tyloo being a real contender. We have seen them already take a title here at Fisher, and having them not make the next stage would be a big surprise because I think they can be a giant killer. I think they can challenge some of the teams even in the top 8.
That's kind of the big question here, right? Fisher obviously missing a lot of the best teams in the world. And now you want to make it to the next stage to prove that you can actually play up against the best teams in the world and beat them when it comes down to the pressure moments, like an event of Cologne's stature. And I think that's kind of the next step here. If Tyloo are able to prove that right now and then enter into a successful period there in the next stage, that'll be an ultimate test for them, and definitely what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, this is also just a rematch from Fisher 2, as 3D Max got crushed out of the tournament by Tyloo back in those quarterfinals. And, well, the way 3D Max got here was getting crushed by NIP, who also have added a ridiculous firepower piece in Katsbursky as well, who is really shaking up what that top 16 is going to look like in the main event. Ninjas of Pajamas qualifying as well. We just saw Team Liquid make it through today. Gamer Legion and Furia as well are through. And, I mean, some of the favorites are here. 3D Max are probably in the minds of most Counter-Strike fans, one who belong in top 16.
Yeah, I mean, that's what their kind of floor has proven right now, is that they are a team that can keep up the caliber, maybe experiencing some small drop-offs when it comes down to playing up against the best teams, but they're always there challenging. They're always there, usually pretty good. Not versus Tyloo in particular here.
Yeah.
They've had their struggles throughout this year.
By Jamyoung.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at what they can bring to the table here, it is a big question mark as to if they can kind of get their revenge.
Yeah, so production asked us, we can make these graphics beforehand if we wanted a head-to-head, but nobody compares to this guy. Oh, one moment, but it is obviously Jamyoung is the defining player here for Tyloo.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a massive influence, and especially when you look at, the counterpart of 3D Max, I think it's more of a community field of frags that they're able to bring to the table, and different players have pop-off maps depending on how much action their sites get, but it does feel like when it comes down to the way that Jamyoung is able to control a game, he is a defining piece here for Tyloo. He obviously kind of rose to stardom and is able to draw out of a lot of attention with that just absolute MVP performance from Fisher.
Yeah,
I want to see that carry forward.
Yeah, you want to see it carry forward, and I think there's one thing. A lot of teams, when they lose to Tyloo, you see in the GG tweet, man, they get shot really hard today. Well, what happens when you shoot hard every day? And that's just the nature of the game. And at the end of the day, that's what Tyloo bring to the table all the time. I mean, yeah, we could take a look at Jamyoung's statistics here in these last couple of months as he's continuing it here in Cologne.
Yeah, he's just keeping up this pace right now, still having, a couple of really good maps right now. Was able to kind of stand out versus VP in that surprising loss that they did take, but you're still seeing him come through and enter into this big performance, and it's an exciting prospect here because he continues to fire up. He continues to offer up these big multi-kills, just wheeling rounds into existence for Tyloo, and I think that right there leads to a lot of excitement in terms of how he's going to fare up against the best players in the world.
He is a highlight machine. Like, given a moment, give him a duel, he's going to win it. He's going to go for it too. Extremely aggressive player. As we're going into our map vetoes, typical permabans and the expected pickup here of Inferno for Tyloo. Will we replicate the series from Fisher? It looks like that is exactly so, as 3D Max do select Ancient. Now the big question is Overpass, where is that going to land?
Yeah, I feel like Tyloo can have an opportunity to ban that in the second phase, that's exactly what they're going to do. They've had it picked into them twice here so far in Cologne, and both times have been losses. So going to replicate the veto here that has been coming through the last 2 times that they have played each other here, and that's Inferno map pick coming through from Tyloo, and then Ancient as a reaction. I think 3D Max, obviously with the loss of Anubis, I think take a bit of a hit in their veto. They also take a hit in terms of this Dust 2 permaban that rolls out from Tyloo. Those are kind of 2 challenges in particular that 3D Max have to face right now. It's comfort in their pool being ripped away from them by Valve and Tyloo in this matchup.
The 2 enemies, and then there's also 5 on the other side of the server here as we're getting ready to go live. I mean, a big veto advantage here for Tyloo. They've already vanquished 3D Max twice so far in this exact same veto. Who's to say they can't do it a 3rd time? But 3D Max obviously bringing in their new coach and trying to come into Cologne with a bit more fire in their belly. They got extinguished by the Ninjas yesterday, but can they put up a fight versus the rampaging Tyloo?
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting prospect here. Again, 3D Max wanting to make it to this next stage. They've got this, again, absolute unity that comes down to this roster, and it's about being able to shut down the key pieces right now. Can they show the day 1 performance that we got out of them?
Yeah, they were more than just a team on day 1. They were shooting hard. Can they try to match Tyloo's firepower? As G has also been stepping up throughout this tournament. He's another storyline, obviously, as Counter-Strike's favorite player. He's one of my favorite players, of course, but he's actually been stepping up at the AWP and bringing in big moments for his team.
Yeah, it's an exciting prospect right there, that's for sure. Ready to hop into the action, though. Inferno pistol round rolling on out. Got just a belt of utility here for Mercury. That's about it. Hoping that they can take some space here. When you have the little utility on this T-side pistol, you want to be able to contact as much ground before.
Odds that Exorcist just gets gooshed. Oh,
timing's rough.
Yeah, Mosea's actually
smoke down.
Not gonna forward, but yeah, smoke deploy. In the meantime, there's an R trap actually happening. Jam Young sprinting up. Who wants to duel him? He's about to be faced off versus 3 players here. How many does Jam Young get? Well,
just saw the rotates right now. That's kind of the mission accomplished so far for Tyloo.
Oh, smoke's
going to regain some brackets control here for the CT side, and that might trigger the rotates back. But
they're going to
fight down middle.
They're going to fight down middle here. Moja is going to be in charge of denying the flank. Surely he gets hard cleared here, but it doesn't matter. Moja still gets the first kill. 1 player towards the back of Dark. Surely good for 1. Anything more though? Oh, it's a whip. Still Lucky holding on, but he's out of ammo and he's done. B bomb site is taken over.
Yeah, 3v3 here at that. Long rotates rolling out, but there's no utility, no kits for the CT side whatsoever. They've got to find the kills, and Attacker shutting them down already.
Double kill for Attacker, just body and CT spawn. He's even just picked up the Glock more than anything, and it might be over. Attacker triple, quad kill, full running on the pistol round. We always need to talk about Tyloo's depth in their team as well, because anyone can frag.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's also a cool piece about it there. I think we saw a little bit more of that in their matchup versus Complexity. Full unit being able to have impact. You still have that star power coming through from Jam Young. But
you're going for the knife at the end of the day.
Going for the knife kill. Oh, man.
And already animated round 1 for G.
Oh, this is going to be fun. That's round 1 right there. Give it up for round 1.
Well, we might have, who knows how far this series goes. Maybe it's 100 rounds. But I think G would be just like that in every single one. Just Mac on A. 4-player B stack. Flashbang mid. Now Maka. Oh, that's a nice shot. And no trade. Still solo defense. Maka's going to keep going. Is he going to take a deeper angle?
Oh. I mean, he's so alone right now. No rotates whatsoever. No one budging. And unfortunately, even though that's a nice shot to lift off, they've got to get a move on down Banana at some point.
Yeah, outside pressure's on. And the MAC-10...
A little bit low.
That is true. Maybe the
flank.
And the flank's activating. No one's watching this. And they're starting to walk.
Oh, man. Perfect timing on the walk here, but the execute is lining up.
They're going.
Walker's a mini pit.
And he's just hiding. He's trying to buy time for the flank, but no, not enough. Now already up lane, Jam Young moving and shooting here with the MAC-10. Doesn't matter that the flank is here. Mercury wants a piece of the action, and he sure gets some headshot from Gravity. But the round with the bomb being planted is so much more difficult.
Yeah, it's going to have to rely on the low HP bars here. G and Jam Young both down incredibly low, so Still an opportunity, but a recycled smoke here to deny Lucky his access. Might be a call off here. That's what it's going to be. Gravity fading away. Lucky doing just the same, and Ty Lue able to overcome that single defense and able to beat the flank on the timing.
Yeah, just a few seconds late right there. A couple more milliseconds, and then there's backs turn. There's players with util in hand, but they just get around the corner. And then, you know, once Ty Lue I think... Oh my goodness, that shot from Moja is already fierce, as are all the shots from Ty Lue typically. But there's one thing about Ty Lue is that they always move so quickly as a unit. They are very cohesive and very fast. Everyone is on the same page on this team.
Little pack right there, ready to activate the moment's listen. Just a really difficult position right there for Maga. Again, if he's able to keep his distance right there and find an extra kill, looking at a different story, but Max without the liftoff that they're hoping for up against the force buy. Now they got to deal with just an MP9, a little bit of HEs to back this one up though. 3 towards Banana.
And Jamyoung's already flying up. Going for the play, and it's a monster flashbang. Jumping Mac 10. That wasn't nerfed in its jumping accuracy. And it's just unfair. Should be a walk into the B side. Jamyoung is 60 HP, so he could go down to a dink. But they're giving him the AK? All right.
They gave him the AK right there because Attacker was low as well. I think it was meant to be a drop for Mercury there. Mercury actually taking the Mac 10 instead going in.
And a little... Hey. Oh, no. It's gone horribly wrong here. Shot through the smoke.
Hunts to be disposed here from G, but they're still trying to brute force it.
I mean, of course, they are just armorless pistols. They're just armorless pistols. CT smoke is faded, though. Oh, my God. G vaporizes Maka. And poor guy at the back of the site. Can Body do anything here? 1 P50 shot could do an Attacker. But what more is there to be had? And there's a dink, though. G goes down to 1, but Attacker does deliver. And that will be the bomb plant locked in. And the shot from Attacker 2.
Tracking those traces right there. That's nasty work. Attacker keeping this one safe, even though there's a couple low HP bars. One straight bullet could have done him in. Spots out the last as well. Exercise, I think, worth hanging around here for any extra damage possible. One player with health is going to give him a swing, but the triple swing rolls out. Attacker looking sharp. 7-1. As Ty Lue able to convert here the first 3 rounds.
As the biggest legacy player for Attacker, has been competing in Chinese Counter-Strike for a decade. And on all sorts of teams. Like, honestly, Attacker is the guy who I just identify the most with the name Ty Lue. He's been there back in 2015. As we'll get those right. We have a couple more rounds to do it. But he can still frag as well, and that's why he's on the squad.
Absolutely. That's a legacy here, ready to continue his efforts. Now it looks like he wants to claw his way up middle, but met with a lot of resistance, some early utility dump, some smoke spam as well. But you can't hang on to that positioning for forever. That's a decision that 3D Max's hands are kind of forced now. A little bit more passive on the bracket setup, but a boost up. And Exercise playing dodge flash right now.
I'm very concerned about the committed setup here from Exercise. As a back turn, he still pulls through with a second, but of course it's Jamyoung to push through. Maka's got some extra coverage though. Gravity will be forced into the fight, and that puts Jamyoung in the clutch. 1v2 with low HP.
Just has to deal with this Hopper for now, but there's a quick rotate rolling through from Body as well. Has time to maybe separate these defenders if possible. Maka's going re-aggressing.
Oh my goodness, and there's shadow advantage too. Headshot angles, headshot. Oh no. Maka will actually convert the shot, even versus a heavy hitter like Jamyoung.
Yeah, caught a little bit on the movement right there. I think trying to slide into the angle. Make sure that he's the one doing the peeking instead, but not able to land that all-important kill. Jamyoung finding his entries right there. Again, 3 kills on the inbound, finding quick trades on his teammates, but just too much resistance right there from 3D Max, and especially Maka able to provide a couple crucial kills with that op.
As Jamyoung, okay, he looked like he was. It's gonna be quick. You want to duel versus Ty Lue, you say? Well, here we go, one at a time there, but Attacker quick trade, and Exercise had left his teammate behind. 4v4, but Body is also getting active.
This is so aggressive here from 3D Max. They're ready to match the energy here of Ty Lue. Forward facing duels. Down banana, down middle. Recycled smokes as well. Going to keep them at bay for a little bit longer here. So Tyloo's hands forced towards the A side for now until they can let those smokes fade away. Maka already in position deep towards apartment. Solo hold for him, but has a good angle. Keeping all of apartments kind of in control.
Bracket's the weakness right now, though.
Still have another smoke for B.
And it's going to go deep B again, but I don't think Tyloo will even mind waiting that one out.
Yeah, I mean, they know that's probably the last little bit of utility left here. As you can see, no one else with utility besides Maka with the op. And they're kind of gambling away from this B side because of that late smoke, hoping that at the very least you can look at Body and try and look at the time buying measures he needs to do for this round.
Yep, Body is going to be flashed off the line, and they know he's solo. He doesn't even have a molly, though. He can't even stop them. Jam Young is flying up with his team. CT smoke in. It is just Body on the site all of a sudden. Now even towards dark, now seen. Attacker wants this kill, and it's Jam Young to get it. Bomb to be planted. Or will it? Exorcist looking to deny, and he might get it. Doesn't stop it, though. Mercury covers just good enough with Jam Young, and it's Tyloo to take this round.
Yeah, just beautiful composure there in the late round from Tyloo. No chance to hold that site if your Body without any block utility. There's just no way. They're going to charge you down, mulling up position, still having enough time in reserve to get that execute off and isolate that fight.
And it's absolute confidence in the round there from Tyloo. They knew Body was solo, and they moved with pace that they beat the second rotate.
Oh.
Maka will be able to save, but the pace of play there from Tyloo and the call from Mercury to just say go. Incredibly smart there in the 4v4.
You got to have conviction right there. You have to, capitalize on the small window of opportunity. There's about 20 seconds left on the timer as they're kind of throwing their execute in towards this B side. And if anyone's hesitating right there, it's probably a different story, but able to get it in time, especially with that trade kill from Mercury, keeping his teammates safe against the boost. If that bomb gets dropped, I think that's probably round done as well.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds on the clock, and the only players remaining are oranges. That'll get so risky.
Mag 7 in play here. Ooh, what would that get to here? A lot of damage off the back of that HE. And a boost up for the AWP. Maka does strike first. Jam Young sidelined.
Maka's looking to keep going, though he misses. He wants to re-swing. Bold play. But G will be safe for now. Round's not done for Tyloo, but a great opener.
Some good positioning here. Not the easiest to work this Mag 7, but when you close the distance like this, it can be a little bit more effective.
Oh, Attacker has no idea. But Exorcist also needs to tame himself. It is just a Mag 7.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's just the Mag 7, and he didn't get the kill. HE should be good. It's not, and now he's trapped, and now he's done. That's the risk of that peak right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's better to try and contain this space, because now it's a vulnerability here in 3D Max's defense. It's going to come down to Lucky in a close range 5-7. Really no help until you do see Body try and join forces here. A lot of players in brackets and Gravity ready to cover off the apartment side. So still some great positioning to deal with this Halls pop that's coming up.
Not really, though. Honestly, Gravity, the solo defender with no player in pit. There's no one committed, and you see Gravity can't quite hit the shot. The 5-7, though, is good to find the kill on the Mercury. Body, though, is also unseen here at the truck. Has backup now in the form of G, or rather in the form of his team, who is now gone courtesy of G. Everything falls apart there for 3D Max, and it's just Maka's op that was on the B site.
He's going to arrive a little bit late to the party. Rolling on up here with the AWP, but hanging out. See if he gets a peek here.
He might, actually.
Himself a way in here, but no, they reined it in just in time. Maka turns the corner, and there's just nothing available for his op to work through here.
I mean, he wants to try this. And he misses the first shot. That should call it. See you later. And honestly, just for that setup, the apartments play was actually the right call. Gravity wasn't in a good position because he only has the MP9. M4, I agree with your statement, but the MP9 at that range is not going to get the kill fast enough, so he is easily tradable, but even then, he doesn't even get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, also, you got to look at the other two players on the porch side as well. I mean, there's just so much resistance that you have to claw through, but able to do so effectively. It comes down to some nice shots coming through from G. Able to provide some coverage there and eventually fully commit.
Yeah. I mean, Body's position was great, but I think his teammate and Lucky in middle played his hand a little too early and right into G's crosshair as he took the headshot angle up on the truck. I mean, really good split-second decision-making there from Tyloo, too, because G's covering for his teammate who's swinging onto Body as well. And they get the double kill, they win the round.
Able to get the full buy-in right there. So it's been Tyloo's story so far this map. Trusting the calls. Able to work their way through as a unit. And not making, crucial errors in these post plants as well. Keeping themselves contained. No way in for 3D Max when they get the bomb down. Back to a full buy for 3D Max. We'll see that come through. AWP included for Maka. The one round they were able to win so far, coming through with a nice multi-kill out of his off. And look to take some forward duels here. You're not seeing Tyloo buy any T-side ops right now either, so he has this chance to work down middle a little bit more effective and more confidently.
Gonna be apartments control, boost up.
Double boost. Ooh. Not flawlessly executed right there. Sound cue given over.
I don't think it was really hurt, though. Exorcist would have been in range of it, and it's actually brought in Maka's op. And a fourth player. To this A site. It's going to be the exec, though. It's going to be fast. Tyloo always playing with the pace right now.
Oh, they got to slow down right now. Met by counter utility and realizing that there's a little bit of a stack right now. They do elect to avoid off that execute and rethink their route right now. It's a smart decision from Tyloo walking into the trap potentially, but avoiding it for now.
Extremely quick reaction to seeing that there's two players arched. That indicates the A stack to them.
Still have no idea where Maka is as well. He's yet to pull the trigger on the top. And aggression rolling out now.
Attackers watching for this at 45 seconds. Are you kidding me?
Oh my
Exorcist
God.
is going to go down at the steps. Maka does get the trade back, but that reveals the AWP. Do you want to stay or do you want to go?
Oh, he's making noise on the dismount here. But still not a lot of reactions from Tyloo right now. They're still burning clock.
They want to go back into the apartments, and they've made the read that Maka is no longer there. 20 seconds.
Good flashes can just void Maka's position off completely.
Yeah, and they have one on G. How will that be deployed? Will Maka land the shot with 15 seconds remaining? Bomb coming through the apartments. It's on the money, but it's Lucky to help out. Extra rotates coming through. Maka as well, still alive on the site. 5 seconds remaining, and there's just no time to plant the bomb. Never mind the kills for 3D Max.
Yeah, setup looking way too strong right there. You can again see the composure coming through from Maka and trust in his teammate. Lucky rotating in at just the right time. Able to provide that coverage when that flashbang absolutely nailed him. As you can see, in position with some safety, delivering the multi-kills here.
Let's go! Allez, on y va, les gars, let's go!
Let's go, translate,
it's universal language.
Yeah, it is. Transcends all language barriers.
The Vamo, if you will.
Even though Vamo said quite often there by Body, he likes his screen. Everyone on 3D Max really plays with the passion and the energy.
As this, not bringing that passion and energy to the banana fight already. Tussling with the Tech 9s and surprising amount of damage just not taken for either side. Both remaining pretty healthy here at the moment, but a top banana smoke. And you got to think a lot of utility on this B side already tossed down range here for 3D Max and just containing car, but can you hold on to that for the whole round is the big question.
Oh my goodness, Body playing super risky around the smoke.
One good flashbang, he's going to be done in.
That smoke has been a fade. They're going to run through off the reload, and they're going to get the whole B-side because of it. A big mistake from Body with a good flash from Mercury, and the pop, the pace from Tyloo gets 3D Max again.
The timing on that play right there, catching the fadeaway, Body just committing his full clip down range right there, spamming, and then getting caught on a reload. And that whole setup designed for Gravity to still play surprising and sandbags, but it's just such an easy entry that they're still clearing their corners. They're still diligent.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just bold moves right there. I think maybe they thought they had done a little bit more utility damage, something of that nature, but when the spam doesn't connect, you don't think anyone's inside that smoke. And they're completely shocked.
They were getting ready to pop through the smoke. because as that smoke's going to fade, there's going to be a player probably with utility in hand to try and re-smoke it. So that's the idea there for Tyloo is actually pop in just before
on that timing.
Yeah, on that timing. And I wonder if Gravity actually had a grenade out. Maybe he was looking at half wall.
He was jiggling and had a smoke out because he did have the last smoke.
And then he eats the flashbang from the pop. Well, we'll have to see. Maybe we get this on replay as well, but just get to see how. Yeah, actually, Gravity completely owned, I think.
Yeah, I mean, either way, just the timing on that play, the fact that there's no damage done from body or the early utility, it kind of gives you that false sense of security. You're not getting any kills through that smoke. You're not doing any damage. You don't see any bodies around that corner, so huge surprise for 3D Max. Nade stack, another surprise for them. A little gift from Attacker here to open up.
Maka's trying again to get a win on the Jam Young, and he has. Maka's had his number on Banana, but still solo B defender. Trying to pop up his chest in the meantime. Moja looking for a duel, just took a jiggle peek, and that's all.
Flashbang re-aggro here, that's kind of being registered. Good.
Oh, here's silent drop.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Flawless execution there, such fluid movement. And right now, this is something a lot of teams do. Just gamble your Opper to try and solo defend this B site, but Maka can't land another multi-kill. They're not going to get another round.
This is going to be so difficult for Maka. The op is not what you want to defend 4 Ts running at you with a full execute.
He's trying to play a position where you can dodge the flashes, but I don't think those flashes are really going to come through
Oh,
here.
you are not blocking that smoke. Maka needing to post up. It missed anyways. Maka in front of it, kind of forcing the open flashbang, and he has to fall away. It's a 4v4. Maka trying desperately, but he doesn't have the weapon, and bomb can be planted unless Maka has a miracle shot, but doesn't look like it. Running out of E, but Moja just gets the kill into Gravity right through the smoke anyways. And 3 versus 4 is likely to pack your bags.
Yeah, looking to maybe play a containment game right now. Player on the bottom of Banana. They're still hanging around here, and they're at risk of falling here with this weaponry.
And if they lose their weaponry, this next one's going to be a freebie.
Okay.
The only reason 3D Max have put up fights is because Maka keeps his op.
Oh my god.
And I think he's going to do that.
Oh man, he's fighting for it, that's for sure. Everyone else should be able to escape here. Oh gosh, HE not well timed.
They're after him.
They're going to chase him down.
Oh man.
Other the AUG not going to be held on to.
G with some fast shots there too.
He picked up the AUG.
Well, a scoped weapon will do for me.
Alright.
See a little scavenger there. It's a perfect nade stack right onto body. That's 250 damage grenades.
Oh, he had the A1S before, that's why I picked it up. Small upgrade on the CT weaponry.
Have you ever seen an AUG wide swing? Well, you might now.
Does like the scoped guns here.
It's actually cool. G is at bottom of T mid. Holding for the apartments peak. But instead now Tyloo back to working apartments control, which they've just had complete dominance over. We'll see if Exorcist and Maka can get up to work. It's a jiggle peek, and Maka will get it. Opening pick again for the French sniper.
So good at finding these duels here. It just hasn't really been given a chance. Ozia hasn't given him those duels a lot of the time. He's been so cautious about how he turns these corners. This time, finally, Maka able to open up. And he's sticking around, keeping control. Even though that's a lurking presence, he doesn't believe it. He doesn't bite. Still sticking around here, and for the right reasons. He's going to get double swarm soon, though.
Oh my god.
Aggression, Mercury caught switching, though.
Ooh, and Lucky able to hold on for the double. Maka got dipped into the apartments. Attacker has a big flank, but Exorcist holds on. Lose that kill, you might lose the round, as Lucky is also on 1 HP. I think that's called an AUG dink, maybe through the smoke. And whatever the case, G in the 1v4 turns it to 3. Surely nothing to be made of this round.
Switch back to the A1S. Going for that again, but yeah, I don't know if he has much a chance. 20 seconds left here at this point, not with a lot of motion.
He's got a ton of cash. Any kill that he gets is worth a lot.
It might even be worth to just guard that op away from their hands. If possible. I mean, Maka does have a little bit decent reserves here, but if you can try and keep that away, that'd be valuable. And that's exactly what he looks like he's going for here.
Oh, man. That's the shot.
Took it away from him.
Oh, he got the op away. Genius play from G.
Smiling for that one. Maka has been a big difference maker. In all 3 rounds converted so far, he's been an influence with a multi-kill or just a single opening pick like this. So you got to take into consideration how important right now 3D Max want to get an op out and let Maka try to get to work.
Honestly, G rifling has been a real trip to watch. Even back at like Fisher, he was responsible for winning them the game versus the Shrall on his AK. And now, oh my goodness, they just stand in the mollies. That HE, oh, it might take down his boost, and it does. Down goes Attacker, and the leg shot there from Maka. Messy here on Banana.
This is what 3D Max wanted right there. You actually get some damage with your utility and find that opening duel. Now you can set up that they were trying earlier. Our body plays aggressive. You can see Gravity kind of playing a little bit more back. Becomes a whole lot more effective with a man advantage and a lot of utility damage.
It's Maka who also takes up the line just as Moshe leaves.
Yeah, he's so quick on repositioning here. Shot pops off. He's immediately over towards the porch side already. Ready to cover all of brackets right now. A little bit of good utility can force him off the line. On Molly in particular.
Maka, he misses the shot and it'll get punished. He'll get sniped out the sky by Moja. 4 versus 4.
Still avoiding that utility as well. Exorcist looking for a re-aggressive play. Instead, switching up his position. Committed into the site, but now this means it's a double site setup here. That's a little bit of a challenging hold here for the defense of 3D Max.
And, oh, Mercury just walks past. Mercury's going to walk around the smoke fade. Is he going to be knife out or gun out? Lucky does deliver for that. And a second, but the A-site anchor, he's done enough. Hosea, Moja, however you want to pronounce it, 10 seconds on the clock, in a clutch. Fake on the plant, and Gravity bites critically, still hits the shot. 3D Max holding on desperately on the CT side despite these Tyloo entries.
Brilliant execution right there, coming through from Lucky again with the multi-kill, still able to provide it. I mean, that's a very chaotic situation, having to deal with the pressure that's applied on that A side, getting wrapped up, but finding this multi-kill, dealing with G, and allowing for Gravity to get in a position.
Let's go!
That's an incredible round rolling out from Lucky, man.
I mean, Lucky has been doing truly everything on this A site. If he's not getting these double kills, it is so done for 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's in between him and Maka, right? So far, that's kind of what we've seen, is that they're becoming a pretty powerful duo.
But even as Maka gets these opening picks, I wouldn't say they're round winning. Like, Tyloo are never fully committed as Maka gets these picks, and it's always these side executes that the round comes down to for Tyloo.
For more opening duels here, looking to make sure they don't take any space towards the top of middle.
Last round of the half, Tech9, desperation up Banana, but it's into 3 players. And one of them is Lucky. Ready to swing off the pop. Body, though, running out of ammo. Everyone is blind at the moment. It's got to be Lucky. And he's got 3 while blind. Just 1 player on the site remaining, and Body's putting up the hold. Lucky keeps doing it for 3D Max. HE is good, but not good enough. Body still stands. G running forward, leaping with the Tech9, and it's not enough. Some big moments here for 3D Max will keep this game close. It's 7-5.
look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
It's a lucky 3 of a kind that keeps 3D Max close versus Tyloo. Early leads, good entries, good calls from Tyloo have not been able to beat some 3D Max's surprise X Factor.
I mean, we kind of walked into this game, obviously, with a question mark as to who can match some of the impact that Jam Young is able to bring to the table on a consistent basis, and Lucky has been doing that here so far in Cologne. He's been able to deliver a lot of multi-kills. He continues to show up here versus Tyloo. Oh, this is aggressive aggression right now.
Seeing nothing in alt, so they push forward and go into deep T spawn. Now the big question is, can the B site hold, and will 3D Max speed up?
Still could beat him to the punch here, as you said. I mean, while G is clearing out all the information, they're not really getting extra help in the rotates. And now you have a little bit of utility left to try and delay this play out. That's the big question mark of if they can get that off in time.
Jam Young has one flashbang to try and disrupt, and G has just cleared middle.
There's the flank.
And a smoke
down.
And G gets the first kill, even on the backstab too. That's going to slow down things even more. Dual Berettas for Moja trying to swing forward. Through the smoke he goes, but he gets cleaned out by Maka's P250. They're into the B site with the plant.
And they know one is on the flank here. Do they know about both? G might look to get a little bit more loud, as attacker can play that element of surprise here. But waiting that smoke out right now, and allowing for these repositions that are deadly from 3D Max.
Maka's thinking about the peak. Jiggles, swings, goes down. Ready for CT spawn. Lucky needs another multi-kill. And he gets the Gush as well onto G. 3 HP remaining. Time ticking. G chasing. And Lucky's got it again for this team. Yet another triple kill.
Another full house coming through from Maka and Lucky combining their efforts right there. That's beautiful stuff in the clutch. Rolling out and Lucky able to convert that 1v2. Means we could be standing down the barrel of an even score line here. Able to crack into that bomb site when even Tyloo knew it was coming through.
Despite the odds. And that's something that 3D Max haven't really been able to do this tournament, is when the odds are against them.
Oof. Late decision on this force.
Okay.
Couple seconds deep.
That's basically going to give up banana, but maybe they're fortunate that they didn't decide to play banana.
They get to avoid the nade stack.
But 3 players in the apartments is the perfect call for this setup, as no one's even watching it. Attacker's going to hear this utility being launched, and this A site will come for free.
Yeah, it's flashbang, a single flashbang to facilitate their entry in, and a perfect route around Tyloo's setup. See how much they can hold on to. I think it would be a nice goal for them. with attacker falling, if they could just keep bodies alive and try and play towards the next round, that'll be a second bite out of the force buy. But 3D Max now being able to call a perfect round off the back of the pistol, avoiding the force buy conflict. Everyone from Tyloo gonna huddle into safety.
Yeah, just so many lucky multis, man. He's top of the server over players like Jamyoung right now. 15 kills. Bond is going to try and go on for the hunt. Great flashbang. Oh, but Jamyoung's Desert Eagle is still in play. UMP's not great for Mozia, but there we have it, 7-all.
Not a bad exit right there for that round from 3D Max. Sure, a couple bodies drop, but they do some damage back in return. Jamyoung able to sling some quick shots out with the Deagle, but again, valuable exit. I'm surprised 3D Max so interested in that chase, but they wanted to drop some bodies. They were hungry. Now all tied up here. A chance to take the lead for 3D Max, a map that has haunted them up against this Tyloo team. A team that has haunted them throughout this year as well. No, it's tough to beat a team 2 times in a row, but even tougher to beat them 3 times in a row if you're Tyloo on the same maps.
But we have seen Tyloo get in close games already this tournament. On this map, let's just say, versus Complexity. It was an 8-6. It was this exact round. You know, after the pistol round, Tyloo on the eco, Complexity about to seize control of the game, and they lost something like this. Need to stay composed right now for 3D Max, and Maka making a bold lurk.
I mean, is he going to be the only one that goes in here trying to spot the site stack?
Well, that's easy. Mercury will get the first, and that will cause the fallback. Mercury spamming to try and stop them from leaving.
Some damage done here, and there's not really a position for 3D Max to react to the identification of the stack here. We'll see if they can speed it up on this A side. They've got to move quickly, though, because the rotates are slowly starting to huddle on in here.
Ooh, and that's 2 dinks. That is 2 dinks.
Oh, Jamyoung's here.
Jamyoung is here with the Mac 10 right now. Round the site. That's an instant double dink. Attacker got one. Not quite the second for Jamyoung.
They're all here swinging.
All 3 players are here together. They are a death ball on the A side. 20 seconds. They can't turn back either. They've got to go here. They've got to run into the pistol stack. This is the exact turning point that Tyloo had last game. Versus Complexity will happen again with 10 seconds on the clock.
No time.
They're not getting the kills. There's Mercury on the flank. There's the bomb on the floor. There's the round for Tyloo. It's happened again.
Just ripped right away from them right there. The speed from Tyloo, the unit that they run this round with. Complete chaos in the rotations and able to beat them to the punch, as well as Attacker. Just finding one straight through the smoke here. That doesn't hurt either.
Got 3 dinks through the smoke.
Oh my God.
And Tyloo know how important that was. That immediately crushes the momentum for 3D Max.
Oh, that's a fantastic round for them to pick up here. Again, 3D Max on the verge of taking the lead here. Instead, it's ripped away. AK's picked up. Opt for G in the server. Oh, that's a brutal round to lose for 3D Max to try and keep the pressure on with the force buy. But now you're seeing why this team is so strong here. In a map that requires so much distance on these rotates, they make the decisions quickly.
And they're just going to post up G deep banana.
Smoke's faded. He's got a deep sight line.
Even in towards T spawn. Will Maka pre-fire this? Oh, instead it's a miss. The double scope just as he swung threw him off.
That's a damage taken right there on the op, and that's obviously going to need to bring in another rotate. So able to disrupt the game plan here early from Tyloo. With a lot of utility left on this execute. Multiple smokes and flashes ready to rain on 3D Max.
Tyloo are inviting them in. Okay, I was waiting for that smoke to be deployed, but it's not good.
A little bit shallow, yeah.
It's a little bit shallow, a little bit to the right. Well, they want to go off the back, but they missed their molly. They missed their new box molly. Oh, no. So, freestanding here for G and Jamyoung, and this execute's gone horribly wrong. Mosea is going to empty out his magazine. Not quite good, but G is locking in the shots with 3. And Tyloo are starting to smash back here on the 3D Max.
Yeah, G wiping the sweat off the brow right there, knowing that, you know, what could have cost him in that opening pick opportunity that he missed out on is instantly redeemed with the 3K from the back of the site, plucking them out of the server with the help that comes through in the rotate. And Ty Lue able to stabilize. Now up against Glocks and Deagles in the mix here. Their chance to run away with things.
And G hitting these now. Missed once, he said, never again.
Not gonna let that happen. Capitalizes on his opportunity.
What's G's reward for getting top 16 here?
More ice cream,
I suppose. Have we gotten word on his flavor? I feel like I missed the interview where he talked about his favorite ice cream flavor.
Pretty happy with vanilla.
I mean,
oh my God.
All right. Peace, buddy. Anything extra? Okay, hold on. Anything here? No. I mean, the graveyard angle from... Ooh, that's a grenade. Hard hitting 1 damage. But yeah, obviously the player who has captured all our hearts.
So fun. And so we don't Eagle here is something you don't want to do.
Ooh.
That's why.
Ooh, okay. Anything extra? Okay, well, gravity goes down easily to Mercury, and I think we're good here. You know, can we get past the era of players, you know, doing the shush emote, and get players more like G, who are just happy to be there? G? Oh my God. He does not care. G does not care. It's so funny. Jamio picked up a Mac 10 so that he could use it against them on the eco, and then he'll trade out for the M4.
It's just extra cash flow right there. Min-max in the gameplay.
Doing the shush emo is not aura, guys. I'm just saying.
Being happy about ice cream.
That is
the nonchalant act.
Yeah, guys. Be happy.
Everyone loves that.
Leave that back in, like, I don't know, honestly, what year really...
That's last season.
That really was last season, though, yeah. Donk shushing everybody.
G's ushering in a new wave. Joy maxing.
Joy. Being happy, I think, is just like... for those who are, like, not like... you know, into the Zoomer culture, I think just being happy is a pretty good term for it. We've got a gun round here for 3D Max. It might be one of the last of the game if it continues in this stretch, especially as they're trying to pressure the B site that Jamyoung is on. Now G. Oh, Molly will force him away, but he wants to go back in off of the flashbangs.
Oh, risky.
Ooh, and he misses just too high on the shot.
Reaggression through apartments, though, coming through off the back of that loss here. Could be recovered by Attacker on the timing.
This is really big time. Attacker
oh my God.
Now needs to really activate. Flashbang forward. Is Maka going to clear this?
Also down in the bottom of T steps, and that should be the kill that confirms.
Wait a minute, though. But if they push down bottom of B, they can cut off the bomb. Surely, though, they're not ready for body in the corner. And Mozia gets the first, and the bomb does escape. This will be 3D Max's round.
A little bit of a scare there, that's for sure. A chance to recover that one, but 3D Max just prepared for every possibility. And they're on the hunt here. XGC's already wrapping this round up. Not going to let this A1S save onto here. Surprise. Rolling out right there. And when they get those rifles back and running, they're able to enter on in a 3K coming through from XGC's.
Yeah, a little disconnection on the shots here.
Oh, saw the shadow as well.
Yeah,
shoulder peeking through.
Even then, yeah, G just shot a teeny bit too high on the crouch swing. Honestly, very, very well played to just insta-crouch swing him, and that's how you sometimes can beat the op.
Yeah, also getting past that early angle right there. Usually, that's just enough space to catch them first, get the visual, that gives you the angle advantage, and a lot of players like to just get around that corner safely and then post up. Even with the rifle, you're able to shut down that op, and especially, as you said, with that little movement to throw G's aim off.
G, every other round he can put up a highlight. So here he is, back on the sticks, had 10K in the bank, and sponsored this entire round for the side of Ty Lue. This round was brought to you by G Ice Cream Industries, not a real company.
It could be, maybe should be.
Ty Lue, you're hearing this.
There's a market for that, I'm sure.
Are they gonna break for the peak here?
This is for Boiler, double nade.
Nobody's home.
Catches no damage here. It's a good start for 3D Max, who have shown that their utility can be pretty deadly. Flash avoided, giving control of Banana. The game plan from Ty Lue at the get-go, trusting that G-Zop can offer up early resistance.
Mercury has still been held inside of this corner, though. Banger flashbang, though, gets them both. And Jam Young on the A site with an absolutely nuclear grenade. He can still win this round. He is 1v5, but I believe somehow.
Delay right now. In his mind, as the smokes look to wrap him up as well, and that smoke soon to fade on the lane side is going to make his job a little bit more tricky, but...
They don't have a flashbang. They have to challenge Jam Young one by one. Jam Young is committed. On top of the cold box.
Oh, it's a good molly too.
Molly apartments, and that lets Mosaic get into the site. Why is this possible? Are they going to double up? Mosaic to take first contact, bait in Jam Young. First kill's good. Oh my god, it's a mode out. It's Jam Young, of course. Drops the molly down. Tries to survive. He's on the UMP, but the nade will get him eventually. Where is G in the play? With 10 seconds on the clock, Maka will get into the site. It was almost possible.
And I don't know if he's going to go for it here, heading in towards T-Stairs. Gonna call it a save, man. They almost make it happen. The perfect set of utility, buying so much time, but 3D Max still with a little bit left in reserve are able to trade it out. The 5v3, too much to recover from. G left watching this round. 3D Max staying alive. That's off the back of the Ty Lue timeout as well. And that one flashbang to get them up brackets completely destroys them. You don't see Ty Lue with either player playing dodge flash as well, which is a bit of a concern right there. Usually it's the player on balcony that's dodging the utility first and just eats that full blind, allows for the access. 3D Max able to break that round down still, despite the heroic attempt.
Yeah, despite that free 3v5, but look at this, man. It was just so close. Just because of that extra apartments play. It's crazy as well, because if Jam Young went back on top of the cold box, that nade would not have actually killed him. It would have went right underneath him, and Jam Young gets to survive. 5 HP, yes, but it's Jam Young.
Yeah, anything's possible. That's for sure when he's in the action. But now just with a USP here. And a bit of a half buy behind it, with Mercury kind of going all in here. Could make for some interesting surprises on 3D Max, not anticipating this level of purchase, knowing that G's op is still in the play. And I like this boost. Gives you sightline over that good CT smoke that bounces on the perch. Chance for free fire on Mercury. We've seen in the past 3D Max like to send in a little bit of a kind of sacrifice to spot out these stacks, but this boost still remains so deadly and so surprising.
It looks like 3D Max want to have a piece of the B site. They will challenge the 1M4 with the full exec. And what can Jam Young provide? Mercury looking over top, waiting to pop up. Flashbang's good though, and I think he was just spotted. All three players fall. And it is going to be 10-all.
I felt like those flashes were designed for that exact move right there. They were scaling through pool, playing close to that smoke, but those flashes come in late here. Now a risk of losing this AWP. 3D Max have been kill hungry when it comes to these saved rifles.
If G gets in towards mini pit, I think he has a chance. Instead, he's kind of going for the fight at the moment. Will they scale into his line? Yes, but still need to survive another 15 seconds or so. Is he ready for the bedroom play? No. Gravity will sideswipe him. No op retained. Ty Lue on the back foot.
A late resurgence here. A little bit of bounce back in the energy. Great execution tossed in. We've seen these site stacks become a problem. Gravity doing his due diligence, crumpling that stack down before it can actually have its impact. And taking that op out of play.
And Mercury knows that he had a glimmer onto body, and he's probably frustrated that he could have taken that chance. It is the last time out right now for Tai Lu. And Mercury, I think that was just a straight up hero M4 too, because yeah, 2800 was unable to save it, and now has to think about an MP9.
That's such a perfect execute from 3D Max to crumble that setup. Called out late. Some late surge in momentum here for them on this T side after what felt like what could have been a back-breaking round there, won by Tai Lu to lift them off to 10. And breaking that economy. We see a way back in for them. We see the preparation that's coming through here as well. You lose to this team twice on Inferno, you start to get used to their tricks.
Yeah. I mean, 3D Max is their best performance on Inferno versus Tai Lu so far in their 2 previous matchups. They've only been reduced down to single digits. Now, a mid-play. But Mozia taking a lot. It's Maka, though, who falls bottom B. Body will continue moving forward, though. The Molly forces out Mozia.
Oh, this is crazy moves here. Jamyung wants to go all in.
He can do this, though. It's Jamyung. Strutting forward with absolute confidence. Takes the same place as his teammate.
Flashbang.
And he's gonna swing, and he gets the kill. Not onto body, though. Stuck at the logs. Will they try and hunt him down? Bomb is still down bottom B. Smoke to top banana, though, and that will stop any form of aggression.
I mean, they have the utility to re-aggress right there. Jamyung just went all in on a contact play. Still able to go 1-for-1, but this leaves the A side incredibly weak. Putting the weight on attacker's shoulders right now. For the solo defense. 45 seconds left. Time a little bit limited. And there's still a lot of utility to keep them away from this B side. That's kind of going to be a non-option when they don't have banana control this deep into
This is the bomb right now, holding for body. He is so confident there will be a push. But now, he has to give it up. 30 seconds. And it's coming to attacker.
It's all on his shoulders right now. He has utility as well, though. He's got to get that down as soon as possible.
But he's not. He's going to stay with his gun out. He doesn't want to reveal his position just yet. He will hold the off angle. He'll swing and die. Critically, attacker goes for none. There's an op to save. So Tai Lu will stay in this with another buy, but attacker could have done that even with just 1 kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also you have to take into consideration all the things that attacker has to worry about right there. His wrap was completely open. He's worried probably that there's going to be players rolling up through Graveyard. If he throws any of that utility that he did have ready to go, he just gives up his position completely. Maybe, you know, looks like a bit of a silly mistake, but there's just so much concern going on. He wants to use that element of surprise.
And there is a big risk. Did Maka not have armor?
Oh my gosh, he did 70 health there, right?
I think his armor broke because of
the bomb damage.
Yeah, the bomb damage and surviving for so many rounds. They're not going to get that kind of opening pick again.
No, that's crazy though. And the fact that they still survive it to take the lead right now. 3D Max hanging in there, fighting through the adversity that is put together by Tai Lu. They have to place so much trust in one individual. And they're not able to come up with it here. Still, 3D Max yet to reach that 12, and there's still a buy coming through. G included in the mix with an op in play. And like you said, those freebie opening duels like what we just saw in that last round, not going to happen again. Banana control fast.
They dropped an AK to Jamyung, so he is here on the B site with the weapon, but he can't deliver. Mosea will actually come through with the trade, but star player down, big weapon.
Flashbang ready.
Gonna stay forward, but Mosea gets punished quickly. It's down to Mercury. Lines up 2 though, and keeps it here for Tai Lu. He even wants to continue making the play. As they move forward, Molly, Mercury swings but gives it back before the bomb gets planted. Tai Lu need to scramble.
Oh, they got so much utility for this retake here still. A little bit of a lifeline given that fact, but the repositions here already looking good. Both players looking to join up in banana. No, gravity sticks around watching the boost.
He was past 10s. He didn't see it go up. Now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, and now gravity sees it. And now attacker. Is he going to try this? Will he save the op or will he go in?
Looks faded.
Low HP for gravity. Xer sees as well inside of pool. won't be cleared, and it's going to be 3D Max from the 2v3, despite the lineup for Mercury. The mistakes made by Tyloo will give map point to 3D Max.
Just continuing to try and make that fight roll on out through the smoke right there and catching these timings. 3D Max come in with conviction. They knew what they were doing all throughout the get-go, punishing Jamyoung with an AK, denying his aggressive maneuvers. That's confidence in the calls rolling out for 3D Max.
And that's gutting for the rest of Tyloo. They could have played the 2v3. Mercury thought he had a chance to win the round. Obviously, it looks great if he gets the kill. And that's the type of Counter-Strike Tyloo play, folks. I'm just going to say.
High reward.
High risk, high reward. Get the kill, the round's over.
Multiple mollies up for Banana. One going to land on Jamyoung here. Has to get the smoke out.
He extinguishes, and a good flashbang to allow him to escape or continue to fight. And Jamyoung has been rocked multiple times here on Banana.
He has been limited here. 20 kills to his name, still putting up numbers, but he has not been able to have that massive impact. And he's still fighting for these opening tools, but shut out by body. And a gamble, another risk rolling out for Tyloo. All in on the A side, giving up B entirely.
And it's correct. It's an apartments pop. It's a one-way street.
They still have a lurking presence here. Is Body going to run it into this B side? Because if he does, that might call the troops back over.
But I don't think they are. Molly's in. They're going through the apartments into a huge sack. First kill for Mercury. Bomb down, and it's a mow down for the side of Tyloo. This looks like it will be going the distance, but Body with the big flank.
They're reading this, though. I mean, look where the position of the op now is in play.
Hold on. Plenty of flashbangs for Tyloo, and time is the enemy at the moment. Is he going to go for a wall bang? Mac is going to try, but Body has been read into. Scene in the library. Mac is done. Guns to be retrieved, and Tyloo, believe it or not, the gamble stack will pay off. They stay in Inferno.
I mean, you just mentioned it right there. Risky maneuvers right there. Calling in a full A stack. If it's the wrong read, it's likely going to be curtains called upon them. But instead, 3D Max walking to the trap. Full steam ahead into the stack. And Tyloo are able to disrupt them right at the boiling point.
And I think has some words to say. Yeah, Body didn't sacrifice himself on the B site to figure that out. They had the man advantage to play with. And shoot, if they are on the B site, the apartments play is the perfect call.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at 50 seconds left, there's plenty of time for that bailout option, and that's the perfect kind of sacrifice of a single player in a 4v5 that can really win you a lot of rounds. I mean, you don't want to necessarily always sacrifice your players in 4v5s, but that's a moment where you think it's worth it.
Yeah.
They just miss out on the opportunity to dunk this one on in.
Because on a weekend A site, the apartments pop is always the counter. Even for double pit setups, it's not great when 4 players are flooding out with flashbangs. But as Tyloo are spread out across the site, there's just so many crossfires that you're walking into. And so, final round of regulation. 3D Max had a chance to wrap it up with a man advantage. But a roll of the dice for Tyloo has paid off. Will it result in overtime?
It looks like they're rolling the dice again right now with the setup. Trusting in G's AWP solo defense on the B side of the map.
They're basically saying, like, hey, we're going to play retake on B site. Hopefully G can let loose a shot.
Hopefully they try and react here. G just tossing in that smoke. They try and feign presence towards the B side now. You could be walking yourself into a pretty hefty setup.
They're going into the setup. At the moment, there's 2 players up top on the boost, and the first kills are not going well. Mosea here in the corner with the AK delivers another.
Molly.
Molly forces them forward for the fight. Low HP for the remainder.
Plenty of time here to try and reposition for this Tyloo side as well. Already setting up this defense phenomenally. Look at the HP bars left on 3D Max.
Are they just going long?
Wounded.
Molly forward, though. What do they do? How are they going to win this?
Praying for some reimpression. That might come through.
But Mercury is faster on the draw. 25 seconds for Maka. Flashbang's perfect, but he keeps moving forward. He's been given a bomb site here.
Opportunity now. It's hard to get the bomb down here. They will play the retake setup on this A side. Low HP for Maka, but his weapon of choice in the server.
Mercury, will he give the kill over? Sensing it, Maka gets the first. 25 HP players coming in from the apartments though. Fast up the lane. Now getting pinned in though. Surely the apartments play does work out for Jamyoung, and it's overtime. That's exactly what we need.
Oh man, another OT here on Inferno. Able to survive the round with that, again, hefty setup. A risky move for the 24th round right there, paying off. Back-to-back risky calls coming through from Ty Lue. But it is the perfect read.
The gamble stag in round 23. That wasn't sniffed out by 3D Max, and then the perfect mid-hold. Finally, they had someone playing anti-flash. Yeah. And then Mosea absolutely delivered, leaning so far back in his chair. So much relief for Mercury. He loses his headset, but gotta keep that on. We're still gaming.
Yeah, we're running this one back. Not over just yet for Ty Lue. Still a chance to close out their map pick.
Man, this is why Ty Lue has gained so many fans, because they're all about the cinematic gameplay like this. Jamyoung already flying through the smoke. He does get punished. But Ty Lue, will they ever let up? They're still holding on to top B. They still want to keep fighting.
There's so much more behind that smoke right there. Jamyoung down sure, but there's extra coverage op in play.
Mauling the corner, but G still able to bring in a fight, helped out there by Mosea. And it's the top B setup that still holds on. Exorcise is looking for an angle though. In towards the lane side, it's Attacker trying to cover off for his teammate.
No
Maka.
Way. No way this is how you're playing.
Oh my god.
Inside the smoke right there.
Hoping maybe that they run past him.
At least avoids the smoke spam, but he does watch as another smoke blooms on the top of Banana, especially after you call your teammates over saying, hey guys, this is where we're going to end the round, where a smoke has just bloomed.
Mosea even picks up a molly. But he's also low, 60 HP. He's going to toss it in towards top B, though.
Oh, man.
Did it make a sound cue?
I don't know if that's registered here, but G's coming back here. At this point, there's no reason to stick around in CT.
And G even has his own molly. G can get into the site. Is there going to be a block for that smoke? Not quite. G will step forward, round it, eats the flashbang, though. And both players are locked out. It'll be the B site for 3D Max. Is there going to be a plant denial, though? Oh, my God. Shot very close. But it's a retake.
It's a retake here, and the issue is there's some serious limitations this time on the utility. So this 3v4 still very much so in the picture for 3D Max, and positionally finding themselves in a perfect spot to deal with this, avoiding the HEs.
Mercury with the flashes. Flashbang once, and here's a second. Everyone's blind in pool. The kill should be free, but they aren't. Instead, it's Gravity holding on. Inside of pool, now to the clock. And G, he can't get this. First headshot's good, but Maka's got the trade. And despite everyone being blind, Gravity still keeps himself grounded.
Oh my God. Perfect stuff right there inside the pool. Able to survive. The utility looking perfect. What little utility Ty Lue had left, they use it on the money. But Gravity somehow surviving and fighting through this adversity. Able to keep it in the picture.
The flashbangs were so good. The kill should have been there, but they just didn't commit to the fight. They wanted to also jiggle peek for the player they knew was at Banana too, and that made Ty Lue lose confidence. And when Ty Lue loses confidence, that can give up games. As Gravity full sending it through the smoke, he switches to a grenade though, and Mercury gets the easy double.
I don't know what happened right there. Just a quick switch right there. He must have...
I think he must have hit, like...
accidentally hit Q or something.
I mean, sometimes... like, you have F as your grenade key sometimes, and or like, something happened. Yes. I think as he like tried to counter-strafe, he hit his grenade key at the same time.
That's a brutal little error in the mechanics.
Now G...
5v3.
It's not over yet. G flashed off the line. Lucky trying to put on pressure. Missed smoke as well, making life awkward. And now spam, but a great flashbang from Jamyoung allows Mosea to still get the kill.
Still don't really know where this position is from the AWP either. They've run out of flashes to try and void him off, but there's a smoke to try and play off of. Maka needs to get creative.
Is G holding for this is the question. No, he's holding more passive. Jamyoung, are you serious? And it's gonna work. Jamyoung is gonna push behind both players. He knows the other one should be in the smoke. And Maka getting tagged up and fragged. 13 all now for Tyloo.
Yeah, I mean, serious momentum right there, rolling out for 3D Max. Had a game plan, had a vision, and it all gets disrupted by this one small mistake in the mechanics rolling out right there. Yeah, he just walked into a fight, a sitting duck with utility out in hand on a complete accident that starts that round off for 3D Max.
I mean, Tyloo have been delivered multiple different presents this game. A couple donations that G would love to take. And now, aggressive banana control. 2 mollies, a couple flashes. And still a 3-man hold, though. Trying to kick him out of this map control.
This is an execute that's already being lined up right now.
And it's flashbangs lined up at the moment now. It's so many players blind, but no kills from Jamyoung.
Oh, no.
The grenade's good from G, however. And Maka on 3 HP.
They're going to even try and back this one up. They're still holding the line. G's still taking this forward angle right now. And I don't think you would have the late utility to try and flash this off, but there's still one left.
Has a flashbang. There's also G with another HE. G is waiting for the flashbang, and then he's going to take a peek. Where's this molly going?
Multiple mollies here. There is no smoke for CT, but it's just G.
And he'll try to leer in for the site, but he gives up the game. His shoulder's seen by Maka on 3 HP, and 3D Max are into the B site.
Doesn't get to get that HE down even. Ecstasy going to lock in the bomb plant. Now they're huddling around the rotate. And going to go for this retake here, but got to get a move on. This time they do have a smoke to try and block off Banana. We've seen those good flashes get them on into the round. It's the same exact setup, plus 1 player in the back site.
And an HE. Will that land on towards Maka? No, that he's over towards Banana. Instead, it's Lucky here at the Dark Pillar instant for the first. Moseazo with the trade, but now Attacker has to do it all. Not ready for the second player, and it's 3D Max with the lead at the split.
And big time impact right there coming through from Maka, even though he's on such low HP, being able to deal with the Opera of G. And Maka finding another kill through the smoke, keeping Gravity's position a surprise. So much impact out of so little health right there. And the aggressive setup coming through from Tyloo, getting punished.
What it just barely saw the shoulder of G, and he counter-strays and absolutely lasers him. G didn't stand a chance. So back to T side.
3D Max are just taking that stance. You know, Jamyoung likes to get aggressive. He likes to look for these opening duels, but 3D Max are willing to match his energy.
Jamyoung mollied, he won't go.
Scared off of the swing instead of moving through that fire. Kind of a rare sight to see. But getting shut down a couple of rounds in a row, that might just make you feel like your hands forced, that your options are limited. So many smokes on Banana. This whole thing completely consumed.
And now they're out of smokes.
That's why Maka's posted up a little bit closer here. Trying to thread in a quick shot before they turn that corner.
This op is the smoke. Trying to stop them from pushing forward. Here comes the flash. Maka eats it. They're in. They're closing in. Surely, Maka, this is your time to fall back. Instead, G is holding for him, and that's the B site under threat.
Only a single defender. Body has to do it all right now as the rotates are panicking to rush on in, but there's still no execute. Finally getting thrown down range.
You missed one of their mollies, though.
They're here.
But still, it's all down to Body. Back of the site. Gravity runs through to his doom. There's another sacrifice in the form of Lucky, but Body putting up the hold. Lucky trying to line them all up. It's not meant to be. It's G in the clutch.
Oh, and Ecstasy fast on the flank right now. He's rolling on up, loud and proud about his position, but hits the shift key for now. Gonna walk it out. G has all the time in the world to find safety in this round.
He's looking for the fight, and eventually, as time ticks away, will he make the read? Exorcise walks up to the site, silent, as G has no idea. He's done. Exorcise with the clutch without making a footstep. and it is series, well, rather map point here for 3D Max, but a huge chance to go up in the series.
And that's such a valuable asset right there. Exorcist with the composure to make that clutch happen, fully walking up behind him. Again, it's all about that information game. As soon as you make that sound cue in the 1v1, your chances go down drastically. So Exorcist keeps that element of surprise, and G never expects a thing.
It's body's hold that is so much. That buys time for Lucky to push in through the smoke. They were down. They were in a 3 versus 5 right there. Right off the get-go. But pulled back by those 2B defenders, and Exorcist will be the first to fall, though. I think he was trying to go for some jump peeks over the smoke. Yeah, and G's going to get that pick.
Nice work right there. G with another opening kill, but this
trying to go
flying through.
And Body just charges into the team. Gravity next to go down. B-site given over.
So quick on that play right there. Ty Lue surprising 3D Max finally on this B bomb site. Not prepared for that level of speed. Lucky looking to play spoiler, waiting for his teammate for now. Chances of breaking through this are unlikely, but an extra set of utility picked up might give them a little bit of hope here.
2v4, gotta be statistically some of the most unlikely stuff, but we've seen crazier things on Inferno. This one really not meant to be, as Maka will fall, and Lucky 1v2 now, but time of the essence, and no time remaining. G locking in, not just the opening pick, but the closing one too, as Ty Lue trying to force double overtime in map 1.
A lovely closer right there coming through from Ty Lue. Ensuring that one doesn't go the wrong way. That was a nasty shot from G. Jump peeking rolling out there. Think you're safe, but G plucks one out of the sky. Crosshair trained for the opening pick. And Ty Lue now just one round away from evening it all up and taking us in to another overtime here on Inferno.
And this is where Inferno is at its best, because nobody saves.
True. We saw that yesterday, man. A little overtime on Inferno there. You see some 1v3 clutches that you didn't know were possible.
Well, I mean, 1v2s, 1v1s, at that game. The Bait versus FlyQuest, unfortunately, both teams now eliminated. Rest in peace. But that was a game of Counter-Strike that you have to watch. It had everything you could ever want out of a Counter-Strike game. Will this one be similar cinema?
It's looking like it, man. This one coming down to more of the reads, though. It's coming more down to the sight holds, the executions.
Okay. With Exorcist. Oh, but G sees the shoulder. And Exorcist down early. Surely that's an alarm bell for more aggression. As Jose and Attacker group up together. A-site about to be under threat.
You think about the regulation kills that Maka was able to find in apartments. They're definitely nervous about turning that corner into an AWP.
And they're splitting arch side as well. So Gravity on the site will be vulnerable. As Mercury moves forward, Lucky trying to take the line, but they're also going to hesitate. Lane Molly has now faded, and now 3 players, or rather 2 players, coming in from, or having to defend 3 different angles. As here we go, Lucky first kill's good. Swap to the AK. Can he get another triple? Not to be on the A site. Molly to Lane, and it's looking like double OT.
Yeah, you're looking at just the absolute intensity that Lucky has to get away with right there. And now a chance though, Maka cracks it open. There's an opportunity now that just opened up.
Body is also coming through the apartments. He has a full belt of utility he could use inside of the pit to force a player into Maka. Now he can use it. There's no smoke for Attacker. Nade Molly combination. Attacker needs the swing, and he gets the kill on Maka anyways. Attacker will push this one to double overtime.
Not ready to quit just yet. Ty Lue shutting down the retake opportunity, shutting down the heroics from 3D Max. Absolutely denied from Attacker.
Even though Lucky keeps trying, man. Even though he can almost put up another triple. This kill from Attacker. Full 90 degrees. A decade of play and aim in Counter-Strike. But he's never given up his aim.
What a transfer right there, man. And we get to play evens now. 3D Max and their opportunity to try and seal this one up. Slip away from them again. Ty Lue just hang in there. into double overtime. G with back-to-back opening duels here. With the AWP, with the rifle, able to do it all. Now Jamyoung's trying to get a bit aggressive.
Oh, and he's marauding now, already out towards logs. Body, though, swings, and Jamyoung wasn't quite covering.
Got that jump peek early, got the visual on attacker, then swings as the smoke blooms. And completes the kill.
They're still going back to B, though.
He doesn't want to move through this smoke here. There's still a smoke down towards the top.
3D Max are still committed, too.
You're unrelenting here. This setup, Body looking to play dodge flash right now, also dealing with the boost.
They might live and die by this setup. Jamyoung on entry. Pre-aims and gets the first kill, not the second. The trade's in, the B site is open.
CT smoke down as well. Maka gonna rotate just a little too late. Oh, but the smoke is missed.
It's off, but Maka will not get anything off the back of it. There is a plant and another retake.
And an op to play off in this round as well. Getting in towards new box, getting into safety here for this post plant. Banana held as the multiple flanks formulate here onto Mercury.
On the angle. He sneaks behind the barrel.
He's spotted.
And now he swings. He sees two players, though, and he gets nothing.
They're calling this one off here.
Molly as well for G. Forced off of the angle. Will get his spot over towards second orange, but now Mosea shows up. The HG wins this, though, and he gets another chance. Shot rings out. Time ticking, but G falls. It's their time on the bomb. Seconds remaining. Hold on to your hats. He's got it! 3D Max, 3v3 retake!
Oh man, it's so Maka fade away. Thought this one was being called off right there. They almost didn't have enough time, but the shots rain out. 3D Max, able to survive in the late rounds. Pure pandemonium.
Everything done right. But just the shot there from Mercury.
Maka having coverage right there as well to back it up. The moment of realization, they didn't know that round was won until the last second, until that defuse finally came through.
And the papers are out for Ty Lu. They're
eking down Banana in those post plants is
oh my god,
such a trap.
Because they actually are watching for you. A lot of the time, they're you need to get them as they try to turn the corner. But typically, you could just hide behind the barrels, and you'll probably get the one.
Yeah, at least a backstab, right? But they just miss the opportunity there. Mercury ends up swinging into a tough death. 3D Max able to launch off first in OT2. Jamyoung forward facing in this banana duel once again.
I mean, there's one thing about Ty Lu, is that they are unrelenting in their principles. You can say that they'll lose a round like that, but they'll also win rounds by taking those kind of risks.
Able to pull back so many deficits.
Hard to watch, but fun to watch.
They're giving up on these rounds here, but again, a little bit of responsibility on Body. Maintaining this B site. They keep this idea of top banana smokes rolling on out here. Jamyoung catching more flack with the late HE tossed in as well. That scares Jamyoung and the rest of Ty Lu off of this B side into a pretty hefty setup.
Oh, and a pop flash middle sees a lot. And that's Gravity, though. That's one of their B players who just swung top mid.
Oh, you're right.
And so Ty Lu start to second guess.
Yeah, they're rethinking it instantly. Also, 3D Max reacting to that information that's gathering. They're also rotating some extra help back, but this setup on A is a little bit risky right now. Exorcist is a solo defender, as you see. Lucky transition in. This guy been on form here with the multi-kills. But you have to think he's going to have to do even more in another round.
As here comes the move. Exorcist hears the footsteps, though, with 20 seconds left. It's all in through the apartments. Now 15, but he's in the open. Gives himself up through the apartments. And Mosea breaks through the A site for Ty Lu to equalize.
A little bit lackadaisical there on the reposition. Freebies on the opening. And Lucky's heroics denied. Body and Maka not going to have much to say here on this retake. 1v2, there's no chance here. Losing the op as well.
They'll get it next round, but whatever the case, that's just a big error with 15 seconds. Obviously, Exorcist wants the big position of the pit. but too greedy. Body will be able to best Jamyoung, and another. Getting to flex his aim here. Tyloo should try to take away his AK, though, and Body's looking to get them all.
Mozea doesn't want to...
He might go down to the bomb.
He has to avoid the bomb. He'll actually deny the ace in the end.
And Mozea will get it. 16 all now, somehow.
Look at this reposition, though. I mean, again, it's just so open for Exorcist to be blocked out.
And entry, though, is so perfect.
And that's how you gotta shut down Lucky, right? There's no other option. You give him any time. He's going to deliver, and he's going to make sure you pay.
I feel like G's losing a little bit of his animation here. If you remember that first pistol round. Still needed to keep the energy, though, for Tyloo. In double overtime. G boosted up. Vulnerable to a lot of flashers, but the full 360 from G. 2 swipe to the mouse for 1 kill.
He's going to get an arm workout right there. Having to flick the mouse like that, dodging the flash and still finding the opening. Another opening pick here, an OT for G. A late game player. Absolutely performing for Tyloo, providing them these opening duels on the T side with the op with the rifle. Doesn't matter what tool he has, he's crowbarring 3D Max's setups, and their aggression is getting punished.
They're gambling 3 players B. They're hoping that Maka can do everything. Especially with gravity at the sandbags, they might think it's free. Trying to lure in.
Get met by utility, though. Molly's back and forth. That's actually a molly for the corner.
That's
retreat.
Some missed util, though, here for 3D Max. It's just going to reveal the setup. Oh, you've got 2 over towards B. Now, Maka going to get double swung, but gets the kill fast enough. Mozea not going to reswing just yet. Now he goes for it, but Maka misses. Where's the next point of attack here? Tyloo, 30 seconds. They're just baiting shots here out of Maka.
He's running out of ammo here. There's no resistance that they're finding, though, on the wrap side. And Maka has to reposition.
Oh, G!
Kill on the flank from G, though.
Can they turn it around? Yes! They're going back to B. And, well, Exorcist will get 1. Do they have time?
13. There's absolutely no way they have time for this.
They do.
They might.
They do, but they have to plant in the open. G, get the bomb in your hand. Second remaining. He's got it. He has to plant in the open, but he's got it. Into the B site. And all over the place are 3D Max.
Oh, my God. The frustration that's found out now when they have to retake this round, and they've just lost a player with the late lurk rolling through from Mozea.
Exorcist is just going to make the play.
Desperation.
To run through the smoke. Or just to walk it. Mozea jump spotting towards Banana. Sees the player. Backs up. And Exorcist is covered. Insta headshot for Mozea. It is Tyloo this time with a lead at the split.
Oh, man. What a late round call there. Tyloo banking it on the timing. But G fast enough with these picks and fast enough with that bomb out to provide the extra leverage for Tyloo. Looking to close out their map pick. This was comfortable once before, twice this year. This time around, 3D Max pack a little bit more of a punch here. But Tyloo not ready to give up on this one.
G been an instrumental piece, and he's back over towards Banana again. Has to dodge away, though. And that Maka was ready to punish that.
You have to take into consideration right now, a little bit more pressure applied on Jamyoung in his opening duels, so G's been able to pick up that mantle.
Hasn't
find the
revealed
opening kills
either. And so they're looking to just execute off the rip. Having to expend one of their smokes to stop a molly, though, and they're running low on execute utility.
Jamyoung's fighting in their face.
They're lining up the util set. Jamyoung can actually cross over to sandbags at the moment. He goes up top, too.
Oh, this can't go well for them, right?
There's no way. Jamyoung sees so many players. G, tested, rattles off a shot, needs help though, drops a nade, and escapes in towards New. They don't even smoke CT, and that allows the rotates to pick up the slack. Flashbangs, mollies, but Mozea will not go in. Instead, it has to be G, forced onto the fight. He gets out the second orange. Now the boost delivers. Mozea through the smoke as well. And it's just gravity versus 3 on 15 HP. It's looking like Tyloo will finally be able to pin down their map.
Should it be 2 chances here? Can he fight through it? No, G shuts it down, man. One last kill there, a heroic defense. The time buying measures there and the rush. The absolute panic that 3D Max faced right there. As Tyloo are unrelenting in their aggression.
This map was trying to run away from them, but Tyloo have chased it down. With some incredible fragging. G topping the charts right now for Tyloo with Mosea. It's actually been a slow time for Jamyoung, believe it or not.
And how comfortable does that have to make you feel here? Obviously, Jamyoung, the one that gathers a lot of attention here on Tyloo for a very good reason, and that's that prowess and willing rounds into existence, the opening duels that he can provide. If you're getting shut down, if you're getting isolated by 3D Max and the utility and the op presence of Maka and Lucky's ability to deliver these multi-kills, it looks like G can just pick up the game here in his own right, finding consistent opening picks here for Tyloo now. And they find a different way to win.
Yeah, I mean, Jamyoung's sure 28 kills looks cool, but honestly, it hasn't been these round-defining kills that we normally know him for. Now, this is insane from Maka. Between the two mollies, so tuned in towards sandbags, but will not be swung. Attempt at mid-control, a flashbang in. Wow. Mercury hears a lot of footsteps, and that'll expend some util back. Smoke, though, blocked by Maka wisely. And now, can even boost up over top, try to catch an angle.
I mean, so often, Tyloo, when they throw this retake utility, it's matched by the aggression as well. It's not just feigning presence.
Once again, 3D Max are running out of util again, though, at the minute mark. They've got one execute in them. This is a one-stop shop on the A site.
It's got to be the A side here. Only option left. Having to deal with a trio of riflers. Apartments control taken late by Tyloo as well, so they know that's not going to be the port of call
Mercury,
here for
though,
this attack.
He's flashed off, needing to back away. Here's the cavalry approaching, rumbling towards him. Do they want to go CT? No. Instead, they'll go up the arch side, and Jamyoung gets caught. Mercury, though, he falls next. Insta headshot for everybody. It's got to be attacker, and he's not ready for body. We need more rounds on Inferno.
Just able to nullify the positioning right there of Mercury. Getting caught late in a transition, what seemed to be towards that B side, or maybe trying to retake brackets. Either way, that timing working out perfectly for 3D Max. Wrapping this round on up. G even gonna fall as well. And 3D Max putting the pressure on Tyloo, saying we got another overtime in us. I mean, you got to think about how little utility they had left and the positioning right there of Tyloo's players. They had a decent setup if they just committed on that A-side defense, but something made Mercury jump right there without even lurking presence on that B-side. Full commitment. And 3D Max capture that window of opportunity.
I think he wanted to get eyes in towards mid, towards that lane potential. Again, going for an impactful play over, the safe play, right? But as he walks forward, he isn't ready for the arch pop that's actually incoming.
It was so fast right there. It allows for the wrap up in towards the rest of Tyloo as well.
He knows how much utility 3D Max has. They've been counting smokes, and in his mind, they can't arch wrap. They have to go lane. 3D Max play against the grain there, though. It's Jamyoung. He's going to get caught again. Jamyoung's been having a real tough time, but Hosea wanted to go the extra step all the way bottom B this time.
Oh, man. Man advantage here. Body down incredibly low. Full banana control captured, even though they do have to sacrifice their star. But this is, again, looking decisive from 3D Max. Without hesitation, they're going to work through brackets control, and this A site is left understaffed.
And it's looking like a commitment. Now Mosea begins his move. And Lucky having to deal with that. He'll molly behind him. And now target on the A site. Mercury's got a hold up top the cold box. His teammate inside of the pit. Mercury caught out, though. And that's all. 2 versus 4. As Mosea runs into Lucky. And it's triple overtime, barring a G masterclass. 3 players on the site. Switches to the AK. We've seen something crazy like this on Inferno already in this tournament. Will it be G, the opper by trade, to do it? Smoke up to the site. trying to give him space. Working all the angles, but a high-low setup awaits him. First kill's good. Nearly the second. Time ticking, though, here for G. And that might spell his end.
Oh my god.
Not reading into Exorcise. And it is triple OT, baby.
Looks like he had that vision right there for a split second, but triple overtime instead. 3D Max this time able to tread water up until 18s. Surviving in these late rounds. The calls looking like they've got such a good understanding of the way that Tyloo like to structure their rounds, and that's how they should be coming into this game with. That's what we saw from their T side when they were able to recover. And again, the shutdown of Jam Young's opening duels. He's going back into these banana fights and not being able to get that same success anymore. Getting targeted by 3D Max and Utility, but this time they're the targets.
G as well, dodging out on the airstrike and converts the first kill. It has just been G this game, and Mosea with the real impact. Jam Young has been out of the picture for so many of these rounds.
It has to be a little bit uncomfortable for him to have to play in some of these late rounds and try and influence from that point of call right there. And again, G's been able to pick up the mantle. Mosea just the same, as you said. A lot more impact out of those two.
Molly incoming. Mosea dodging out on the flame. Both players tuck away towards the fountain. No one's clearing it. Everyone's blind, though. Amazing flashbangs dropped in by 3D Max. And Mercury to fall next. It will be 3D Max to strike first.
That's terrifying right there. 3D Max pulling out the perfect execute. And that's one of the reasons Tyloo don't want to allow them to get that banana control, because when they do it early and they have their full belt of utility, which is not something you can say 3D Max have had often. They've had to use so much utility to fight off banana. But finally, they get an opportunity to get their execute off. They have so many flashes to scale in, 2 mollies to envelop the entire site. And they're forced to both play behind a tiny pillar. That can't cover both players.
And they're throwing flashbangs that blind those pillar players. Like, that's the whole idea.
Into the flashbangs.
Yeah, it's 3D Max and their team play and their executes are some of the strongest in CS. Honestly, it's what made them such a touted team. People expect this team to be in playoffs, but last season was honestly a pretty big disappointment, only making playoffs in one of the events they attended. So many times making just
inches
away from making playoffs of big tournaments, and then having to play against God and they lose.
Yeah. I mean, that's always the problem. It's just that elevation and firepower, but you can see how much structure they have to shut down players like Jam Young. Mercury, though, looking to be the one that decides this round.
Mercury. Oh, but he misses. Again, critical shots here for Mercury going awry. Mosea wants to have a play in this.
Oh.
Smoke break and an instant shot from Lucky. And that puts it to Jam Young in need of a play to make something happen for Tyloo.
He knows that the pressure's on his shoulders right now, man.
He's coming back.
Okay, well, maybe it's lifted off here. A little bit of backup. And he's someone you can trust here. He's been finding some opening picks for you. Jam Young with the rifle going to rotate. Picking up a cache of utility instead. Coming back. He's holding a tough angle here, and if he turns that corner, Maka is fully prepared. Oh.
Maka posted. Lucky walking forward.
Got full surely these
pins being pulled will draw in G right into Maka's op. How patient is G? Well, yeah, there you go. Maka falls. Or rather,
sets up Jam Young, though.
But they're not going B. They're going A. They're walking out right into attacker. Finds the first, and the second. Attacker's making it happen. Is he ready for the apartments player? No. Exorcise does drop him, but look at this. Jam Young is full sprinting down banana. He is fast moving on this flank. He has a chance to clutch this up.
This has to be him now. Has to be his chance to shine right now. Can't find it in the opening stages. Can he bring home a clutch for Tyloo?
Maka's switched off the AWP as well, making this possible. Jam Young already up the lane. Will get mollied. And will turn back to the apartments instead.
All the time in the world for this. That's going to amplify the pressure and amplify this crossfire and pit.
Hold on. But the thing is that as Jam Young walks out, He's going to start clearing, but hands his back over to Maka on the off angle, and that is 2 rounds here so far, and triple OT for 3D Max.
Again, able to avoid the calamity of those gambly setups from Tyloo. A little bit more sacrifice in the trades. Some more initiation, and again, when players trying to step up to the plate, trying to make these active plays here for Tyloo, it's other players other than Jam Young that are making these moves, and they're getting punished. Mercury getting punished with a big opportunity to delete gravity. Can't find his aim. Banana play getting punished as well. That's an instant 3v5.
And G's not going for that. Tyloo need this 1 round. They need to dodge the sweep, or else they will lose their pick to 3D Max. Honestly, for 3D Max, their season started off with embarrassment and disappointment. They lost to Tyloo with the coach, keep in mind. Joking was in the server just a couple of days ago.
And that's after, you have a little bit of time to get used to the setup, new coach in the system here for 3D Max, and things didn't go your way. But you got a little bit more time to gel, and the preparation is fully focused on this tournament. And this is your big opportunity to punch upwards, to finally break through, to prove that you can challenge the best of the best. But you got to get past Tyloo first here.
Got to get past G, but sees the molly, eats the flash, backs away. And even a smoke designated for G, but he misses the flick and he goes down. And that might be a devastating blow. It's down to Mercury here on the site, helped out there by Mosea. Mercury needs more. Jam Young trying to support Mercury inside the smokes. Jam Young does provide the kill. 2v2 now. 30 seconds on the clock. And Mercury gets another. Mercury holds it in for Tyloo. Finally stepping up. And it will stop this sweep. It will keep Tyloo with the dream.
Oh, man. G feeling the heat right there, but he just got bailed out by Mercury, and Jam Young coming in with that late rotation. Mercury able to survive for so long, rushing into that site and going all in on that play. And look at what he's able to do, dancing in these duels.
G wants to hide in his shirt right now. This game is not just tense for us here, I'll tell you that. Just imagine the players.
So many good sequences from G. And just a small bit of disruption on the aim right there. Can't quite find it.
Empty banana control right now for Tyloo. So right now, 3D Max swinging at air. While Maka holds in middle. Mercury. Molly lineup. Maka's gonna step forward. Players, he's about to eat a flashbang. Maka's surely dead. Stuck in the wall. Helped out by Exorcies. Saving his teammate. Maka should be dead 10 times over, and he will. Eventually, but the flank from Banana. Body gets both. Drops the bomb. And this will be map point for 3D Max surely.
Surely a smoke as well in the face. Body keeping coverage of that bomb.
But I think Mosea can actually get the bomb inside the smoke.
He got it.
He gets it. But got caught. Body just spams it. Triple kill for Body from bottom B.
Oh, what a savior right there. Anything that could have gone wrong, denied by Body. Those trades rolling on out. Exorcist playing covered for an off that was fully blinded up. Maximum flash timing. But they still crack through, and it's this flank coming through right there from Body that offers up the security. Playing hero ball right there and able to keep his team on top. Now, 2 more chances for 3D Max.
Back at posts. And does not convert, just sliding past the line for Mercury. How he dodges that shot, I don't know. In the meantime, the second op eviscerated. Mosea pops him. Maka, he just running through with the 5-7. As a solo 8 defender, he had to make a play. It looked silly, but it's given Tyloo the round.
Oh my god. This game not done just yet.
You want quad OT, Cole?
Oh, can take it. Keep this one going. We only got 1 best of 3 today, so we might as well get our work here.
Every map of Inferno we have commentated in the last week, Cole, has been like 5 overtimes. I'm just saying, for the record, folks, we were on the mic for the ESL Pro League qualifiers. That was a quintuple overtime game between Legacy and Sharks.
Yeah, what was it, 24 to 28?
It's 28, yep, 24 to 28. We had Bait versus FlyQuest. I think that was just double OT. And this one could potentially be quad overtime. People saying that Inferno should be removed from the map pool.
After what I've seen from the last couple of events, as you said, it's kind of back. It's not, I mean, obviously with the Pro League qualifiers, we're still in the old patch, so it's not, I just feel like people are saving a lot less.
Honestly, it's a style of Counter-Strike that's kind of changing. We're looking at teams, I mean, first of all, for the one, Legacy aren't here in Cologne, but very aggressive team. We're getting Bait, who always keep it entertaining, and we're keeping it Tyloo.
So we're lucky so far.
We have been very lucky with
We're just lucky, okay, I see.
And because Tyloo always playing entertaining Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike that makes your hair gray, put your hands on your head.
I was a lead Inferno hater, but I'm coming around to it quickly. I've been enjoying this.
Well, if I'm casting Tyloo every game, running it down banana, then I'm all for it.
I'll take it every day of the week here. 3D Max also providing that entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
The attempts as well. I mean, they are just battling back and forth.
They're playing the same game as Tyloo at the moment.
I mean, again, after a little bit of experience playing up against this team, you start to know how to break them here. And that's what 3D Max are bringing to the table. Third time's the charm, looking like it, but if they can't capture this moment right now, we're back to evens. They've had ways to shut down Jam Young. And you still feel like he's a sleeping giant in the server.
He can always come through and give that Jam Young round, where he just carves out a whole site for himself.
Will it be this one? A little bit of pressure put on here. It's going to be an early execute. The flash is already put on display, but a molly to block. They can't make moves past this utility, and they're getting chunked out by these HEs. Damage done here, but a flashbang perfect, and Mercury this time going to find the entry.
Yeah, and now Exorc's even seen, but drops his molly. Now the next challenge is onto Lucky. Can he multi? Of course he can! Lucky in the open, eventually falls, but Exorc backs him up. But they're going B. This has all been a distraction. It's all of a sudden all down to Gravity. Drops the smoke, tries to live, but G is closing in the gap. Won't respect the utility. Gravity still back of the site, and he's gonna get spammed out. G won't let him have it, but still, bomb plant? No, G wants the frag.
Oh my god.
Needs to be ready for Banana. It's Maka holding, and it's Maka to end it. It is Inferno stolen here by 3D Max after 3 overtimes, and Tyloo suddenly have to battle for their tournament lives.
Man, what a sequence right there. Lucky doing it again. I gotta say, man, his multi-killing on that CT side was truly unbelievable. It always felt like he was good for 2 every time he's tested, and makes it happen again in the deciding round to close it out for 3D Max, providing that coverage, finally breaking through what has been a curse for 3D Max and this team in Tyloo.
And there's one thing as well, the missing map from Jam Young. That is the biggest element, the MVP of Fisher. And not just the MVP, he had a 1.4 rating tournament-wide against teams like 3D Max that he previously stomped. He was not here for Tyloo. He is necessary for this team. They tried hard without him. G and Mosaic gave it their all. But we needed Jam Young in this server, and he was not here.
Yeah, it was a huge difference maker. You just see him eventually later down the line when OT started to flare up. It was G picking up the mantle for these opening kills. It was Mosaic trying to find these big-time impact kills, and they had that in their bag there, and you're waiting for that opportunity to finally break through for a player like Jam Young. And in this map, it doesn't come through in time. The heroics don't roll out, and it was still the 3D Max structure. It was their ability to shut him down consistently, round in and round out, that played the difference maker.
I mean, those B defenders as well. I mean, Body and Lucky absolutely finding, I mean, this here from Lucky is game-changing. If there's a clean trade, it's done. Because you can see his report was not quite there in time unless he gets that double. And you see these individual players able to step up to these next levels for 3D Max. That's what happened in the last time they played Tyloo. They just got crushed. They just, whatever team play that was there didn't matter because Jam Young's finding 2 kills. This game, though, they put up resistance, they stiff-armed them, kept them down.
Yeah, I think that's something that 3D Max need to do here, is be able to identify what went wrong, how Jam Young was opening up a lot of those rounds on Inferno, and it felt like they did that time and time again when they're consistently, bombarding him with utility, flashing him off of angles, and scaring him off of making these aggressive duels. That's something you got to say 3D Max came prepared for there, and that's obviously on the map pick of Tyler. They knew this was coming highly likely in the veto.
Yeah.
You also know that Ancient is coming here. You wonder if they can replicate that result and continue to try and silence him.
I think Ancient's still a map where Tyloo can play their game, especially Jam Young. He's just going to be flying out middle every single round, and versus teams like Astralis, even versus 3D Max, he's just going to run out mid and get a double entry. Will he continue to do that? Is it a different tournament environment? Whatever's happening for Jam Young, it needs to turn around.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's not like he had complete silence. It's just not the pack-a-punch that we know he can bring to the table on a consistent basis.
Yes.
And as you said, that's something that Tyloo loved to live on. They had other options, right? But consistently, you need to see around here there flare up from Jam Young to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if Jam Young can help out his teammates. In the meantime, 3D Max got to be elated. Their individuals are looking strong. Can they keep it up here on Ancient? We're tossing this one off to a break. It could be the end of Tyloo's tournament life.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang! Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around.
can't see you in my sleep, babe. You know it's early afternoon, but it's the only way that I'll finally see your face. 'Cause I've been thinking about the days when you were mine. No set of rules, and I've been dreaming that's the way we're passing time with me and you. Now wake me up, wake me up.
As Counter-Strike continues to give us our hardest games, it is 22-20 in the first map of this series. It is do and die, as Hugo Byron once said, as there will be only one team emerging in the tournament after this.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty used to a lot of overtimes at that point. That was a pretty light game for a guy like me. So.
Yeah, okay, sure, buddy.
Yeah, but good stuff coming through from 3D Max out of the gates, man. That's an exciting kickoff for a team that they just have been kind of tortured by in the past, not really able to put up many results, not even rounds really to rock with. There, it felt like they finally cracked a bit of a team that's haunted them in the terms of actually closing out this map of Inferno, and it comes down to some key pieces here. Lucky is a multi-killing machine, man. Absolute impact there on the sight holds, and then Body coming through with just heroic moments in rounds that close out the game.
A rating does not tell the full story of this 3D Max team. In fact, all across the board, 3D Max don't really have that one superstar that's supposed to carry these games. They win by committee, and this was the committee right here. Just getting triple kills, so many of these rounds, big flanks, and out-positioning Tyloo, a team that it's hard to read until they're positioning.
Honestly, it's kind of impressive that that's becoming a trend here for Lucky right now, right? I mean, opening series of Cologne, you see it happen versus MIBR, and while MIBR is still in a bit of a questionable state with their early exit, it was Lucky delivering a lot of really key multi-kills, especially in closing moments in the game. It felt like he was consistently pumping numbers. As I'm seeing some talking right there. I think some love for G as they are sitting across each other,
chirping and chatting to each other all across. You know, it's even though you're down a map and your tournament life is on the line, at the end of the day, we're all human until we're in the server.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little bit of love right there. How can you hate G? But moving into this matchup here, it is going to have to be 3D Max trying to replicate some of their success right there. I'm so impressed with the way that they're able to shut down Jamyang. It felt like a real system in the way that they kind of eliminated him and his key impact, and I think that's something that you want to see replicated here for 3D Max if they're coming in ready and prepared for this matchup. They know the implications of moving on to the next stage and again contending for a playoff position, which is something this team has been doing all year. A huge opportunity ahead of them trying to make it into stage 2.
And in a very important VRS win for them too, because remember, Tyloo is VRS ranked number 7. Any team that beats Tyloo gets a huge surge in points as well. This could have huge implications for the rest of the season for 3D Max.
Yeah, that's a key point there as well. This is a team that's been able to hang in there in the VRS environment, which honestly I thought was going to be a tricky thing for this team to do, right? They're a roster that has throughout 2024 and even 2023 really kind of struggled to maintain their position. They'd be able to show up here and there to international competition, but I wouldn't say they were necessarily a mainstay. This year has been their big opportunity to make a breakout year for themselves, and consistent tier 1 play is something that they've been able to capture here, and they're still in a position where they can keep that composure. But as you said, I mean, even further amplifying that, not only being a team that can make it into the invite stage 1s of Cologne's, but be part of the conversation of top 10 in that environment. That would be a really cool story here for 3D Max.
Yeah, it's the turnaround of the season. They've been on the precipice for so long, and needing to seize that here in Cologne. A loss here, though, would kind of send them the other way and right back tumbling down the VRS leaderboard. They need to stay in this tournament. They need to give themselves more opportunities to work up that leaderboard, and better yet, maybe even contend for playoffs. Hey, I mean, France is not too far away from Cologne, Germany. I'll say that, and the French fans definitely want to see another team on that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be a really cool story, again, for a team that has constantly missed out on playoffs, was never really a mainstay in that department, but coming so close, another chance, another shot here, that'd be an excellent opportunity for them to try and capitalize on.
This is the first step. This is a tough team for 3D Max to try and beat, but with the chance to potentially 2-0 them as a triple overtime affair on Inferno. Can they continue to improve on this one? Again, they've been crushed here on Ancient by Tai Lu multiple times. Can they continue showing improvement?
Absolutely. It's a big question right now. Can they continue to show their development? So they're running in towards the cave side right now, actually running straight past it in towards the middle. Full open pathway in to the donut side, but still meeting no resistance and rerouting.
Already in red. Are they going to go B or are they going A? Let's see where the kills fall as Mercury gets a couple of tags but needs to back away. Now Mosea back along here, already overwhelmed and surely to be picked. Mercury does get one on the fadeaway, so at least he plays his life and gives Tai Lu a chance as they're already here for the retake. Attacker working up towards long. Mercury activating. He's got the headshot, and it's into the retake as it's 4 consecutive headshots for Tai Lu.
Okay, Mercury able to lift off in this round right now. Just kicking things off in a fast way with the USP shots. Kind of a hero defense right there. Getting backed in towards Cave, having to find safety as his teammate falls, but cracking on through. Making sure that these positions from 3D Max don't get taken advantage of. If you look at how you have to win these post plants on that side, you have to be able to capture cave control or take long, and they had neither of that positioning.
Yeah, it's interesting how they kind of moved so fast that they actually gave up too much space behind them instead of leaving a sentry behind to actually slow them down. So it was actually Tai Lu able to overwhelm that retake.
That tough post plant positioning.
Force buy back immediately though, and Gravity running out middle with the typical MAC-10. And we'll get the kill onto Attacker at that range. Opening pick here for 3D Max. Exorcist wants a little piece of this as well. These Galil empty out their magazines into a wood wall.
Not shattered at all. The confidence still remaining here from 3D Max despite the pistol loss. They're going to pop through the smoke. No utility to move past this, but they're going to catch the timing.
Yep, flashing forward here. Mac Attack 9, though, sideswiped. Mosea does fall, and Jamyoung next. No resistance here. There's still Mercury, though. Here to activate, delivers. First here on the UMP, pre-firing onto body, but it's not enough for the kill. G in the clutch. Weirdly enough, it's winnable, especially with the team flash. The flank dealt with. Can G do this? Low HP for both. Will there be a wall bang onto body? He could do it. Body is standing in the open. Double swing, though, and G in the open. It'll be a force buy back for 3D Max.
So much conviction and quickness here, and 3D Max's executes again. And you can see the intensity that they're bringing onto Tai Lu. Finding this opening pick from Gravity, incredible pickup. And then not allowing for these multi-kills to roll out. Everyone trusting in the call. Everyone running in on that play. And 3D Max leave no questions in that round.
They're going to force buy back. Jamyoung's Desert Eagle is a win condition here.
And it's a decent little stack here on the A side.
Attacker is already inside of A main, silently and completely overlooked.
They're going to clear this out, though. I mean, they're not going
to reverse clear. They're not going to reverse clear. Mako's going to walk into a 5-7. That is an AK for retrieval. Attacker gets no more, but it's Jamyoung here on the Desert Eagle. Is there anything more? He'll try to walk up on that smoke. He's trying for the play. And a great grenade as well. Maybe not even a headshot required here for Jamyoung.
Still worried about Donut containing the space, staying alive here still.
They're not really watching Temple, though. That's an open angle. Mercury, more damage. Very weak here for the side of 3D Max. And Jamyoung still searching. The 5-7 does convert from Mercury. 2v2, they keep fighting. Jamyoung can put this down. One body shot needed, he can't get it. Exorcist, 16 HP. And 3D Max push past.
Oh man, able to stay alive, avoid the Jamyoung Deagle shots and send one back. The quick headshot to close. Attacker disrupting, and you can see how accurate Jamyoung can be. But needing one more shot.
Last bullet in the mag, too.
Oh my god.
If he runs out of ammo there, Jamyoung re-swings him and he's dead.
That's precision. Exorcist in the late round. Able to put that to rest. So will the Force by Wars here. Tyloo call it quits.
One flashbang here for a cave swing.
Well, this is going to be pretty deadly.
Here it comes.
Targets.
Attacker has the flashbang. Here comes the quad swing, and here comes the mow down. Lucky's got it. Maintained. And 3D Max off the Force by. Big time lead starting to be established. 3-1.
Able to breathe easy right there. Good coverage. Flashbang avoided. No big deal for 3D Max. Putting that one down with ease. That's a little bit of comfort right there. After some chaotic rounds, it's nice to get a little bit of breath. No one falling over. Everyone's staying healthy. Now the buy back into play here. And again, 3D Max's intensity on these T sides. Might not let off here. Quick mid control has been a way that they've opened up rounds with gravity in the past. Not going for that right now. Taking a little bit of delay, but they're still moving with pace. This time fast towards cave with that extra mid control as well. Not rocking with a whole lot here on Tyloo.
Oh, looking to face back in as well. Gravity having to dodge the flash. Gets a team flash though. Mosea will come through with the trade.
Damage to the wall as well from Maka. And they're through Red Room as well. So the positioning right now from Tyloo puts them in a panic.
They are closing in though on red. Tyloo have made the right call in this situation. They're going to re-clear. Jamyoung needs a fast shot here. And he'll be dealt with. He's not ready for the fight. G also goes down. And Tyloo missing their teeth. Is their attacker here? There's a double. It keeps it possible here for Mosea. It's Exorcist with the bomb. Mosea about to walk into the smoke before he sees it, but Exorcist holding. He loses the bomb anyways. Mosea fast enough on the shot, but where is Maka in the mind of Mosea? He just lost the bomb, but Mosea keeps moving. This will stop him from being flanked properly, and now Maka has to wonder.
Gonna pick up that bomb here. Where does he end up going? Gonna go clear out middle, but Mosea's reading into this.
30 seconds. Maka looking to pick up that bomb.
Spotting nothing right now.
In the mind of Maka, he'll take it back to B, and Mosea can also now flank in through cave.
The bomb plant going to be for CT, though. So even though Mosea still has the element of surprise, positioning for Maka is still going to be good.
Already here, but he clears out deep CT. And that should let him know, but he picked up not a smoke, but 2 flashbangs. It's planted for CT. Mosea will just continue to walk out.
Oh my god, Maka has to get closer to the bomb though right now, far away. He goes and clears out all of CT though.
And Mosea could just swing deep CT as well. Maka is seen and Mosea gets it! Maka was not ready for the deep peek, and a clutch here for Tyloo. Not Jamyoung, Mosea.
Again, still bringing in that impact here. Still having those numbers. Mosea continuing to keep Tyloo in the mix there. When all else fails. Finding the pick through the smoke as well, dropping that bomb, putting it into a chaotic situation. And when Mosea was spotted out earlier, they saw him towards that B side of the map. They saw him fight through cave early on, right? So there was somewhat of an idea as to where he was located. Still has that surprise factor. And look at this, 5 players starting out towards B. Execution looking early. This time she's AWP ready to go here on the site. Any presence at it's a mid crawl, but it's going to be up the ramp here instead. He's ready.
And there's no short smoke. They try to contact walk. They try to take all the fights. And Tyloo welcomed that. As Mosea gets another swing, another multi. Perfect flashbang from G, of course. And it is Tyloo to equalize. Devastating 3D Max.
Yeah, the aggression here, the quick plays, getting right into now. 3D Max trying to keep up that intensity. Not allowing for Tyloo to plant their feet, but guess who's ready? It's G with another opening pick coming through from his op. Was dominant in the early phases of rounds on Inferno and keeping up that pace now on Ancient as well.
And it's looking just like an A main rush.
G's here again with the op.
Maybe not the best gun for the job, especially not the best position either. This is risky.
Not seeing any flashes, though.
Holding deep. G. Misses the shot on Amaka, and now he is in trouble in the open. Tech9's closing in. He escapes somehow with 2 HP, needing to survive. Now has backup, bomb planted, and it's a little whiff, but it doesn't matter. Body here will try and pick up the op, but will be contained. Very awkward, but quick rotates will help him out.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens right there when you don't quite have the utility to get the bomb down on that A side. Donut is still a huge problem, and that becomes the issue that 3D Max fall into, even though G's put into a bit of a panic.
How does he live that long? He has 3 Tech9 shooting at him. Absolute bullet sponge.
You do think if they can get that off as well, like what the difference could have been right there for 3D Max with coverage on towards Donut.
True, if someone gets into Temple quick with an AWP, that gets weird. But G got so far back by that point, they couldn't get it.
Missed opportunity right there for 3D Max. And G stack seen here doing so much damage. That is one of the specialties of 3D Max, is that early U-kill damage that they can throw down towards middle and amplify the pressure early on that position.
Okay, thinking about playmaking. Jamyoung gonna slink away. It is 4 players over at the B side at the moment. This could be the right time to collapse with only 3D Max players on the board. Flashbang forward, smoke deployed. Question marks here, colliding with each other. They're off the mark. Mercury's gonna try and back away, and Jamyoung gets hard cleared by Gravity. Opening pick for 3D Max.
Gravity bringing in that intensity now. Big time opening duel there. Jamyoung again shut out of this one without any help. And they're forced to play more passive on this B side, but with the extra rotate, with the extra help here, this site's still somewhat of a strength for Tyloo.
They're gonna try and push down though as the timer drops. Hosea steps forward. Maka's holding. And he gets the kill. Mosea's just so fast. First 2 bullets is a kill. G popping up, lands the flick. Now Mercury can also tuck in towards the back of the site. G trying to support, however. Good flashbang. And keeps them stagnated here on the B ramp. Mercury will swing, but to no avail. It's G who needs a highlight. Missed shot though. Jiggle peeking, and he gets the kill. G with 4 on the round. Headshot onto Gravity. And somehow, G pulls it back on his own.
There it is from G, man. Again with that AWP, this time showing up with a highlight reel. And as the tank he is, able to survive all of those trade attempts, dwindling on health, but finding that all-important kill on the Lucky, creating the panic.
1 HP. He took a dink through the wall.
He's just so survivor, man.
On the 3rd attempt, it doesn't matter how many for G. And now he's chirping a little too.
Tyloo locking it down here. They've got these great reads as rotates rolling through. It's another huge influence coming through from G. This time in a multi-kill, right? We were kind of focusing in on him, providing those opening duels, and then from that point forward, letting his riflers pick up the mantle. But this time, he's peeking at angles. He's finding these big multi-kills.
When the pressure's on, right? That's his moment. When there's no utility, there's no smokes, he needs to hit every shot. That's what's expected out of your opper. Most people would get a highlight out of all these tier 1 oppers. Players below that might miss one and die. G was able to miss and still survive, but collects all the rest, maintaining his precision towards the end.
And again, fast plays from 3D Max, not holding back here, not scared off, calling the timeout quickly and get back into a half by. They know that utility late into a round is of the utmost importance. There might be a smoke pop here and towards middle as well.
Oh, it's beautiful. Jamyoung a little labored on the spray though, and now Attacker is run over, but G is here. Holding on towards A main. Now Jamyoung's in some trouble, fighting forward, and Lucky flying headshot. 2 versus 3. G about to get swung high-low, potentially, but Exorcist is trapped here in A main.
Some recovery being made here. There's not a lot of activity just yet. They're still waiting.
Mosea's cutting it off. And Tyloo will just wait for the plant. Mosea stepping forward is a risk, though.
It's a risk here, but it should be rewarded.
Yeah, Lucky.
Now the double down in towards Donut. It's not safety for a plant, but they're going to commit to it.
Ooh. And Lucky.
Spotted.
Oh, yeah, maybe Shadow seen. In the meantime, Exorcist is still locked in here towards A main.
What?
This shot finally, though, and Lucky actually repositions. He gets away. Hosea scaling forward, though, and Lucky locked out. Hosea fierce right now. And Tyloo, it's a bit awkward, but they do retake.
I don't know how Lucky was able to live that long. They weren't pressing through Donut as quickly. Able to get at least a scary position, but they needed more shots out of that Deagle for the most part.
I mean, shoot, okay. All right.
Like that.
Yeah, more like that. That's some absolutely sick stuff. But not enough to win the rounds here, because G is still staying consistent, playing it properly, getting in good damage.
Collateral.
Yeah, it does help there too. Now fast into B lane, missed utility. That nade strikes true though. Gravity speeding up forward, nearly just goes down instantly. But Maka will run through off the reload. Aggressive here for 3D Max to start.
Yeah, some early map control is nice, but they have to sacrifice a lot of health for it. 3 players down, a little bit lower than they'd like. One-shot territory to those headshots out of the rifles on the CT side. Some early chip damage at a sacrifice, but Tyloo's holds have been gelled together. Rotations have been absolutely peak right there, but that's close spam damage. On top of that, they also have some deep A main control, so as long as attacker can hold on to this positioning here towards A main, there's not a lot of need for these rotates. You know, Donut is a little bit of an oversight in the defense currently from Tyloo, but fortunately for them, it's not being pressed upon right now.
I think this one's going to try and end towards A, though, as a Molly plus the spam nearly gets 2. Still, though.
He's just running so dry.
But this is Lucky solo with the bomb right now on 78 HP, and it's attacker who drops it. That might be round defining. It's a scramble now for 3D Max, and Maka caught with utility in hand, drops his grenade and nearly takes Gravity with him. 25 seconds, and it is just desperation here. G, just drop your molly in towards Donut. Body needing to push forward. And attacker, all he needs is his back cleared. Attacker's got Gravity locked in. Body with no chance. And Lucky walking solo, A main with the bomb. Gives up the round.
Now, this is the first time I feel like for 3D Max where I don't really see a big vision in the round for them. Walking solo with the bomb there feels like a huge oversight.
Nice.
Losing that instantly, it just forces that panic. Tyloo get exactly what they're looking for.
I mean, especially with like no information on Donut. You know, if you get Donut control, then I can understand, right? Or if you find attacker somewhere.
There was no one close though.
Yeah, right? He was first contact on the entire A side of the map.
I mean, maybe there was almost like an accidental victory right there in the fact that they re-aggressed off the back of that bomb dropping, and there was a chance to punish in that sense, but they weren't even prepared for that.
I mean, the panic was so big. Now Jamyoung up on the catwalk. There's the kill. There's the impact we want from Jamyoung. Opening pick. Mercury chasing. Catches the bomb now. Stuck in the corner here at B lane. Disadvantage now. And Gravity has to somehow pull it back. Last player standing on the B side of the map. He will dodge out on G's op shot, but still deep control on top of the bomb.
It's just recovery mode now from this point forward for 3D Max.
There's no Counter-Strike to be played. It's all about the bomb, and then the bomb sites after.
Yeah, they got to get through this first phase, and that's a challenge in its own right. It's going to require you to flush what little utility you have left into the mix. Meanwhile, everyone now on Tyloo huddled up, ready to go. You've got this point of call from mid, cut off by attacker in a nice angle. And time just dwindling here, slowly but surely.
They're coming back into cave at the moment, and attacker swings perfectly. Bodies down, Mosaic even pushes, and you know, everyone from 3D Max is like, oh, they're gonna respect us, they have the bomb. Tyloo will just play against every single neuron of Counter-Strike that you have.
That's the element of surprise there, not being able to anticipate it. And Jamyoung able to provide that opening. A little bit more confidence heading here on Ancient. Leading off that opening pick, and certainly dwindling the resources of 3D Max, allowing for more success down ramp as well. And there's that crowbar of Jamyoung. 8 rounds here for Tyloo. They're leaving 3D Max lost for the first time in this series, it feels like.
A rush coming up. And it'll be Attacker and Jam Young here on the play, already underhanding their smoke on the defense, but...
And called off here.
Yeah, but they can't really call it off. That's the problem. They don't have utility. They don't have a second play.
Yeah, that's been the problem here throughout this half, hasn't it? Being able to get your plan B downrange effectively, getting these mid-round calls, it's been a bit of a challenge for 3D Max.
2 smokes, 3 flashes. Now 1 smoke, 3 flashes. Maka actually just dropping that over... Or I think he has 2 A smokes on him right now.
Fury's still full commitment in towards middle. Can't stick around for forever. But will toss in a little fadeaway HE that's going to provide some monster damage. Or rushing down B. Whoa!
Okay.
That's madness from Mosaic.
Mosaic will actually get caught. That is the B site that falls. And now Mercury in middle. He gets both anyways. He runs into 2 players. He gets the 2 kills. And now they have to cross their G's off. Bomb on the ground. Lucky next in line to die. G locks it up. 9-3 domination from Tai Lu.
A 爆一波 ，A 假 run 一波，然后再爆一波。
And while they're screaming here because they won that force buy, you should see their faces now. It has been a romp of 8 rounds straight for Tai Lu, as everyone has a turn to step up.
Yeah, they do not stay down for long. I was watching Maka in that halftime break there, talking the whole time. All 3 minutes right there, trying to get his team on the same page. Looking to do so in a turnaround for the second half, but 3D Max have a mountain to climb here, and Tai Lu have momentum to shut them down. 8 rounds in a row, looking to make it 9 here with the pistol. And looks like they're setting their sights correctly on a pretty weakened up A bomb site here.
It's Body coming through first, sees the smoke, now swings and catches Mosea first. Any extra as he's closed in from multiple angles. It's donut control, powerful for the T side. XRC sees the shadow though, and gets both. Huge kills, but attacker back one on the Lucky. Ready for the double swing. Here's Mercury. Now he falls next. It's Maka on the dualies, delivering the double. Pistol round for 3D Max.
Oh man, what a statement start right there. XRC is able to find some quick shots right there. Needing to break through that. Donut control is such a crucial position, and when I watched Tai Lu take it early, I think that round's still and dusted. Exorcist has other ideas though. He provides the leverage back into that retake.
And even though attacker nearly pulls it back there too, with great positioning, right? He's able to actually navigate around the site and take those isolated duels. But it's Maka who's sharp from the bottom of the board, doubles his kills in the pistol. Absolutely necessary here. 3D Max still staying alive, but a force buy pack, and it's a Tai Lu force buy. That means a little bit more than the average one.
Absolutely. They are deadly. They've got a lot of utility to back up this A play that's leaning in on. Maka are going to have to do even more now. And Mercury causing a little bit of distraction here. There's no help here. Maka's fully committed on this hold. Good HE though to lift off.
Oh, it's great damage, but it catches him out in the open. He's forced back away in his CT spawn. And then there's the entry from Mosea, who charges him down. Now working up towards Donut. Lucky, run out of space. The Body comes through for support. Jam Young, though, with a big-time kill. Lucky struggling and gets the kill. G, though, his turn to step up. Exorcise has his chance, and he gets the double. Big impact, and Mercury's late on the play.
I mean, he's been spotted out a long, long time ago as well. And is trying to make this flank happen. Low HP bars for Exorcise, and Lucky down to half, so there's a chance. But Mercury has no armor. He's got a Tech 9 to rock with here. And maybe a little bit of an opportunity with this.
Guns everywhere. Covered. And he's already in. But he has no idea where these players are.
Finds a gun.
Bomb is actually in the open currently.
And Exorcise has gone over all the way towards the B side of the map.
Do they not have vision of the bomb?
No, Lucky does.
Picks it up. Mercury crosses. Bomb plant.
I mean, safe plant as well.
Surely he recognizes they're both in Donut. Mercury with a chance. He's not ready for the swing. Now he is. Sees one.
He's reading the next as well.
Wow. Three's there. You see both. Low HP here. Exorcise drops. Mercury in the clutch. Armorless Galil could do this. There's no kit as well for Lucky.
Smoke on the bomb, though.
And a defuse. He can jump. He can spot it. And now he might think he's off if he's safe from it. The spam's good enough. Or not, rather, as Lucky will get the full 10-second defuse. That's right, the plant, reverse side of the box.
Yeah, I had a little bit of cover right there on top of the smoke, so no chance for that clutch coming through from Mercury. A little bit of chaos, and I almost am certain that Tai Lu, with how close they just came in that last round, are going to try and run this one back. A chance, a huge opportunity denied by Exorcist, as you can see, sliding out into the mix.
Remember, though, the CT side economy buff actually allows for the full buy, despite you might have taken away everything. It really is M4s and decent utility for the team with kill reward bonus and the extra money. And now Mercury.
Oh, man.
Is he walking through? He gets in a cave, trying to nail the timing here, and he might just do that. Gravity running right past. And Mercury actually has a backstab on these players.
Smoke to the fade soon.
And he gets him on the reload, but Gravity saves his teammate.
Oh, man. Mercury could have even just ran it down into the very open site right there. But some late coverage. Gravity able to bail out that play. Mercury gets nothing out of that position, and the damage is put down range.
Gravity.
Oh, he sees him.
Does he? Yeah, yes. Taps him out. And forces him right into Exorcise. As the full trap sprung, Exorcise continues to land these shots as Jam Young not as precise. G also caught wide, and that's it. It's 3D Max who are back in Ancient.
Yeah, revived right now, revitalized again. Maka for 3 minutes straight, trying to get 3D Max back in this map. Their pathway to closing out this series, they want to do it in a sweep. They face the difficulties on Inferno. Now they have to climb this mountain of a comeback here. And they're showing that resilience right now. Tai Lu left at a standstill, an attacker sure to fall soon.
Yeah, there's nothing here for attacker. Mac 10's not the weapon for it. This will put Tai Lu down a notch. A little shrug there for Maka.
I don't know if he picked up the gun, but shrugging that one off here because they know they've got easy street in the next round. And I say that, it is going to be a pretty deadly half-buy.
And there's a very specific utility set that's being picked up for the team, too.
Off the back of a timeout as well, you know they're setting up something nice here. Trying to line everything up here at this point.
Teaching a lineup on the go there to Mercury.
You're going to want to put your crosshair right there, jump throw W. Should be good. Might be some smokes off spawn coming up here for Tai Lu.
I think it might just be a mid-rush, to be honest. As there you go, 2 instant smokes going. And 1 instant smoke that's trying to block out the molly. Yes, this is going to be a mid-rush. But there's also 3 3D Max players here holding the smoke. It's a mow down, but Body wasn't convinced. He still gets all 3. Now the 2 players running in through A main. Maka is here with only a scout, however.
And it's only him.
And he misses the first chance. He might have to concede away the site. He'll drop a molly.
Yeah, smart to stay alive here. HE to also disrupt this plant.
G wants more. Everyone wants a bit more, though, as attacker nearly gets the kill. G has no targets, though, inside of Donut. He's already escaped.
Does have a route out of this one with a gun to pick up on his way and a smoke while he's at it.
I mean, it's not going to be easy, but a bomb plant's not bad.
Or HP for Exorcist 5 for Body. I mean, deep smoke as well. How can he position himself to try and make this happen? I mean, they're all going to be blocked by this utility.
Yeah, they're just going to run through this, I'm sure. G needs to spray down of a lifetime.
Reposition deep towards Cave. He's looking for those mid-rotates. That's going to be a non-factor.
Going around the world.
All the way around the world. He's
surely
have time for this, right?
They only have 1 kit. It's on Body. Smoke on the bomb.
And a full stick coming up.
Yeah, and that's round over. Even Maka is holding. Well, he's holding for long. So he didn't quite clear perfectly, but G will get the bomb plant, keep a Galil, I suppose.
Another bad exit right there. Cool idea in the round attempt, but never going to happen. Never had the chance to lift off. And Body doing a great job of shutting this one down. Last bullet available and finds the last kill necessary to defend mid successfully.
All right, so back on AKs for Tai Lu. It's been a bit of a slugfest to start with 4 spies galore. This is honestly their first real gun round.
Watching the utility here again take place. It's fast.
Body's already up, on top, getting caught, but blinded back. He still gets the kill. Lucky also. Double opener for 3D Max.
It's just the 2 good utility. Now Maka here with an op this time around, ready to deny access towards A.
The flashbangs are good. Maka completely blind. He's in the open. He misses a second chance.
Mr. Molly.
But everyone's failing on this attempt. Finally, it's Moseo with the shot of a lifetime. Opper out of the picture.
Double up and Donut here, still making it difficult for the bomb plant. Deep smoke went already. Lucky finding impact.
Oh, Body though, he swings. Will attacker give up the game instead of push back here for Exorcist is right into attacker with the kill. And Mosea with the bomb is walking into Donut.
Gravity has a flank here. He's going to spot nothing on the site. Will this prepare Lucky for the idea that this might be a route out of the round here?
Gravity clears the site. Gravity just cleared it all. He knows they're in Donut. So Lucky can make the call. Attacker moving first, though, on low HP. Will clear it. Not the first, though. It's Lucky on 13 HP, trying to pre-fire, and he gets it. Lucky again with the quad kill. Now, as 3D Max are stepping up, they're in Ancient.
He's just a multi-killing machine right there, man. Lucky is an absolute machine. 4 kills in the round. Will not let up. No access granted there. Body containing this mid-control with Lucky's help. The utility remains dominant in that part of the map. They continue to reign supreme. But then Lucky has to come through with the closing impact, and he makes sure that round goes nowhere fast for Tai Lu. Not going to happen in the 2v2, and timeout going to be called here. Tai Lu trying to dig deep in the book here. But they've got to find an answer right now. 3D Max are dominating this mid control. It's not available for the taking. Every time they try to work this space, 3D Max are prepared.
Consistently, they're pulling off the run boost that gets Body up there. Normally, if they're on the floor, it's easy, but Body has this elevated angle. He's shooting down. The shots are easy. And there's no real pressure when it's only 2 players running through the smoke.
And 3D Max have that late utility as well that continues to blind up Tai Lu late to the round there when they're finally breaking through the smokes.
This time around, it's a bit different. Gravity inside a cave. You can see that Mercury is sprinting forward, trying to find this entry. Spots the Opper, though.
Also have to avoid the spam in this position as well. You can see why he's not tucked in towards the cubby. For that exact reason. Feels bullets whiz by.
Jamyung
going aggressive here. Flashbang deep. They're going to hear a little bit of repositioning off the back of that utility. But Maka stays true on his post.
Silence in the round. Finally, Mercury does work his way into cave. But as long as Maka holds middle, 3 players on the B site. As the Molly's deployed, but Gravity playing isolated. Needs this kill into Mercury. In the meantime, attacker up the side. It's Mosea with the double entry though. Gravity did his part, but he's lost his teammates. Now Mosea, he's looking for that third around the smoke. Jamyung also stopping this mid-rotate, but Maka steps out, back turn. It's down to Mosea in an ace clutch. Now in the back line, and Lucky reads it. It is a tie game between 3D Max and Tai Lu.
He's just unstoppable right now. Lucky reading every last move from Tai Lu. No surprises for him. And that defense holds together again. Gravity able to do his part, keeping that cave control and forcing the hand of Tai Lu into these fights.
But the infinite patience from Maka there. Whoever moves first loses the round. And losing Jamyung and having Lucky on your team, that's enough for 3D Max.
And again, it's that consistency. It feels like they're so prepared for Jamyung in every last round. They're so prepared for his moves, and Maka reads into it. There's a lot of preparation coming in here from 3D Max.
Going for mid-control as a pushing pass, an underhand flash for Lucky, but not the double as we're used to. Mercury will be allowed this space, but it's Maka here. A main. Will the shadow be seen? Mosea pushes forward. Maka prepares himself, and he fires early. Now he gets overrun. Mosea gets the first entry. Maka needs to reposition. Second miss. He gets into build-up, but can't escape Mosea's entry fragging. And then it's attacker to follow up. It is 3D Max who have fallen on their own sword here as the back turned. Mercury puts in the dagger. 10 for Tai Lu.
Finally, a little bit of coverage right there. Missed op shots costing Maka heavily. Chances, multiple opportunities to find picks right there. Positioning himself nicely, but getting baited by the shadow to first reveal his spot and then missing on the follow-up when they're entering out towards that A side.
And then Mosea with the speed. Like, he doesn't stop. I can't believe he must have like taken out his knife or something to go for that pick. Mosea is the player who keeps Tai Lu in this game, round in and round out. Even, you know, giving them a chance in these rounds, double entering all these sites. They just can't convert the post plants.
Want to lean in on that success here. Maka is struggling to find these picks. I mean, only a single op kill rolling out from his gun right there so far on a flank on the Jamyung. That's all he's been able to provide so far. So if Tai Lu want to continue to pressure that point, it's actually Maka leaning in the rifle. He has plenty of money if he wanted to get that gun back out, but he elects against it.
I mean, he's just not feeling it right now, straight up. And you got to play to win.
So whatever tool's going to get you there, that's what he's going for right now. Sticking with the rifle.
Fast up B lane. And Instead, double push now down the ramp. Mosaic hears the move and is pre-aimed by Maka, who needs an off. Already aimed at T-spawn with the quickness.
Oh, body.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Huge kill to find. Everyone's trying to find a duel here for Tyloo, but 3D Max are winning on that front.
And now the B side is a little bit cut off right now. I mean, mid control cuts off their route in towards cave, and then you see the position from Maka would be 100% overlooked. This has to be an A-side play into a pretty hefty setup. And your key entries right now that are firing here for Tyloo are eliminated. Watching from the sidelines.
There's always a chance with Jamyoung alive. But hard truth, the MVP of Fisher is missing his form right now. Smoke to red, but Attacker is the one who steps up with 17 kills deep so far. Now Body on the hold, double setup with him and Lucky. This has been impenetrable, and it will stay that way. Body with the first and the second, and Tyloo have been locked out.
And Body able to step up right there. Huge elevation. 3 kills in the round. He's been shutting it down towards the middle, but this time with his back against the wall, inside of Donut has to show up. And never going to give Tyloo a chance to make that round work. G left to save his op. And we are tied up again. 3D Max are not staying down for long.
It's these two and Body and Lucky who are just all over the map. In mid and Donut, B retakes, they are everywhere. And they are besting some of the most hyped up players on Tyloo right now. Tyloo has all the hype, has all the expectation now that not that they've won a tournament, and even playing up against a team that they've crushed multiple times here in 3D Max. But the times are different. People are watching your games. You are no longer the underdog.
Expectations just amplified now for this team here, and then an elimination matchup and an opportunity to make it to the next stage to continue that conversation might just slip from your grasp here. It's the last time out from Tyloo.
For the Counter-Strike community, Tyloo have the hype behind them. They play the exciting Counter-Strike. They've got a fan favorite player. A lot of people want to watch them. 3D Max don't. 3D Max want to make it to the next stage.
A lot of people want to watch them versus the best teams in the world as well.
That's true.
Something that they didn't fully get to prove at Fissure. But here at Cologne, that's where your opportunity presents itself.
Fast move.
Look at the utility damage again, man. Limiting early impact into chase down again. This time from Gravity leads the charge, but punished. Maka looking for the trade. It's only a 1 for 2.
Zaya on 1 HP. And he will fall to Exorcise, though. It's a quick 3v3, but the speed up towards A is fast. They know Body and Lucky are both of those mid players, so they get all the control.
It's going to be a flank from Lucky formulating here. They spot nothing towards B, but there's still not a rotate. So you're going to have to live on this Lucky late flank coming through. Another multi-kill required from him.
Expect the flank with nothing in Donut. Now the presence, though, here for Body. Is G safe? Absolutely not. There's the headshot from Lucky. Now the Donut presence needs to activate. Jamyoung needs this kill. He won't find it. Jamyoung struggles. It's down to Attacker. He needs to be the star for this team. As he steps forward, flashbang, Attacker on the off angle gets caught. It is 3D Max who are going to staple down a lead.
And again, coming through right there, Lucky able to provide the closer, and Jamyoung shut out again. Can't find his stride. Not here on Ancient, not going to show up again. 3D Max consistently shutting him down here. A chance to be the hero in dealing with Body, but he just can't deliver this time around here. Just around the corner, Body able to track him.
And just winning the most impactful duels for Body. Body and Lucky have been unshakable this entire series. They are playing like superstars right now.
That's been another big question of whether or not 3D Max has that on this roster right now. Do they have the players to deliver in these big moments to, deal with Jamyoung on a consistent basis? And right now, Body is filling that gap.
In this kind of superstar era where every team's got their highlight fraggers here, Tyloo, a team that's 5 players that can do that. 3D Max looking to win as a team, and maybe they do have their superstars. Jam Young has gone missing. He's been found out in this game, and Body's back as attacker's done. It was a 9-3 half for Tyloo. Can they turn it around, or will 3D Max pin this one for themselves? Mercury gets the entry back. 2 players on the site. One of them is Body behind the pillar. He strikes for none. It's Exorcist instead with the double, and it's got to be G. 1 versus 2. Spam connects, and Lucky nearly takes it. G planting reverse side, and he gets spammed out completely. It is series point for 3D Max.
There's just no relief here for Tyloo. There's just no coverage. Getting plucked out straight through the smoke, through the walls, denying clutches here. Every last opportunity from Tyloo getting ripped away from them piece by piece, and Body the facilitator of that. Shutting this play down. Lucky coming through with the spam to close this round down.
I mean, honestly, to change the season here for the Frenchman, to be able to play and beat the VRS ranked number 7 team, and to get more invites to tournament down the stretch, it's another huge opener, at least for Body. Great damage, the nade nearly claims attacker. It's into the B site. He needs the entry, he doesn't get it. It's Mosea on the move, full blind, and he's taken out. 2 for 1, Mercury blind next, and that might be it. Tyloo, the hype is dead. 3D Max will advance to the main stage of IEM Cologne.
What a huge victory here. 3D Max coming in with a point to prove here. A team that they just couldn't beat this year. Finally tumbling here at Cologne. Shutting down the hype. Denying access of Jam Young here. Not allowing him to face the best of the best and prove what he can do in the big stage.
I mean, an unbelievable showing there from 3D Max. A huge improvement. The past 2 matchups, they were crushed. I mean, you have Tyloo destroying them on the stage at Fisher with only single-digit maps for them. Here, they turn it around. They've got Body and Lucky to perhaps shake that mantra of not having a superstar. They can win without this crazy MVP or this 1.4 rating drop. They've got it as the team.
Yeah, they can do that. They can systematically shut down these star players as a unit, able to prove it, having to do so not only in an absolute barn burner of Inferno, doing so in multiple overtimes, but being able to pull back a comeback. When Tyloo do have the momentum, when they have the win in their sails, 8 rounds in a row to lead off into the second half, you think that's enough to take us into the decider. But instead, 3D Max piece up this comeback, deny the clutches of Tyloo, and are able to win as a unit.
It's just incredible to see as well. Not to say that none of these rounds got close, because they did. There were so many turning points, and Lucky and Body stopped them at every turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really impressive showcase here from Lucky throughout this entire tournament. He has proven that he can deliver the multi-kills and again, you know, kind of bring in a bit of security here for 3D Max when it comes to locking down these sites, when it comes to providing that star power. He has had that here for IEM Cologne so far. So many massive multi-kills in their opening matchup versus MIBR that prove what he can pull together. You have Body stepping up here in map 2 as well. Yeah. It's very exciting. And again, watching Maka throughout the 3-minute halftime break that they have, talking the whole time, trying to get this comeback formulated, you could see that 3D Max had the buy-in in that leadership, and that's been a story of this team so far.
And absolutely, Tyloo were completely shut down. Or every aggressive play that we've seen them work, where they've been able to just break open middle. Sometimes I remember watching Jam Young flatten this team in middle, and instead he was flat, gone. And that, I mean, a ton of hype. I was excited to watch Tyloo as well, but 3D Max, it's really a cash out compared to the disappointing previous season where they couldn't really make any deep runs in tournaments. This is their chance now.
Yeah, a huge opportunity right here presenting itself to 3D Max. And in the same vein of talking about Tyloo being able to play up against the best here, I think 3D Max always coming so close to the mark up against the best teams. They've had a lot of opportunities to play versus top 5 rosters.
Yep.
And I think, if you can look a little bit more at what this 3D Max team can do so far in this group stage, sure, taking a kind of a surprising loss to NIP, but they've got some excitement around them. Being able to topple a team like Tyloo is a huge confidence booster now as they make it into the next stage.
Yeah, that is, I mean, I would call that almost an upset, to be honest. That is an upset. Obviously, it's VRS ranked number 7. It's going to be a huge boost here for 3D Max going into the next stage of the event as they do qualify. We also have FaZe Clan NIP making it through. Heroic pulling off that 2-0 versus Virtus Pro. We've only got one team that is left to be decided, and it's going down between Astralis and Pain Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, obviously huge implications right there. Pain can continue their conversation, playoff team versus a team that's been able to make some deep runs and still, again, is in that same vein of Tai Lu of wanting to prove it up against the best. But as you can see as well, all the rosters that are making it through, so many changes entering into this event, obviously being, one of the big matchups and big events off the back of the player break. But Gamer Legion looking incredibly exciting. Absolute sweep in their path to the next stage there, and Furia doing the same and just able to establish some dominance. I think I'm a little bit disappointed not to see FlyQuest make it into the next stage, but
obviously you have to play Team Liquid. We look at the teams that have qualified. Perhaps Heroic could be the biggest surprise there. Obviously, I think we definitely, as a Counter-Strike community, and for some of the experts, analysts, except for Sponge, who specifically said this, to not put a lot of weight onto Fisher, because this is the more important tournament. This is the tournament that matters for the side of 3D Max. So
I mean, this is what you prepare for here. If you're talking about Fissure, it's obviously off the player break. You're kind of shaking off the rust for a lot of these players and kind of using that as a opportunity to springboard into this event for so many teams. And right now it's looking like some of the teams that weren't able to fully come into the picture off the back of Fissure are now showing up for the big stage.
And that's exactly what 3D Max is here for. Furia doing the same, Gamer Legion doing the same. Everyone who fell in the path. We'll see if Astralis' second place will be a mark on their record. Do check out the main stream. It's still going live. It's still going down between Astralis and Pain Gaming. But that does it here for at least stage 1 on the B stream. But obviously Cologne is going to continue because it's the top 16 tomorrow. It's all your favorite teams. Maybe the Mongols in there as well. So do stick around. Check out the main stream. But on that note, folks, peace out.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my persona dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to jump out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Snappy! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
stress. Pull up